$1 million on bypassing 4 miles of traffic for a busway where the road has 3 lanes on either side, while the rest of which actually flows better because the rest of Highway 1 is 2 lanes on either side. Then all of a sudden we never have money for the things that really matter because we're squandering so much money. And there was so much misrepresentation about it. And when the Coastal Commission supported it, they didn't understand it. And the politicians just did a lot of deception. And it was a whole new project taking out the railroad tracks with no public hearings. And it's just wrong and it's unnecessary. And even the Coastal Commission found alternatives to be viable, like a carpool lane, until the politicians worked on them. Then all of a sudden everything was infeasible because it might take some time or studies weren't in the works. So by that criteria, any project is infeasible.
May I ask you to wrap it up, please? You're over time. Apparently the microphone was cut, but it was not by us. So that's okay. I think we appreciate your comments. We have another couple hands up. Madam Clerk.
Yes, it is the attendee youth ending in number 705.
Hello. Yes. Good morning, commissioners. I'm urging you to do everything in your power to save trees. You hear on the radio all the time now that trees are being cut down all over the world, and they're the most important weapon we have against climate change. It's an interesting phenomenon that Senator Laird and Supervisor Church urge people to cut down eucalyptus trees as non-native and invasive. And we look more and more, we lose more and more of our monarch butterflies. Where did this pernicious pseudoscience called invasive species come from? I'll tell you where it came from. It was born by Monsanto. Leroy Jackson was a public relations sales manager for Monsanto Roundup. He co-founded the California Exotic Pest Plant Council in the 90s and started infiltrating all the state and national parks, forests, local parks, and garden clubs, springing tales that invasive species were overtaking the world, and now millions of us suffer the consequences of their poisons. Take the case of Spiratina, a seagrass that was native to the East Coast and considered a valuable habitat for birds and all manner of marine life. In California, thousands of acres of Spiratina were eradicated with deadly poisons to get rid of the plant. No studies were done of the deadly aftermath. So eucalyptus can be managed. It doesn't have to spread like some deadly virus infecting nature. Don't succumb to the pseudoscience that is based on bias and chemical company money. I urge all listeners and public officials to save our magnificent eucalyptus trees that do so much for our area. They are not a fire hazard, and if they were, then Angel Island would not be the lesson for all of us. The eucalyptus trees were the only trees that did not burn. The oaks and everything else burnt. And when they stopped, the fires were able to be stopped at the eucalyptus trees because of the fog drip and that dense grove. The lies that are spread about these trees are despicable and dangerous to us all. The monarchs prefer eucalyptus trees above all others. Please, in Mexico, the cartels are cutting down monarch habitat trees to grow avocados. Please, dear citizens and politicians, stop the insanity. We need all the trees now, and we don't have 50 years to grow new ones. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments. I think we have one more hand up, Madam Clerk.
Mary Kay? I'm sorry.
It's Margie Kay. Thank you. I want to thank Supervisor Glenn Church and State Senator John Laird for getting the grant money to be able to eradicate eucalyptus trees in North County. I've lived on the same property almost 50 years. I've seen the ridge lines covered with eucalyptus. I'm dedicated volunteer at the Elkhorn Slough Reserve and with the foundation. And I helped on restoration projects after eucalyptus trees have been eliminated. I want to thank them. It's a very important thing that we need to do. They have taken over huge amounts of land, and they are not good. Many properties are being restored with native plants and oak trees and things. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments. I don't see any additional hands up that have not already spoken. Mr. Rosen, we only allow one round on this, but we thank you for your comments. Am I missing anything, Madam Clerk?
No, there are no additional comments or emails.
Thank you. That being the case, I'm going to go ahead and close this section of the program and come back to the panel and ask commissioners if they have any comments, requests, or referrals at this time. Commissioners, Commissioner Roberts.
I'm just going to give my usual PSA for our need for LUAC members, and specifically one of the ones that I am a liaison for, and that's the Greater Monterey Peninsula LUAC. This area is generally north of Laurelis Grade to Highway 1. So it includes the areas of Pasadena, Hidden Hills, Montera, Aguajita Road, Deer Flats, Jocelyn Canyon Road. And for those of you not familiar with a LUAC, it's a land use advisory committee, and that it's local residents who participate to review projects before we review them. And they give us basically the neighborhood feedback on projects proposed in their area. And this LUAC typically meets maybe 3 times a year. It's a very low time commitment, but when those projects come, they're important projects that need neighborhood review. So if you have any friends or neighbors in that area who would like to serve on this LUAC, we are looking for people. And with that said, we are always looking for people in almost every LUAC. So if anybody has interest in serving in your neighborhood, please reach out to one of us or county staff.
Thank you, Commissioner Roberts. Commissioner Daniels?
Thank you. This is for staff. I was at an event and I was supposed to follow up by phone and get more information, and I just realized that I didn't. But I have from my memory a question that came from the Kashawa LUAC, and it was a member, and they wanted to know more about any plans for removal of the Los Padres Dam, and was wondering if there was any kind of report or update. And the thing that he stressed was the importance of that water supply for fire suppression efforts. And so I didn't have an answer for him. And so if there's any information that can just come back to us or directly to the Kashawa LUAC, that would be great.
Thank you, Commissioner. Madam Secretary, did you want to briefly respond?
No, I don't have a response today, but if it's okay, what I'll do is I'll just respond directly to the Kashawa LUAC with anything we find.
Well, certainly copy us so we don't look like we're out of the loop, please.
Yes.
Thank you. Commissioner Shaw, were you leaning forward to speak? Anyone else on the panel? All right. Thank you, everyone. That being completed, I'm going to move on to the next item on our agenda, which is approval of the consent calendar, which I think everyone has received and had a chance to review. Does anybody wish to comment on the consent calendar on the panel? No. Does anybody in the public want to comment on the consent calendar? See nobody rising in the chambers. Is there anybody online? Madam Clerk, am I missing anything?
No, there are no hands up or new emails.
Thank you. Madam Secretary?
I just wanted to make a brief comment on item, excuse me, I don't have before me the NARTAP on reappointments. Really, I just wanted to make a comment, let the commission know, and anyone in the public who may be listening, we are actively going to send out correspondence looking to get members, increase membership on the NARTAP for individuals who meet those criteria as being affiliated with a Native American tribe here in Monterey County, as having interest and knowledge of archaeological resources and there's some criteria. So I did just want to put that out there. We will be doing a push on behalf of the NARTAP to try to kind of email out to the tribes and others. But if anyone does know individuals who kind of have some formal affiliation and expertise that may have interest in participating in that Native American archaeological Technical Advisory Committee and be greatly appreciated. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Secretary. That being said, I'm going to go ahead and ask for a vote on the consent calendar, assuming that there's a motion to approve it. Yes, Commissioner Mendoza nodded his head. Is there a second? Commissioner Daniels nodded her head. That being the case, I'd like to ask the clerk to conduct a roll call vote, please. And I would like the record to reflect that Commissioner Work's camera is working as is required. Thank you.
Commissioner Shaw,
Yes.
Commissioner Work,
Yes.
Commissioner Mendoza,
Yes.
Commissioner Deal,
Yes.
Commissioner Daniels,
Yes.
Commissioner Gomez,
Yes, and I'm abstaining on item 1.1, the minutes of August 28th and September 25th. I wasn't present.
thank you. Commissioner Roberts,
Yes.
vote passes.
I think, so give me a count, please. For the record.
For the record, we have 7 yes.
And one abstention.
Yes, and 1 abstention.
6 and 1. All right, thank you. So the consent calendar passes, and we would now move on to scheduled matters. And the first of those is agenda item number 2, which is PLN 190091, the Robert Louis Stevenson School. And I will give a second to get organized, but I think Mr. Novo is going to lead us in the staff presentation for that. Yes? Very well. Welcome, Mr. Novo, and take it away when you're ready.
If I can have staff right computer. Good morning, Chair Deal and Commissioners. I'm Mike Novo, project planner for this project, and with me today in the box is Anna Kanga, our principal planner. This is PLN 190091 for Robert Louis Stevenson School. The project before you today is an update to the campus plan for the school, which is a private high school in Pebble Beach. This slide shows a plan for the entire campus. The buildings labeled with letters will either be constructed, reconstructed, remodeled with additions, or just have additions. Each of those buildings is shown in the dark brown color that'll be modified in the future. The buildings in light brown are not proposed for any modification. The plan updates permits from the 1980s that have served as a guidance for campus build-out from that time until the present. The project is a plan for future construction on the campus. Our local coastal plan requires preparation of a general development plan in a situation where multiple uses would occur on a single property or where multiple properties are involved. The LCP also requires issuance of discretionary permits for the demolition of existing buildings, construction of new buildings, certain additions to buildings, and for tree removal. The general development plan provides a build-out plan for new academic buildings, substantially more campus housing, and provides guidance on the campus layout and design. Upon build-out, total structural square footage will increase by approximately 56%. You see the numbers on the slide. This project will not allow an increase in students for the school, nor would it require additional staff. The school has approximately 500 students currently and is proposed to remain at that level, and it has approximately 100 staff, 40 of whom currently reside in campus housing. One of the primary focuses of this general development plan is to provide more on-site housing, which will reduce neighborhood impacts, such as daily traffic trips and the related emissions that are typically seen with schools. For many of the proposed buildings, some incidental development may occur within 100 feet of environmentally sensitive habitat. So we've included a permit required for that potential. We also are approving coastal development permits in today's action for some of the buildings on the campus. And we have a condition that spells out which buildings are approved under this permit and which will have to get follow-up coastal development permits in the future. Trees have been identified that are hazardous or heading toward the end of their life. The campus is large and forested densely in some areas, so quite a bit of tree removal is being requested as part of the current campus plan. And again, that mostly focuses on tree removal for hazardous trees or those that the arborist has identified will become hazardous in the next few years. The site is also within a design control overlay zoning district, which requires a design approval as part of the planning permit process. The proposed GDP, General Development Plan, includes landscaping and lighting guidelines to ensure a consistent approach as the campus evolves over the build-out of this new campus plan. This exhibit shows the existing buildings proposed to remain and those proposed to be removed to make room for future buildings. As we said in the staff report, this project is expected to take years, even decades, for build-out. Since this exhibit was prepared, the Math and Science Building, which is shown in the black rectangle up towards the top, has proceeded to demolition and is currently under construction. The blue structures are those that will remain. The red structures are those that will be removed, and the green structures are those that will have additions. The property is located on Forest Lake Road in the Del Monte Forest Land Use Plan area in the coastal zone. The property is in zoning districts that allow private schools. Most of the proposed new academic buildings and additions would be located in the institutional commercial zoning district. Other areas of the campus include resource conservation and open space recreation. The school had use permits issued in the 80s that served as the equivalent of a general development plan for the campus development. The general development plan will supersede those earlier permits. The school also owns a few residential parcels that are zoned medium density residential along the Spyglass Hill golf course area. Public and private schools are allowed in the IC zoning district. Building site coverage is limited to 40%. Build out of the project will increase coverage from 15.4 to 16.8%. The height limitations for this district are 35 feet. Setbacks are established by this general development plan, by the code. And so we have a condition that lays out that and requires that the general development plan be modified to include the setbacks. Condition 10 makes recommendations on the minimum setback for buildings along the campus perimeter. And the residential development on the residential parcels will have setbacks that reflect the medium density residential zoning district requirements. This map overlays the zoning districts of the property over the existing campus. It is in your staff report packet. The light blue is the area zoned institutional commercial. The medium density residential are the, I'll call them brownish properties towards the north and west of the campus. Open space recreation is found in the creek area. Open space recreation is found on the areas of the campus that currently contain most of the athletic facilities in this area and over where the softball field is over here. And the creek area actually has a resource conservation zoning district. No development is proposed within the creek area except maintaining utilities within existing easements found in that area. And there will be pedestrian connections that go across along Forest Lake Road in that area. This is an aerial view of the immediate vicinity of the campus. The main campus is primarily academic and housing. The north campus is primarily athletic wellness activities and the maintenance facility. Residential neighbors are located around much of the campus with open space south of the main campus and north of the north campus. 2 golf courses are located on either side of the campus. Spyglass Hill is located to the west and Poppy Hills is located to the east. The property is within a design control overlay zoning district. As shown on the last slide, the campus is located within a residential area, so design is a concern for the neighborhood compatibility. The campus has been in place for several decades in its current form, and the current design style is proposed to continue with proposed structures matching the style of the current campus. I'll show a few examples on the following slides. Each future project would be required to go through a public hearing design approval at the very least, and for some of the structures, a coastal development permit process. Those will all be noticed and the public will have an opportunity to comment. Neighborhood compatibility of each design would be considered for each of those future projects at those hearings. These processes will ensure that notice and review and opportunity for addressing concerns is given. Sorry for the quality of these pictures, but they kind of show the edge of the campus. This happens to be on the northern part near Benbow Court, where it shows the residential and the campus perimeter, again, mostly a forested perimeter. These show existing campus buildings, kind of the style, mostly wood, grays, browns, with a little bit of variety of style, but shows the common theme, or somewhat the common theme, particularly related to colors. This slide depicts a typical design for a multi-story academic building. This is the Math and Science building that was approved by the Planning Commission in 2023 and currently being constructed. Again, similar style to what's out there and also similar in colors. And this shows the typical colors and materials that will match the existing structures of the main campus, again with a focus on grays and browns and stone and wood materials. In addition to structures, the General Development Plan provides design guidance on outdoor spaces, including the hardscape areas, directional signage, walking paths, lighting, and other school amenities. The campus does have some constraints from existing easements and setbacks. It looks like they're a little bit light on this slide. But in addition to a required 50-foot setback from the Seal Rock Creek tributary, which is the light blue in the middle of the slide, the property has several utility easements, which are shown in light brown, and 2 scenic and conservation easements. Those are shown with the big blue arrows to help identify those. They're both in the North Campus areas. This exhibit is included in the plan set and will be attached to the General Development Plan as well. An additional conservation easement is required through today's action through the creek area based on biologists' recommendations to protect habitat areas. The trees recommended for removal, now down to 132, have been identified as hazardous trees. I want to make it clear that some of the trees are going to be removed for development, such as what was done with the Math and Science building, but primarily the tree removal is associated with hazardous trees on the campus. Most of these trees are nearing the end of their lifespan, mostly large and aging pine trees located near campus facilities. So the tree removal will be occurring in phases as the condition of each tree dictates. Staff prepared an environmental document to disclose and describe the potential environmental effects of the proposed project. Potential impacts were identified relating to air quality, biological resources, greenhouse gas emissions, hazards relating mostly to asbestos and lead paint associated with building demolition, and with tribal cultural resources. The initial study was circulated for public review, and we received 3 comments which have been provided to the Planning Commission. And I'll discuss those comments on a later slide. The recommended conditions of approval will act to serve as a mitigation monitoring and reporting plan, and that will help ensure that the mitigation measures are implemented and monitored. So one of the identified potential impacts is air quality that's related to future construction on the campus. And as the initial study points out, that's mostly related to if there are multiple projects going on at one time. The initial study determined that a single project being constructed would not exceed air quality thresholds. The Air District also has rules and regulations that relate to demolition work, which has the potential to release asbestos and lead-based paint for some of the older buildings on the property. Mitigation measures that address the potential construction emissions are included in the conditions of approval and would be applicable to every project going forward. They'd be reviewed as part of the public process for the design approval or coastal development permit for each of the projects. The school had a biologist prepare a focused study relating to this project. The recommendations from that report, which included a review of many earlier biological studies on the campus, were included in the environmental document and in the recommended condition of approval as mitigation measures. We discussed the tree removal earlier, but those removals also have the potential for biological impacts, particularly related to nesting birds. The environmental document identified quite a few mitigation measures for biological resources. So while most of the construction will occur in disturbed areas of the site, the mitigation measures are there to help avoid or further lessen potential impacts. The likelihood of finding sensitive plant or wildlife species within the construction area are pretty low, as the buildings and associated infrastructure are almost primarily within the campus footprint, the developed campus footprint. Tree and building removal also has the potential to impact nests for birds and bats. So pre-construction surveys will be required whenever construction occurs near trees or tree removal is part of the project. And ephemeral creek and wetlands are located within 300 feet of much of the campus development. So amphibians may wander onto the site. So there are monitoring actions for that. And water quality would be protected through erosion control practices required by the county code and by the mitigation measures. This slide shows areas where sensitive habitat or Monterey pine forest exists on the campus. The Monterey pine forest is the light green areas. Some of the sensitive habitats that have been identified within the campus are also located within those Monterey pine forests, also the light green areas. The blue line areas are the creek tributary, with the red being a recommended buffer area. And the light blue dash line in the middle is essentially a drainage area that has an existing wetland. Most sensitive plant species are located either in that tributary area or in the North Campus area. The biologist's recommendations from the report were included in the environmental document as mitigation measures. And the mitigation measures include preparation of a habitat management plan for the creek tributary area and the scenic easements that currently exist on the property. Some of the future construction projects are located near those protected resources, so they are identified as requiring an updated biological report as they move forward through design and construction, and that's found in condition 18. And coastal development permits are going to be required for some of those projects, especially those in close proximity to the resources. Any project, including those that are going through only a design approval process, would implement the mitigation measures identified that would relate to their proposed design and location on the campus. Future studies related to some of those projects may identify additional impacts and recommended avoidance through redesign or additional requirements, and those would be imposed, well, analyzed and imposed through those future permits. Potential mitigation measures include, as shown on the slide, pre-construction surveys, relocation of sensitive plant species, timing of construction activities, worker training, and protective barriers. This slide also shows additional mitigation measures. Water quality protection is important for protecting habitat. Protection for amphibians, since they do walk around and may not just stay where they're supposed to. So that's why we have monitoring and biologists watching during construction activities. Monitoring and adjusting where necessary is also built into the conditions, and establishing project-specific setbacks will be done as each project moves forward, and a new conservation easement will be required along the creek area, primarily between the creek and the North Campus. The initial study also identified potential hazards relating to greenhouse gas emissions. The applicant had a technical greenhouse gas analysis prepared. Due to the campus's focus on providing on-site housing, calculations showed that a substantial reduction in greenhouse gas emissions actually will occur for future years if the project is built out. Even if no additional housing were to be built, new California construction codes will significantly cause a significant reduction in operational emissions for the campus as new construction occurs. Mitigation measures for greenhouse gas emissions include using or exceeding code requirements for new construction. The initial study identified potential hazards as well relating to building demolition. The Air District has regulations that must be followed to control the potential release of asbestos or lead-based paint. In addition, the initial study requires additional surveys and inspectors for asbestos and paint waste respectively, as the buildings are demolished. The campus has had several archaeological reports, many might be a better word, prepared over the last 40 years. None of them have found any signs of physical archaeological resources on the campus. Staff did consult with 2 tribes relating to the potential for tribal cultural resources on the property. The tribes both consider the Del Monte Forest as a sensitive or a cultural resource, and so we included mitigation measures to ensure that monitoring is conducted by the tribes during ground disturbing activities. We received 3 comment letters related to the initial study. The letters from the Air District and the Water Management District pointed out regulations and procedures that the school has to go through, and they will follow as each future construction project moves forward to construction or demolition. The comment from the Transportation Agency for Monterey County pointed out a concern that the campus would actually be adding students and faculty as they had looked at the increase in square footage and thought that what was really proposed was a lot more student capacity. And we called them first and explained that actually most of the square footage is related to the wellness center and the construction of new campus housing, and that the new campus housing substantially reduces traffic trips and therefore air quality emissions and greenhouse gas emissions. And they were satisfied with that, and we then sent them a follow-up email to respond to their letter. Del Monte Forest Land Use Advisory Committee considered the project in November 2023 and unanimously recommended approval as submitted. Staff did receive a comment letter on the proposed campus plan from neighbors that has been included in the Planning Commission's packet. The school has provided a written response for the neighbors' concerns, and I believe that was distributed to the Planning Commission earlier this week. So hopefully you have those before you for today's hearing. So staff is recommending that the Planning Commission adopt the mitigated negative declaration, approve the general development plan, approve the combined development permit, and adopt the mitigation monitoring and reporting program. Staff is here to answer any questions the commission may have. I do have one errata, if I can have the laptop staff right. Hopefully, I'll zoom in up a little. Hopefully that's readable to everybody, but if you notice on condition 18, the monitoring action lists 4 buildings. The condition lists 7. The monitoring action should match the condition. So all 7 of those buildings should have a follow-up biological study as part of moving forward when they come in for development. So that concludes staff's presentation. We're here to answer any questions the commission may have. And thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Novo. Very helpful, as usual. I'm going to just start out before we go to general questions from the commission with clarifying in my own mind, and I hope in the minds of all those who are interested in this project, exactly what is being asked of us today. So my understanding is that today we are being asked to look at the overall campus and the plan for developing it. We are being asked to approve the size and footprint of the buildings that are listed as being either removed or remodeled, and all of the associated protective conditions with that kind of construction. We're not being asked to approve any particular buildings. Every structure or every development activity that takes place will undergo additional review. Is that correct?
That is correct.
Okay, so that's just, it's a little complicated because we're used to seeing plans for when we talk about a building. We're used to seeing plans for what that is. So I appreciate that very much. Any further questions of staff from commissioners? Commissioner Daniels?
That was one of my questions. I have two. So I just want to reiterate that, so you're including in your response just now building L, building E, building F, building G, and building J, in light of what Commissioner Deal just asked.
Yeah, and if I can clarify. So what we're doing, what the Planning Commission would do today through this action would be approving the size, location, but not the design and the details of any particular building.
Got it.
So you are approving a few projects with a coastal development permit or coastal administrative permit today, but they will have to go through a full public process once they are designed, and we'll have a formal public hearing on every single building that comes forward, since we don't have the details today to approve any of them. This is a plan for future development, and we were trying to streamline the process a little bit by recommending that some of the buildings would have their, I'll call them the discretionary permits, approved today, the ones that are away from sensitive resources that are interior to the campus. So we included those for the listed buildings as shown on, well, I guess my slide isn't up anymore, but the coastal administrative permits for listed buildings. And I'm hoping I'm not actually adding confusion here. But every building will be designed, and as it comes forward, we'll have a public process, some with a design approval, some with a coastal development permit.
So I'll just follow up because it does create some confusion for me. I've never, in my experience, had a public review discretionary process come forward for a project that actually has already been issued its CDP, but I might be missing something.
Well, as Commissioner Chair Deal pointed out, we don't have any plans in front of us for any of the structures. So we want to make sure that we have a thorough review, that staff has the opportunity to apply all the mitigation measures and conditions of approval that would be appropriate for each of the buildings. They're each unique, different locations. They will have different requirements. So we'll have to work through all the mitigation measures you see in your conditions and decide which are appropriate for each building as they come forward. So we are definitely requiring a future process to make sure that we capture all those things correctly.
So as long as staff understands that, I'm fine. I just want, you're the experts. It's a different process than I'm used to. So as long as it's clear for everyone here what we're doing, and there is the process that you just outlined still happening, and there is discretion because it's a discretionary process, then I think that's fine. My other question is just super straightforward about the new buildings and traffic, and the expectation that this would reduce traffic. I'm wondering how that works. Is there a belief that with the new student housing, more of the students will become boarders and less will become day students? How does that work?
That's correct. I believe the number right now is there's 270 students living on campus. They're going to provide 110 more beds for students. So that means 110 less students driving to and from the campus every morning or being dropped off. So if you've ever lived near a school or driven by one at drop-off time, it's a substantial amount of traffic. So, and then there's faculty housing as well. So some of the younger faculty, as explained to us by the applicant, will be residing on site, and that will reduce their trips to the campus as well. They will have other trips going off campus, of course. So that might be a wash, but the student beds are a significant driver in reducing the number of trips.
And I'll just finalize my comments by saying, as a comment, that I really appreciated the comments about producing the faculty housing and who the faculty housing would be for. And the report talked about newer students at the beginning, newer teachers at the beginning of their career that are hard to attract and attain because of the cost of living in this area, as well as older teachers who could potentially get priced out of an area like this. And so it's just a comment that I really appreciated what was written about the need for staff housing in this area. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner. And just to follow up on that very briefly, and back to making sure we know what we're doing today. That's always really important for everyone. What exactly discretionary options would remain if we have approved this and one of the units comes forward that is on an administrative permit? What would they be looking at? What could they change? What could they say no to?
Well, the design approval section of our code actually allows us to look not just at design, but also location of buildings. So being able to potentially move a building to adjust for some issue, neighborhood compatibility through the design itself is one of the important components of the design control district. So they're not looking at potentially saying no to the building, but to its design and its location on the campus. That would have some discretionary action.
To follow up with that, I thought we were approving size and location here, given the information about the footprint. So that's a little different from a design approval on an open site. We've provided, I think of it as a building envelope. I assume they don't have to build it as big as that, but they couldn't have a lot of scope for moving it without addressing some of the mitigations that we've talked about. Is that correct?
I think the location has to have some flexibility. We're talking about on the plan itself, we are looking at the general location of each building on campus. Until they start with geotechnical considerations for the site, they may have to move a building a few feet one way or another to account for rock or soil type or some other issue, so drainage, things like that. So we are not approving the specific location, we are approving the general location of each of the buildings today.
And if plans should change and they should decide that we're going to have art here and science over there instead, that is still possible given the general development plan we're looking at today?
One thing I've learned in my career is everything is possible. So, at the worst, if it was a big change to the general development plan, they would amend the general development plan through a process. If it's in substantial compliance with the general development plan, then staff would take it to the design approval process, and the hearing body would then decide on it. And if this is too confusing, we can always just require that every building go through a coastal administrative permit process or coastal development permit if they're near resources. So, we can change the conditions to reflect that if this is not acceptable to the commission.
Thank you. Commissioner Shaw, your hand was up. Commissioner Roberts?
My questions are similar. One is in reading the LUAC comments, one of the comments says this is a plan, not a project. And I agree that it's a plan, but I want to make sure that they understood that they were approving or considering locations and demolition, and, that they had the same understanding of what they were considering, I guess.
Yeah, and that's specifically why we structured the condition of approval the way it is, to require design approval with a public hearing, because those have to go back to the LUAC. So each of the buildings, as they come forward after their design, will go back to the Land Use Advisory Committee for review.
To follow up, but as Commissioner Deal has mentioned, it isn't necessarily that the location would change, and I guess that's what I'm wondering. Were they aware that they were considering new development or removal of existing development in their process?
I believe they were. Trying to remember most of the details of the hearing, but it was a pretty thorough discussion. They didn't get into approving each building, obviously, or even discussing each building, but it was pretty clear in our presentation that we're looking at replacing buildings, adding on to buildings, and I think it was clear to them.
My second question is about parking. And my experience with the Stevenson School is as a guest and often to the pool for a water polo tournament, and there's not a lot of parking. And so I wanted to, in reading through how parking is addressed, it just kind of says it's adequate. And for the main campus, I would say it's not adequate. I've not experienced, I have actually been on the North Campus for an athletic event there, tennis, so it was a very small and not necessary for parking. But also the comment that we received from the member of the public was also related to parking, and it is not an exciting thing to build parking at a school in Pebble Beach, but I feel like that, I'm concerned about that.
The traffic study that was prepared for the campus build-out plan includes an analysis of how parking works on the campus, including for special events, and they've identified overflow parking areas in the softball field and on other athletic fields if they need. They have over 300 parking spaces, and the analysis seems to show that they have adequate parking for most special events, but it does include some parking along, I can't remember which roadway, perhaps the campus can explain, but it includes some parking along one of the roadways in the area. But generally, they are able to accommodate most special event parking on campus or in their overflow fields that are used for athletic purposes.
Thank you.
Anyone else? I do have a couple of minor, Commissioner Gomez, that wasn't a hand, or, okay, sorry. I do have a couple of minor questions. First of which is there any limitation or direction about the pacing of the work and outlined in this plan? If all of a sudden massive amounts of money become available, we can then, the school could move forward with the entire plan at once. Are they able to do that, or is there a pacing provision, I guess is what I'm looking for?
They would be able to do it. What we did is look at the activities in the campus over the last 40 years, and there hasn't been any extreme pacing. So we weren't concerned that that could happen, but obviously it's possible. But to answer your question, no, we don't have any limitation on them building too fast.
I'm not finding fault with the idea of being able to do a lot, but I assume that sort of thing would be something that could be considered in the individual project approvals if all of a sudden a lot of them came at once?
That's correct. I mean, we would look at obviously the construction management plan requirements that we impose on a lot of projects, especially in Pebble Beach and Carmel, to make sure that that all works for not just the campus, but also for the general public and especially the neighbors. We could also, we'd have to think about the air quality analysis. As I said, if there's multiple projects going on at once, that's when triggers are caused for the mitigation measures for air quality. So we would make sure that those are imposed correctly. And as the chair pointed out, yes, we could look at them as the individual permits came forward.
That's a great segue into my final question, which is my usual nitpicking one about construction management plans, which is that condition 4, once again, does not particularly give any outcomes. It just says there's going to be a plan. Technically, according to condition 4, if Public Works were to say, yeah, okay, they can do whatever they want, they could do that. But I would really appreciate it if we would, as a general rule, and in this case, make sure that we provide desired outcomes when we have a condition which requires a plan, because the submission of a plan per se is not a mitigation.
And I think what we could do is add a sentence to this. Since this is a plan condition, if you will, we can add a sentence to this that says something to that effect, that each each construction management plan as it comes forward will list measures to achieve certain outcomes and identify what the outcomes are and the measures to get there.
I would expect Public Works to have that list available, and it's just something that I think would be appropriate for us as the county to include in our planning documents going forward. I've been fighting that one for a long time. Commissioner Roberts?
To follow up on that, I was actually looking at the maps included as part of the general development plan, and the first map is a construction management plan. And I actually had a question about that, of whether this is the construction management plan, or that's what it's labeled as, construction management plan.
Yeah, there is the general one. That's really, this one controls. I couldn't. My computer's a little slow. It's not bringing it up. But if I remember right, it controls really how the construction trucks are leaving the campus. So on a regional scale. But each project, as it moves forward, will have more of a detailed construction management plan to look at where the site is, especially if it's along the perimeter in campus, or if staging areas are going to occur along the perimeter near some of the residential areas. So there'll be a more detailed one for each project.
And I guess speaking to Commissioner Deal's comments, hopefully that condition is tightened up to specify that.
Thank you, Commissioner. I was actually interested in some statement that talked about peak traffic on regional roadways as well, particularly impacted regional roadways like Highway 1. We have, as you know, typically got congestion from people coming and going at various times of day on Highway 1 between Pebble Beach and the regional waste management area. So I would like a construction management provision that talks about how we're not going to make that worse through construction. I think it would be helpful.
And if I might suggest as well, I can't remember if the path of travel is out through the top of the hill, but if it is, with the roundabouts up there, there is certainly some peak issues up at the top of the hill too. So we can add something to the condition if the commission decides to do that.
I would advocate for that when we get to that point. Any additional comments, questions from the panel? Seeing none, I'm going to go ahead and open the public hearing and invite the applicant or the applicant's representative to come forward and say whatever you would like to say. Welcome.
Madam Chair, members of the commission, I'm Mark Hornberger, a trustee at Stevenson. We will be brief today, but I'd just like to introduce the group that we have with us, our subject matter experts and consultants here, including SWA Group and Whitson Engineers, our two land use counsel, Tom Jameson and Derek Oliver, and then our chief financial officer of the school, Ed Diani. So we're here willing to take questions from you as they come up. Stevenson School, as many of you know, was founded in 1952 as a non-secular co-ed boarding and day school. The Pebble Beach campus has approximately 500 students boarding and day and 100 faculty and staff members on that campus. Our mission is to educate promising young students, 40% of whom receive some form of financial aid. So in 1983, this same body approved the current master plan of the school. I was here at that presentation, as was Tom. And so for the last 40 years, the school has carefully and incrementally been following that master plan with the changes and additions to the campus that included primarily dormitories for resident students, a new student center, the Rosen Center, which was built, and new play fields. And of course, as all master plans change over periods of time, we felt about 5 years ago it was time to update that plan, review it carefully, bring it here for your approval so that we would have a roadmap for the next 20 to 30 years. So as the school has in the past 40 years updated its resident facilities, built faculty housing, we have not updated most of our academic facilities. And so this new general development plan calls for the replacement, remodeling of additions to construction of primarily three elements. That is our academic facilities, MSEC under construction, which you approved is the first in that series. Addition of faculty and staff housing, which we think is a really important initiative for us to continue moving forward. And then updates to aging athletic facilities. So you'll hear from Tom Jamison, our lead counsel, a little bit more specifically about some of the studies we've done. But to answer the question about the speed and pace of the new work, these buildings and improvements come as we're able to successfully fundraise. And so our pattern in the past of incrementally one building at a time every several years as we can fundraise for them is likely to be our pattern going forward, as opposed to some very large multi-building construction process. So hopefully that answers that question, but I'd like to ask Tom to come up and finish our part of the presentation.
Thank you.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. My name is...
We'll need you to get on the microphone at the podium so that we can record your comments.
Oh, right here. Okay. My name is Thomas Jamison. I am counsel for Robert Louis Stevenson School, and I'm certainly happy to be here this morning. This master plan, if we could have the plan put up, what we're looking at today. Do we have that available?
If we can have the staff right laptop.
There we go.
And if you're planning to use a laser pointer, it might be better to ask Mr. Novo to highlight it for those that are on Zoom. It's easier to see.
Okay.
But please, go ahead.
Yeah, if you don't mind, I can use a laser, I think.
He can follow you along if it works.
Okay. Anyway, I think Mr. Novo has very adequate.
You should do it on, we can't see it on our screens when you do that. We can only see it on the big screen. So that's why I'm proposing that you need to ask Mike to point what you're doing. So.
Okay. You can do it. Oh, okay. Well, what I'd like to point out is this is a refinement of a plan that was done in 1983, and I can tell you that I've had the privilege of representing Stevenson School since 1992, and a number of those buildings that you show that are shown on the map, Mike, if you could just show in the center of the campus there, as well as the athletic field, have been approved. I think the last one was the athletic field. So that just shows how the pacing has occurred on the campus, a number of new dormitories. But what I wanted to do just very briefly is give you a little bit of history. And if we can have the next slide shown. Which is, okay, this is a plan that was approved by the Planning Commission in 1980, well, eventually by the Board of Supervisors in 1983. The plan was dated more like 1981, 40 years earlier, and happened to have been done by a young architect. His name was Mark Hornberger, the fellow who has been intimately involved in the development of this campus from the beginning, really, and it's a very handsome campus. A lot of those projects that are shown, well, what should I say, by the border, the black border on the left have been completed. And you can see on the right side, there was a gymnasium there, which is in the new plan, and there were two fields all the way to the right. That was reduced to one practice field. So
It's really remarkable, but I've been doing this business for a long time, and it's really remarkable to see how faithful the school has been to this early plan. So back to the regular plan, all I want to do, I think Mr. Novo has done a very adequate job of describing this plan. I don't want to go into any more detail than what he's provided. All I can tell you is I like to use the phrase that this plan was studied upside down and sideways before it reached this point that you see today. And there are actually some further refinements to be made, and that's one of the conditions of approval is to produce the updated general development plan. But this binder shows only a portion of the technical reports and so forth that was done to produce this plan and its refinements. So again, I think if there are any questions, I want to say that I feel that the school is really very blessed to have Mike Novo working on this, providing the guidance to Stevenson School on this. And we appreciate the planning commissioner's questions, and I think we're fine with accepting them, and we're ready to move on. So thank you very much.
Well, thank you, and appreciate that. And I'm just going to ask formally if you've had an opportunity to review all the conditions of approval and if you are in agreement with all of those.
Yes, the school has had the opportunity, and we're in agreement with all of those conditions. Thank you.
Thank you so much. We will certainly allow you an opportunity to respond to any questions that may arise in public comment. That being the case, is there anybody here in the chambers who would like to comment on this project? Please come forward and do so. I'm not seeing a mad rush to the fore. All right, not seeing anybody here. Is there anybody online who would like to speak on this project? Madam Clerk?
Yes, we have Brian Rosen.
Mr. Rosen, you can go ahead. You'll have 3 minutes to speak about this project.
I'm very concerned about how this whole belief in bigger is better, and there's just no end to development. Where are we all going to end up? Little by little, we chip away Mother Nature, and we don't have a very sustainable society. It's just build, build, build. Why does it have to be so much larger? I mean, why can't it's fine the way it is. All those very precious trees will be removed. Many, many animal species are nested in those trees. In a big city, there's not room to create parking lots, so they're forced to do them underground when they expand something, and they do. And they have no choice.
Mr. Rosen, we've lost you. Have you completed your comments? The microphone appeared to be open on our end, Mr. Rosen. Are you there? I think we've lost Mr. Rosen. Sorry about that. And we'll go ahead and move along. Madam Clerk, are there any other hands up on Zoom or any comments we should add?
No, there are no more hands up or emails on.
Thank you. That being the case, I'm going to invite the applicant, if you'd like to respond to anything you've heard in that comment or not. You're not required to do so, but you are welcome to do so. I'm not seeing any movement to the front for that either. That being the case, I'm going to go ahead and close public comment and bring it back to staff. Staff, do you have anything to respond to that you'd like to say? I'm losing my words here. Mr. Novo, whatever you want to say.
Thank you. Nothing really to add, except just a reminder that we're looking at conditions 4 and 18. We had suggested a correction for 18, and the commission was looking at changes to condition 4.
Correct. And did you have any I think you had suggested language already for 18. Did you have any suggested language for condition 4?
Not more the concepts that we want to avoid peak hour traffic. We want to include sentences that each project, as it comes forward, will have a project-specific construction management plan, that construction management plan will look at identifying outcomes and the means to achieve those outcomes, and it's in particular, or maybe not in particular, but also to try and avoid peak hour traffic through those construction management plan activities. Something along those lines. I'm not good at writing on the fly.
Thank you. It's probably best that we don't anyway. Commissioner Shaw.
Thank you. So I'm going to come back because I shared the same questions and concerns that Commissioner Roberts brought up about parking. And the studies may say it's adequate, but I'm going to go based on lived experience and neighborhood experience being more important to me. I wanted to clarify. So when these buildings come forward individually, we will have the opportunity to say, hey, you're building this big building for students, but there's not adequate parking. Will we have the opportunity to potentially ask for that parking to be added to those individual places so that, students and faculty are not navigating these streets? My concern is not so much that they're unsafe for fire vehicles, emergency access, or the neighborhood character. It's more concern that these people are now going to be there 24/7, which, yes, that reduces vehicle miles traveled, and that's wonderful. But now these cars are going to be there all day long, and people are going to have to, be walking to and from instead of being internal within the campus. So will we have the opportunity to potentially ask for that?
I think potentially yes, but that is not the concept that's before you today. This campus will have buildings constructed in the future if it's approved, and the parking layout's already set through this campus plan. So if parking is a concern, I think it's best that we actually deal with it now.
Commissioner Daniels?
Then I'll chime in, because it's the one thing I've been sort of sitting here doing the math and looking at the number of faculty. If you're increasing faculty and staff housing, that's increasing cars that'll always be there on campus. Just trying to do the numbers. The 500 students, how many are boarders? Do boarders bring their own cars if they're in high school? I don't have an answer to that question. So it's something that I've been doing some doodling and trying to figure out if it is adequate. It would be helpful to me to know the high peak hours of traffic and whether the school believes that this is a problem or not. The only time I've been to campus is during a game, sports game, not a big one, just an after-school, middle school game, and I'm on Forest Lake parking on the street looking for parking because it appears to me that the parking lot is full. That would be for a soccer game. If I'm at the tennis courts, plenty of parking, it seems. There seems to be plenty of parking over on that side of campus, but I've never been there for a football game, so I don't know. So if you could just help us understand, when are the problem areas and when are the problem times, and whether or not there is some room for addressing these concerns in the general plan, the general development plan.
Thank you. I'm looking at the traffic study, which includes a parking analysis. And I do want to point out that the applicant's team does include their traffic engineer that's here today. So if you're interested, we could get a dialogue with them. You'd have to reopen the hearing to do so, but that's possible. And let me look at the traffic plan in the meantime.
Yes, in the interest of understanding, if the applicant would like to bring forward somebody who's knowledgeable on the subject of traffic and parking, please do so and see if you can address these concerns. Welcome.
Yes, so a couple of us might chat about this, but just in terms...
Just for the record, if you'd care to identify yourself.
Sorry, Mark Hornberger, trustee, Stevenson School. So the plan itself actually envisions the creation of a series of new vest pocket parking areas. For instance, the discussion about the tennis area has a new parking area parallel with Lisbon, just adjacent to the tennis courts. And so as the work proceeds, for instance, the wellness center there are these new vest pocket parking areas that actually will get put in to help redistribute some of the parking that happens elsewhere on the campus to alleviate what's perceived as some overcrowding of parking in front of the school. To answer the question about borders do not and are not allowed to have cars on campus. So as we transition incrementally from day to additional boarding, the actual population of cars, the numbers will be reduced over a period of time. We'll still have special event parking, and that'll happen on Wilson Field. But our traffic consultant is here and perhaps would like to supplement the discussion.
I guess I have a question, and the traffic engineer may very well be able to answer it. I did attend a school where we were resident on campus. I did attend a school where cars were not allowed by those people who were enrolled in the school. And I am aware that that does not prevent people from bringing their cars and parking them elsewhere. So I just want us to be sure that, as I think Commissioner Shaw said, that we are mindful of lived experience here, as well as the numbers that we calculate from traffic engineering studies. People don't always act the way we wish they would, even in the best of circumstances. So if you'd like to go ahead, and if you'd care to identify yourself for the record, that'd be great.
Sure. My name's Keith Higgins. I'm a consulting traffic engineer, and we did a parking study back several years ago. I guess I'm just looking to see what the date of the study was. I think it was in 2021, maybe. Let me check the dates. Yeah, in 2021. And the parking study, the way it was conducted was dividing the campus up into sub-areas and then doing a parking occupancy in each of those sub-areas from, let me go to the page here. Yeah, we had a total of 13 sub-areas. And we started at 7 a.m. and went till 6 p.m. and did hourly counts of how many cars were parked in each of the parking areas. Many of the parking sub-areas, and I don't know if you have a graphic of that, Mike, or not. Or I could put it on this if you'd like. I don't know what the resolution will be like. But while he's doing that, the bottom line, rather than I don't know how much detail you want to go into, but
if we can have staff right laptop.
Let's see. I got to look at this with another pair of glasses here. Yeah, that's the same graphic that I'm looking at. And does that show, I can't tell from here, does that have numbers of the sub-areas?
Yes, in the boxes on the right, there's
okay.
some numbers.
Yeah, I can see it's okay. So it is the same, it's the same graphic. And I think your experience being at the site for different events, it seems to coincide with what we found in our counts. There are some areas where there's the parking, the occupancy, it's never fully occupied in some certain areas. Other areas, there's parking, it's at 100% occupancy, and a lot of that has to do with special events at the softball field and parking along Forest Lake Road. And so that's probably the hot spot. But when we did the parking study, for example, if you have a football game, there's county codes on how many parking spaces you have to provide for a stadium. And the parking supply matches the ordinance. And so then what I've seen just in special events, doing high schools and different types of schools, is there are special events that happen 4, 5, 6 times a year to try to provide parking for an event like that and actually have permanent parking. It's one of those balancing acts, and that's why, same thing with the church. Church parking is 1 space for every 4 seats, but a lot of time, and that's for a couple hours. That's so you're providing parking for a couple hours a week. But so there may be times when during a special event when there's not adequate parking, graduation ceremony, something like that, and parking will be spread out into a neighborhood. And having worked on, I don't know how many dozens of schools, there is absolutely no exception. This happens at every school that I've ever worked on. And there's no way you can design it. You're going to pave over a lot of area that's used less than 1% of the time. And so that's the balancing act. But in general, there's adequate parking. But the other point I wanted to make is the enrollment is not changing. The project is, my sense is what's going to happen is peak hour traffic is going to go down because there's a lot less commuting students. That also means there's a lot less families that live in the community that are going to be engaged in the school. And so that multiplying effect of showing up at special events is going to be diminished. If you have a boarding student who doesn't have any family in the area, they're going to be less likely to increase the parking demand at a special event. So I think that the project itself, by adding the on-site housing for students, is actually going to be a mitigating effect on what's happening now. So that's probably my qualitative
Just a very basic question. We're not changing the number of students or staff overall. Are we changing the number of parking places overall?
Now I got to go back and refresh. Mark, can you get up and? Yeah, I got to go back and refresh.
I guess that's kind of the fundamental. If we are, the only change that really seems as if it is of concern to me personally would be the impact of residents versus commuters. And so if we have the same number overall parking spaces, that would certainly be of interest to me, given that we have the same number of people regardless of how we deploy them. I think Commissioner Daniels suggests that the number currently is 326.
Yeah, the parking area 13, I think is going to have an increase of 35 parking spaces, and I'd have to look at exactly where that is on the site.
Commissioner Gomez. Microphone.
Related to Commissioner Deal's question and your answer that you're saying that I think the big issue, as you stated earlier, is the imbalance. In some areas there is a lack of parking as compared to other areas. Is there going to be any increase in those areas where there's currently a lack of parking?
Yeah. Exhibit 3B, let me see here. Well, one of the things is what's physically possible to add parking in those areas. And then the other thing is maybe parking management to try to better utilize underparked areas and in order to take the pressure off the ones that are impacted. And I think that's identified in the parking study that we did. And I've got the detail work. To be honest, I haven't been out to the site for a while, and so I've been out there several times. But to go through these, all these different parking areas, sub areas, and give you detailed information, I really can't do that. The one thing that I did notice that one of the parking problems, I don't know if any of you have witnessed, is during pickup and drop off before school and after school. And again, having worked on many, many schools, and we've all seen it at schools that we've been involved with probably, is that is one of the things that occurs over and over and over again. So the fact that we're going to be mitigating that impact by taking 110 students from commuting to living on campus, and even some of the faculty, that's going to have a mitigative effect. But
Well, thank you. And I would just throw in there before we go to Commissioner Shaw that I'm old enough that we used to have to ride a bus, but that's just me. Commissioner Shaw?
Thank you. I noticed on the slide that you were on just a moment ago with the different percentages that there was an informal unpaved areas section. I'm not seeing that I can see reflected in this map that you're showing, and I'm wondering where those locations were and if I'm reading it correctly, are those being added to the total parking counts that you're saying you have?
yeah, I think if you go to Exhibit 5, some of the informal parking, unpaved parking areas are described there. And if you...
Excuse me just a minute, Madam Chair, Tom Jameson. I wanted to...
All your comments must be on the microphone or nobody can hear them in Zoom world.
Tom Jameson, I just wanted to, I'm looking at Mr. Higgins' parking report, and I just wanted to point out, I think you had two questions. One was, are the number of parking spaces staying the same? And I believe that's the case. I'm going to ask Mr. Higgins to confirm that. But there was one other thing in here about new parking areas. I'm looking at his parking report, but
Madam Chair, while they're looking, Mr. Novo had a slide up before this, and it said existing parking was 352. However, the parking plan that we have in our packet shows that 293 proposed parking spaces. So there's some discrepancy, and it seems like there might be 50-ish less parking spaces in the proposed plan.
Okay, it being the time that it is, I'm going to ask that we take a 10-minute break. Perhaps people can sit and review the technical material and come back and address that. So let's have a break until about 10:45. Thanks. I'd like to call the meeting back to order and ask the clerk to call the roll. Just because we have remote people, it's always good to know.
Commissioner Shaw?
Here.
Commissioner Work?
Showing 2 thumbs up on Zoom. And I see him. Okay. I think he has control.
Here, I'm here.
Commissioner Mendoza?
Here.
Commissioner Deal?
Here.
Commissioner Daniels? Here. Commissioner Gomez?
Here.
Commissioner Roberts?
Here.
Commissioner Monsalve, Getzelman, and Gonzalez are absent. Chair, you have a quorum.
Thank you. All right. Let's resume the technical discussion of parking. Mr. Novo, did you want to say anything before we ask the applicant back forward and see if they've got anything to add with respect to the questions that were raised?
Just that I've got the sheet 1 of the project plans on the site, and I believe the applicant's team is going to talk about that.
Very well. Come on down.
Try to go to the right microphone this time. I'm Thomas Jameson.
Practice makes perfect.
And I simply want to introduce Rich Weber, our civil engineer, and he is really quite familiar with the parking plan, and he can probably simplify it for you guys. Okay, Rich?
Simplification would be a good thing. Mr. Weber.
Good afternoon. That's what happens when you work on a project for 5 years. You forget some of the details. Good afternoon. My name is Rich Weber with Whitson Engineers, civil engineer on the project. And just to clarify some of the items on the parking. Some of it's a little anecdotal. I've lived it for 16 years with 2 kids that have gone through the school, so know the trials and tribulations of trying to find parking. I will say it's really a very short-lived and infrequent event. It really happens when they schedule 3 or 4 game days at the same time. And so what you hear a lot is, yeah, parking can be a nightmare when you're trying to go, but you have lacrosse going with another sport or water polo, and they seem to all coincide at the same time, and people are trying to arrive. And parking during sporting events can be challenging to find, but for the most part, you can manage. It's a very short-lived problem. What I will like to speak to is kind of the general plan and what the thinking was behind it. On the cover sheet, you can see it identifies the existing parking total as 326. And let me clarify that parking total includes a lot of the informal parking. We tried to get a real assessment of what the parking at the campus is today. And so, as you know, there may be, if you've been on campus, there's a lot of informal parking, kind of between trees along Forest Lake. There's quite a bit. And with special events, they have the Wilson Field, which is really can be a large parking lot that holds many, many cars for those designated special events. And they have attendants who actually usher people in. And they also have carts to shuttle people from different parts of the campus to the events. So for large events, they do run that very well. And there's usually never, ever a problem when I've gone to those larger events. It's really kind of those mid-size events when you have multiple athletic events or theater events going on at the same time. That said, this plan does not propose to remove any of those informal parking. And what that reduction is kind of twofold. So the 326 to 293 is, the 293 represents the actual physical formal parking now, because there are parking lots shown as part of the development and the GDP. And so those parking lots will now be formalized. So instead of having all this informal parking and nooks and crannies here and there, this actually provides a physical spot, designated spot in a designated lot, if so to speak. So they could actually say, okay, seniors park in lots 8 and 9, et cetera. So they'll actually have a designated spot. The informal parking along Forest Lake does not go away. It's not being proposed as being removed. What's being proposed is having additional parking that's actually designated. In addition, with the GDP, the migration of the plan is going from more a 50-50 split of local and borders to 110 student shift. And so that actually would reduce the parking potentially 110 cars, assuming each student brought their own. So what we tried to do is that balancing act that Keith alluded to. There's the old saying, you don't build a parking lot for Easter Sunday. You kind of build it for your day-to-day needs. Right now, the day-to-day needs at the campus is not a problem with kind of the exceptions I discussed. So we tried to say, well, if we're migrating here, the real count on campus today is 326. We're actually going to add parking and designated parking stalls as part of the GDP. That actually is going to increase the parking while still having the informal parking available to a lot of these students and events. So hopefully that clarifies a little bit of where we are with the parking. But for the most part, the parking meets the day-to-day demands of the facility.
Thank you. I found that very helpful. It looks as if we're increasing the formal, accessible parking spaces as well. Commissioner Daniels?
If you like, I could point those out on a plan, but that's
I'm not sure.
the
I'm not sure we need to. Let's see what others feel. Commissioner Daniels?
Thank you. Just one follow-up question then. With the parking total proposed 293, so even though the 326 would include the informal, like on Forest Lake, if you added the informal, then you're saying that 293 actually goes up?
That would be a higher number when you start looking at other places on campus people actually utilize to park.
Thank you.
They're just not designated formal parking spots.
Got it. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Any other questions before we close down the public hearing again? Seeing none up here. All right, let's bring it back to Mr. Novo and see if you have anything to add before we resume deliberations here.
Nothing to add. Thank you.
Great. Commissioners, what's your pleasure? I think everybody's regrouping. Commissioner Daniels appears to be piling papers. Are you ready to speak? Maybe that would be a good sign. Commissioner.
I don't have any more questions, and all my questions have been answered. So if it is the pleasure of the commission, I am willing to move the recommended staff recommendation to adopt a resolution to adopt the mitigated negative declaration, to approve the general development plan, and to include C, which I'm just going to say as it's written on the staff report, since I didn't quite understand it in its totality. And I also want to include D, which is adopting the mitigation, monitoring, and reporting program. So the staff recommendation as it's written in the report.
Would that include the changes proposed by staff to condition 18 and the proposed direction to change condition 4?
Yes, it would. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Is there a second for that? Commissioner Gomez seconds the motion. Mm-hmm. Any further discussion? Seeing none. Oh, Commissioner Mendoza.
I just have to ask this. On the tree removal, is it possible prior to any new facility they're going to build or what have you to get an arborist report just to make sure that we're clear on what type of species are being, or tree species are being removed and for the replanting?
Yeah, we already have an updated report. I believe it's a couple of years old at this point, but our report does show exactly what is being removed. It's almost all Monterey pines towards the end of their life, and they're proposing to replant on a 1-to-1 ratio, predominantly Monterey pines, but maybe some oaks as well.
To follow up with that, the only reason I was saying if they can get an updated arborist report every time they're going to build a new facility, because some of these facilities might take 10 years before they're being built, so we don't know what type of trees are going to be there at that specific period of time. That's the only concern that I have.
Thank you. I do believe that the individual trees are called out in this, so if they were different trees in that further review, would that include that?
That's correct. Most, if maybe not all, the trees identified are due to hazardous nature. The only ones that were removed for a project were the Math and Science Center building that's currently under construction. So there are perimeter trees, the most, and Each building will have a different assessment. If they propose any tree removal, we will have a new arborist assessment at that point. If they do not propose tree removal because they're interior to the campus, there would be no need for one.
Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner. Any additional discussion? We have a motion on the floor moved by Commissioner Daniels, seconded by Commissioner Gomez to approve this project with the changes noted. If there's no further discussion, I'd like to go ahead and call for the vote. Madam Clerk?
Commissioner Shaw?
Yes.
Commissioner Work?
Yes.
Mendoza?
Yes.
Commissioner Deal?
Yes.
Commissioner Daniels?
Yes.
Commissioner Gomez?
Yes.
Commissioner Roberts?
Yes.
Motion passes with 7 ayes and 3 absent.
Thank you. That brings us to item number 3 on our agenda for today, which is PLN 210061, the Johnson Hal W. Jr. and Allison H. project, which will be presented by Mr. Angelo. Is that who's going to take us away on this one? You have a minute to get settled, and then proceed when you're ready.
Alex or Quinn, could you please share the presentation using staff right? So good morning, Commissioners. I'm Phil Angelo, and I'll be presenting staff's report on PLN 210061, the Johnson residence. The project is located at 226 Highway 1 in the Carmel Area Land Use Plan, and it consists of constructing a 4,118 square foot single-family residence with an 803 square foot garage mechanical room and associated site improvements on a vacant property in the Carmel Highlands. The project would include off-site improvements with a water quality treatment system for an existing mutual water system and approximately 400 lineal foot sewer line, an approximately 26 foot tall retaining wall parallel to Highway 1, and pavement of the access driveway leading to the site, development within 750 feet of known archaeological resources, removal of 6 protected trees, grading, including 2,300 cubic yards of cut and 350 cubic yards of fill, approximately 6,700 square feet of development on slopes in excess of 30%, development within 50 feet of a coastal bluff, and 2 setback variances to reduce the front setback from Highway 1, one for the residents and another for that Highway 1 retaining wall and an emergency access stairway. So this is an overview of the site and adjoining areas. The property has access through this easement that runs behind the neighboring 2 properties here. And here is the proposed footprint of the residence with the retaining wall, emergency access stairway, a septic tank located here. And the mutual water system is located on the adjoining property here, which is the approximate well location. The property would receive domestic water from Highway 1 Water Distribution System number 12, who provided a can and will serve letter for the project. In this neighborhood, some of the residences are on septic systems, while others are connected to a mixed sewer system, where effluent is conveyed into this private shared sewer lateral. And then once it reaches Highway 1, the Carmel Area Wastewater District takes it over. The solid waste, however, is collected on septic tanks that then needs to be pumped off site. Staff are recommending condition number 28, which would require that the applicant provide evidence that they have permission to connect to this system. This morning before the hearing, the applicant expressed some concern regarding the language of this condition, specifically how it's written to say the the individual owners of this system. So staff are recommending changes to the condition to require the property owner secure a sewer connection permit from the Carmel Area Wastewater District prior to issuance of grading and construction permits. And the Carmel Area Wastewater District engineer has stated that they would require approval of the owners prior to their issuance of a construction permit. However, the sewer agreement is quite complicated. We don't know what form that would take, whether it would be a vote of different members. So this kind of pulls the county out of that. Archaeological reports were prepared by Patricia Paramore Archaeological Consulting, which evaluated the potential of the project to impact cultural resources. The home site was negative for the presence of archaeological resources. The off-site improvements, however, overlap with a mapped archaeological site. Therefore, 4 mitigation measures in the county standard condition 3 for positive archaeological reports are recommended. These include cultural resources awareness training, archaeological and tribal cultural monitoring, procedures to stop work should any resources be identified, and a requirement that an archaeological mitigation plan be prepared and implemented if any resources are uncovered. Here are some of the photos of the surrounding neighborhood, which includes a mix of modern and traditional 1- and 2-story residences. Many of the residences have natural materials such as wood or stone and have earth tones such as browns and tans. This is a rendering of the proposed residence. It's a 2-story residence with a modern style and has natural materials, including split-faced and smooth stone veneers, teak wood, and concrete shaped as natural stone for the retaining wall, consistent with the surrounding neighborhood character. The project was also referred to the Carmel Highlands Land Use Advisory Committee, who recommended approval as proposed on December 5th, 2022. The site is west of Highway 1 and southwest of a bluff-top vista point. The home would be partially visible from this vista point. However, the heavy cypress screening would minimize its visibility, and other residences and neighborhood improvements are visible behind the site, so the project wouldn't significantly impact the character of the vista. And the photo simulations for the project showed that it would be partially visible from Highway 1. However, the site is significantly below the elevation of the highway, such that it would only be briefly visible for southbound motorists looking right, and similarly wouldn't significantly impact views from the highway. The applicants are also proposing to install some 3 screening trees to screen the residents from the vista point. The project proposes removal of 7 trees, 6 of which protected. The 1 non-native acacia tree would not require a permit to remove. The other trees consist of 5 Monterey cypress in blue and 1 Monterey pine, which is the kind of salmon tree. The forest management plan states that the trees are generally in poor condition due to crown fragmentation, limb dieback, or uprooting. It would not be safe to retain when any development occurs near them. Therefore, the tree removal would be unavoidable in this case. Staff are recommending conditions requiring 1-to-1 replacement of the removed trees and protection of the other trees on site that are not planned for removal. The project proposes 6,758 square feet of development on slopes in excess of 30%. To allow development on slopes requires a finding that either there's no feasible alternative to avoid the development on slopes, or the development better meets the county's local coastal program. Property is severely constrained by steep slopes on both sides, as well as the steep coastal bluff, with the only level area being this approximately 1,900 square foot cut and fill pad that was graded sometimes in the 1960s. The size of the pad and its narrow width mean that there would be no alternative to avoid slope development in this case. The residence has been situated on the flattest portion of the property. It was previously located here, and it was moved inland approximately 12 feet. And the site improvements on the slopes have been redesigned to reduce the overall quantity of slope development during the review process. Condition number 12 is recommended, which would require the applicant record a conservation and scenic easement over all those sloped areas that would not be approved for development. And this is just showing the previous site plan and then how it was redesigned to pull in the site improvements and reduce development on slopes by about 800 square feet. The project would include development within 50 feet of a coastal bluff. The edge of the residence is approximately 14 feet from the top of the bluff, and coordinated geological and geotechnical reports were prepared to analyze the potential for those hazards to impact the project. They concluded that the site is suitable for residential development, provided that the recommendations within them are adhered to. The geologist established a 100-year bluff setback, which kind of projects downward into the ground to create a 100-year bluff profile. And they recommended that the improvements either be sited landward of this setback or the foundations of the project penetrate below the 100-year bluff profile. And in this case, the applicant is proposing micropiles that would embed below this profile. The reports also included recommendations for grading and site preparation, foundation design, and drainage. And staff are recommending conditions number 10 and 11, which would require that the applicant record notices on the property, requiring that stating the recommendations of these reports be adhered to. In accordance with LUP policy 2.7.3.4, staff are also recommending condition number 17, which would require a deed restriction that describes that the property is subject to coastal hazards, including the 100-year bluff setback, prohibiting shorelining armoring, and requiring further geotechnical analysis and potential relocation or removal of development if it's ever threatened by coastal hazards in the future. The property has a unique configuration where it's parallel to Highway 1, and it also has that easement that enters the property along the south side. Therefore, it has two front setbacks, one from the right-of-way of Highway 1, which is both this eastern and northeastern property line, and one based on the radius from where the easement enters into the site, which is based on the county's flag lot interpretation. The project proposes a variance that would reduce the setbacks for the residents from 30 feet to 20 feet on both the eastern and northeastern property lines. And there are unique circumstances applicable to the property that justify the reduced setback. It's severely constrained by slopes in excess of 30% and the coastal bluff. Even with granting this setback, it would still comply with the radius setback where the adjoining properties are located to the south. And there are other properties within this constrained neighborhood that have been granted similar setback variances and reductions. This is the property at 255 Highway 1, which is west opposite of the cove, which was granted a setback variance for both the house and the detached garage, as it's constrained by slopes of about 6 feet from the access easement that's in front of the property. And this is another property that is bounded by Highway 1 that has a setback that allows essentially the entirety of the residents to be within the front setback from the highway. The variance request for the retaining wall parallel to Highway 1 and this emergency access stairway is separated out. The kind of considerations for steep slopes and the coastal bluff apply to this variance as well. Sorry, I lost my place here a little bit. Due to the close distance of the property of the retaining wall and these improvements to the property line, staff are recommending condition number 24, which would require the applicants to have a land surveyor confirm that the project meets the setbacks on the site plan prior to foundation inspection. The setback would allow development of the site with a residence of similar scale to others in the neighborhood, as well as a secondary means of emergency egress. And this is we reviewed the different floor areas within the surrounding properties in the neighborhood. The proposed project totals 4,921 square feet, which is about 100 square feet, slightly more than all of the properties, and about 500 square feet less than those that are built after 2007, where we have the PLN planning file numbers. One public comment was received after the distribution of the staff report on October 28th from Rutan Tucker LLP, which was distributed to the Planning Commission. It included a peer review of the geologic and geotechnical reports prepared for the project. Addressing one of the points in the comment letter, staff did want to clarify that none of the site improvements or the foundation are proposed to encroach into the Caltrans right-of-way. For the other comments, unfortunately, planning staff are not engineering geology experts. However, the applicant's engineering team may be present if you have additional technical questions. Staff also prepared an errata that was distributed yesterday on October 29th that included the specified dimensions from the retaining wall to the eastern and northeastern property lines. So staff are recommending that the Planning Commission adopt a mitigated negative declaration pursuant to CEQA Guidelines Section 15074, approve the combined development for the permit with the modification to condition number 28 discussed, as well as swapping the site plan for the one that included those additional dimensions and adopting a condition of approval and mitigation monitoring and reporting plan. And that concludes staff's presentation.
Thank you, Mr. Angelo. Are there any technical questions for staff? Commissioner Daniels?
Thank you, and thank you, Mr. Angelo. My first question, there was a slide that you put up that had all the APNs. Do you know by any chance the acreage of those other lots? Because this one would be the largest, but it's on, I think, 0.63 of an acre. Are the others larger acreage, similar acreage?
I do not have that offhand, but I can look into that.
Okay, great. And then in terms of the setback, the setbacks that the other neighbors were granted, with the setback, were they additionally also building in this way on the bluff and requiring a foundation system like the one that's being proposed here today? Or is this the only house that's in the area that's going to require this type of, I don't remember the pole device or whatever, the armoring that goes down, this special foundation. Is there any other home that requires this in the area that you cited that got the setback variance?
There are properties that received approval for development within 50 feet of a coastal bluff, but I'm not aware of what foundation systems they use or whether they would use a deep foundation system like this.
Are you aware of any other homes? I mean, in the time I've been here, I haven't seen anything like this, so I'm just curious if there's any others that you're familiar with.
For the Roberts project in Big Sur, I can't remember the exact address. They did use a similar micropile foundation system.
Micropile, thank you, that's the name.
That project was a little bit different in that it was a remodel of an existing residence, pulling it slightly away from the bluff. And Bari in Moss Landing along the island also needed to do significant piles down into the earth because of, I believe, soil liquefaction concerns.
Okay, thank you, that's really helpful. And then I have a question about the arborist report and this area in particular with cypress trees. I am not an arborist, but I'm familiar with the conversations we have around cypress in the Del Monte Forest area, and I am familiar with this part of the Carmel Highlands as being one of the native cypress habitats. There's like 2 areas where they'll replicate and reproduce, and I know parts of Carmel Highlands are that area, and I'm assuming this is the Highlands. And the removal of the 4 landmark trees and then the analysis of all of the other trees in the area in the report seem to indicate that there isn't a healthy tree on this property. Is that your interpretation as well? Not something we can just look into. I don't see a healthy tree from that report on the property. Last question is about the septic and the sewer. Is it common that the houses in this area have this joint relationship with keeping their, I guess, just the effluent going to the sewer and then requiring also a septic system?
It's certainly unique, but in this neighborhood specifically, all of the properties that are served by public sewer have that form of a system.
Okay. So just the liquid waste goes to the highway and the solid waste stays on property?
Yes.
And so did we have in our packet a discussion about the type of septic system that will be required in this area right on the bluff?
I believe it was discussed within the discussion. I know it was discussed in detail in the initial study.
Okay, okay. And last question, I know I already said that, but have we ever had come before us a condition like condition 17 when approving a project that the county is, not only indemnified, but if I'm reading this correctly, if this property, if this home were to slide or be lost to the ocean, then you can't, in the future, armor the property. I know I've seen that before, but I'm trying to understand. It sounds like we're saying there's a hazard, it's on you, and we're improving this project. And if the hazard comes to be, I'm not sure what happens for the actual project owner.
Commissioner, where was that? Where were you referencing again?
Look at page 6 of 16 in the discussion.
Thank you.
So I'm just trying to understand that the applicant recorded deed restriction identifying that the site is subject to coastal hazards, assuming the risks of such development, waiving liability, indemnifying the County of Monterey for any damages due to coastal hazards, prohibiting future coastal armoring, requiring future geotechnical analysis, evaluating whether existing development is safe, should landsliding or bluff erosion threaten it, and relocation removal should the development become unsafe without the installation of new seawalls or shoreline protective structures.
Thank you. Got it.
And then I just have one more question. I'm sorry that the staircase, an emergency, I wasn't clear what that was, an emergency access stairway, an emergency access stairway. What is that?
To address the first question, we have applied similar conditions on different properties. I wanted to look into specifically whether they had language regarding relocation and removal. I know that the development of Mbari's Building G on the island in Moss Landing did have that kind of language because it was allowing new development in an area where there was sea level rise inundation that required further analysis and potential relocation or removal.
Mbari, okay. And then can you just describe the emergency access stairway? I don't from reading this understand what it is.
Okay. Would you mind sharing my screen?
And I know this has been a lot of questions. If they get answered sort of as we go along, it's fine too. I just wanted to get them all out.
Do you mind if I take a look at the site plan really quickly? I apologize, Commissioner, 1 second.
No worries.
Since it is a feature that's being proposed, perhaps the applicant could speak to that during their presentation?
That would be fine too.
Is that it, Commissioner?
That is it. Thank you so much.
Are there any other technical questions for staff? Commissioner Shaw?
Thank you. So maybe I missed this in the shuffle of all this paperwork. I'm trying to find somewhere where this might be located. In this additional correspondence, this peer review, a peer review report prepared by Cornerstone Earth Group, critiquing the geotechnical and geology reports that was on the dais this morning, and I think we got last night. I haven't seen this before, and this report, even just to a lay person reading it, put a lot of have a lot of concerns about the safety of building on this bluff. That I would not be comfortable moving forward unless these were addressed. And I'm just wondering, where did this come from? Who requested this? Why do we have this? And how does this play into the packet and that report?
Through the chair, so that was submitted by an interested party, an attorney's firm that I believe is representing one of the neighbors. It's additional technical information to kind of consider in making your decision. You have both the reports prepared by the applicant and then also this peer review. It wasn't something requested by county staff or any other agencies.
Thank you.
Is that it, Commissioner? Commissioner Roberts?
My question is related to the findings and for the variances. And first, I want to say I really appreciate the very specific information for this lot. And then I have questions, I guess, about that information. In finding number 10, evidence B is referring to other properties similar and that variances were made for similar neighboring properties. And I guess my question for this initial thing is those variances were made, it looks like, as early as 1960 and then later in 1983. What the history for this particular property is and why those same variances, because it doesn't look like it was constructed until later than that. So why this property was separate or not included in some of those same actions, and then kind of on the same, in the same way. I'm curious to know in the analysis of other lots and the square feet of the house built, if those comparisons are made to similarly constrained lots, or if those are just lots in the neighborhood. And the question for me is, if we are giving a variance, are we giving a variance for something that we can't make another, there's no other feasible alternative for this property? Lastly, I guess if you're writing and taking notes, the other part of it is where one of the variances for the 30% slope is, I think it was something like 1,600 square feet of landscaping, 1,633 square feet of landscaped areas as part of our 30% slope variance. And I guess I would like more information about that, because that seems like something there would be feasible alternatives to. And then, sorry.
Those at home, Mr. Angelo is looking at his paperwork. Commissioner Roberts?
I was going to say sorry and thank you.
I think those are abiding questions if you want to continue to look at them, and we could allow the applicant to present either. Maybe they will either illuminate some of them or allow you time to find the information for when we return. Would that be okay? Yeah, commissioners are nodding okay. And staff, is that okay with you?
I could answer some of the questions if that's...
Answer away.
Thank you. So this is the development on slopes diagram. The landscaped areas are the ones in green. This area here is kind of called out in landscaping. as landscaping, but the development on slopes would be to grade down the property to install the required septic tank and pump station. And this is called out as landscaping in this green area here. In order to maintain driveway access between the well and kind of this access easement, so that if a truck or a well rig or something needs to pull in and then pull out this way, the applicant is proposing these kind of tiered retaining walls in order to make the area flat. These other smaller areas are landscaping that's between the site retaining wall and the auto court and proposed residence. In regard to the question regarding that variance that was granted in the 1960s/80s, was that for this question regarding that property or regarding?
No, it was not this property. It's an adjacent property, and it's being used as an example to afford this property the same variance, essentially.
So reviewing the permitting history for that one, the variances were initially granted in the 60s and the 80s, and then they ran with the land in perpetuity, and they redeveloped the site, I believe, in 2007, but they didn't amend the previous variances. It was in reliance of the variances that were already established on the property.
And so I guess the question is, I guess for me, in using this property as a comparison, it's the 243 Highway 1 property. In using this property as a comparison, to me, if a variance was granted in 1960, it is very different than a variance we would grant in 2024. And so either, I guess I want to see the link to understand the link between these two properties.
Yes, through the chair, Annie Kanga with HCD Planning. Looking at the assessor's parcel map for that property at 243, it has a similar shape and size of the subject property. Topographic lines are not included in the APN map. However, it does abut against a coastal bluff. We can try to pull up the resolution to see if there's more detail.
I guess it's not necessarily important for me. I don't know that it's justification, I guess for me personally, to afford the same size and scale and variances for a property that didn't have that in their deed, essentially, when it was purchased. And I guess that's what I'm trying to figure out, if this property had something similar to that, saying, well, yeah, you've already been afforded all these variances, and if there was an expectation of that, I guess.
Through the chair, I think the only difference is that that property was already developed and granted with a variance, and that the subject property has been vacant for a long time. Therefore, there was no exploration, but just looking at the size and configuration and the proximity to the bluff, it appears that it is a very similar situation.
Thank you.
And could you note that, what finding is that?
It is finding number 10 and evidence B.
Thank you. And I would echo Commissioner Roberts' concern that as written, it's not evidence. It needs to, in order to be evidence for me, it would need to be more beefed up and more specific, particularly given the time and the difference in whether it was previously developed or not previously developed. Thank you. Are there additional technical questions for staff? Commissioner Shaw?
Thank you. I'm wondering, this lot's constraints, we're saying that you want us to grant these variances because there's no feasible alternative. But I'm wondering if there were to be a smaller house, smaller development, would there still be these variances needed or at this level? Is this lot developable at all to have a home?
For those listening at home, staff appears to be consulting their records on this to determine whether or not this lot would be developable without significant variances and setback changes, et cetera. At least I assume that's what they're doing.
Staff don't believe that the lot would be developable without development on slopes, which is the most feasible alternative finding. I guess I can't speak to the scale of if they came to with a very different proposal. In regard to the variances, the findings are somewhat different. It's are there special circumstances applicable to this property that would deprive it of other benefits adjoined by properties in the neighborhood with similar or identical zoning classifications. So in this case, we believe both of those findings are applicable to the variance. And part of the rationale, at least for the setback variances for the residents, is citing the house as far from the bluff as possible.
Does that answer your question as well as can be, Commissioner? All right, are we ready to move along to the public hearing? I'd like to go ahead and open the public hearing and invite the applicant or the applicant's representative forward to say whatever you'd like to say. Welcome.
Thank you. Eric Miller, architect, representing the owner, the Johnsons. So there's a first, Phil, do you have this sheet A.1?
I do.
Or can I put on the overhead?
I believe you can share with the overhead projector.
Madam Clerk, you might want to help him with the overhead if necessary. No, technically, you got it all under control. Thank you.
Okay. So first, let's take the easy ones, and then we'll get into the other questions that you had. Micropiles are common. We do them all the time on coastal applications or anytime soil conditions call for it. And that's all determined by the geologist and the geotech, and they are available to answer questions when we get to that. I also want to point out that we too got the report just yesterday, the peer review, and our geotech can talk about that after my presentation, hopefully. So then also wanted to mention that we're okay with the armoring issue because we trust the geotech and the geology of the site. If you really look at it, the site is mostly stone and it goes all the way down to the canyon or the little bay down there, and that too is armored with additional granite. So it's a very stable site. It's not like it's moving or there's a lot of dirt on the site. So, we think we're consistent with that. Now, if you look at the site plan I'm showing, the reason we have to have the retaining wall, variance for the retaining wall is, I don't know, do I have a pointer that I can use? Or Phil, can you help me with pointing? Okay, so I'd like to point at the retaining wall. Can I just do it here? I guess I can. Can you see this on your screens? Okay. So the reason this stair is here, because we met the fire department out there, and they're really animate about having a way down onto the site. They feel it's an important access point because you can park above on Highway 1 with trucks. They also felt that the other reason that we have to have it is there's a hammerhead for a turnaround in the fire department. They think it's going to help both this house and the neighboring house. So it's all about fire department and their access to the site. But also more importantly, You see this area here where it's green and yellow. So this is a circle, a 100-foot circle from the wellhead. This jagged line is the 100-foot coastal bluff. And then a septic tank has to be 5 feet from any structure, which this, and this is. That's the only place on the entire site we could put that septic tank. And to answer your question about septic tank, it's common for, in modern septic systems, to have a septic tank and then the affluent or the water or whatever the fluids are go into a real sewer system. Because then you just pump the tank every few years and you really solve the problem down the Highlands. If you're familiar with the Highlands, there's so many problems with any kind of a leach field or, so this system was built to alleviate that and to get the fluids up to Highway 1. So it's a common system. They do it at Tehama, they do it in Montara. So it really is the best modern system you can have. And it is available to us. So let me see, what other questions you had?
Interject. Does that mean there's no leach field?
Right, no leach field. That's the problem with the Highlands. And I know one of the things the county's trying to do is to get rid of the septic systems with leach fields. So any other questions? I don't know if you want to talk to our geologist. They're available by Zoom.
I think it's up to you what you'd like to present, given the information. You've had an opportunity to see everything that's come to the county, I believe, so.
Yeah, I'd like to bring them in. Based on the last minute peer review, it really doesn't seem to be about the geology because our reports and analysis is thorough and accurate and professional. It seems like they're just trying to bring another issue up. So I'd like to have the geologist defend his initial report. He only had, 6 hours to do it because the attorneys submitted the report at the very last minute. That's why it's not in the packet.
And what is his name so that we can promote him to allow him to present?
Yeah, so it's
I assume he's got drawings and stuff.
Yeah, they have that. It's rock solid, and her name's Yvette, and she's waiting. So.
Perhaps she would raise her hand on Zoom so that we could better. Oh, there she is. I believe she's been promoted to panelist and she now can unmute herself. Welcome.
Good morning. Thank you for having me. My name is Yvette Wilson. I'm with Rock Solid Engineering. I'm the geotechnical engineer on the project. We also have Greg Easton with Easton Geology standing by. He's the geologist on the project. So we did 2 separate reports that were coordinated for this project. So I can speak to the engineering part and I'll let Greg speak to the geology part. We did a first phase report was just to simply look at the feasibility of building on this site. And it was we developed a building envelope in that first phase and said we'll need additional work to come up with the final building envelope. So there's 2 reports, the initial one and then the final design phase report. And in those reports, we have addressed all the comments that we were receiving.
Can you just hold on for a second? We're having a little technical issue here. Sorry to interrupt. Hang on. We'll get it fixed. Are we back on to where the broadcast and the presentation match? We were having 2 different screens for that. I apologize. Just hang on for a second. Okay, so now we are both on the same, and if you resume, I believe it will all match up. So please feel free to resume your comments.
Okay, thank you. So I'm not sure exactly where I left off, but we've provided a design level report for the project. We've recommended that all the foundations penetrate the 100-year bluff setback line. So that's a 3D line. So the idea is that if there is future erosion or failure on that bluff in 100 years, that all foundations will be founded below that line, and anything above that line will be neglected for the purpose of design, so that in 100 years, if we have a different bluff profile, the foundations will be designed for that condition. And that's how the report was generated. And then we worked with a design build engineer on the micropiles to make sure that they have designed those in accordance with the soil report. The peer review reviews the existing reports. They didn't provide an alternative analysis or recommendations, rather just comments on our reports. The comments related to my report, there was a comment about slope stability and that it not being the primary mechanism of failure. We agree with that. It was done as a check for the soil above the hard granite bedrock. The setback was based on the geologic setback primarily as the primary mode of failure. They had some discussion about the micropiles and whether or not they should be designed if there's battered piles and the earth pressures. Of comment, there are no battered piles in the design. Battered piles are at an angle and meant to take lateral loads, but that is not included in the final design. All the piles are vertical micropiles. The other comment was talking about the difference in having part of the foundation on micropiles and part on a slab. The entire design is supported by micropiles, so there is no variance between the foundation. The whole foundation will be on micropiles. On the bluff side, they'll be deeper to penetrate that setback, and on the cut side, they'll be shallower because they'll be on hard bedrock at that point. There's some discussion of rock bolts in the Caltrans right-of-way. Since our report was written, the design has been modified to not include rock bolts so that there is no need to go into the Caltrans right-of-way. So that wall has been designed with auger cast piles and no encroachment into the Caltrans right-of-way. They have a comment about earth pressures, but it's kind of an opinion. We worked with the design engineer on developing the earth pressures for this project, and they used a computer Plaxis analysis to model the entire site. So we're comfortable with our recommendations and the design as it's been developed. Let me just check if there's any other ones. And there was kind of a general concern about the micropile design. Micropiles are just small piers, small diameter piers. Piers are very common foundation for development on these types of parcels that are located next to the steep coastal bluff. So the micropiles are just smaller diameter piles. And the reason they were chosen was because of constructability. It's easier to drill small diameter piles in this type of material than larger diameter piles. Of note, I had several references for properties adjacent or nearby to this project, and many of them recommended pile foundations in the reports that I reviewed. So it is a typical foundation. It's typical all up and down the coast in Santa Cruz counties, Monterey counties, on the projects that I work on to provide adequate support for the structure now and in the future. I think from there, I would let Greg Easton take over and talk about his report.
Thank you. Mr. Easton, did you want to weigh in?
There we go. I was trying to unmute. Good morning, everyone. Thank you for allowing me to attend and comment. We did an initial feasibility study for the property under a previous owner in 2020. And in the conclusions of that study, we did conclude that the site is feasible to develop, and we offered a geologically feasible building envelope. The envelope was generated based on our analysis of the retreat rate at the site, which was very slow due to it being strong granite, and it's somewhat protected within a cove and in a larger embayment along the shoreline. So wave attack is relatively low and erosion is slow as a result. We did identify the structure of the bedrock as being potential for instability, and we use that as a guide for determining our 100-year setback for the site, which we do feel is conservative. We chose some adverse dipping joint planes within the bedrock as a guide for our setback or 100-year stability analysis. And the point with the analysis is that if you are to develop landward of that 100-year profile, then you can use a kind of conventional foundation type that does not utilize a deep pier or micropile. If you were to develop seaward, we recommended that the foundation be founded below the 100-year retreat profile line that shows in the cross sections of our technical report. And those recommendations were adhered to in the project design. I kind of skipped ahead a little bit, but we did a follow-up final report, which more or less supersedes the feasibility study we did in 2021. Our final report was completed in 2022, and we rounded out our recommendations for the site to include additional recommendations for drainage and foundation design, et cetera.
Thank you, Mr. Easton. I think that's very helpful. Appreciate it. Mr. Miller, did you want to speak additionally?
Yes, I would. The cypress trees on the site are not protected native cypress trees. A lot of the cypress trees down and the pine trees down in the highlands were planted there. So none of them were identified as such. I know Cypress Point, we did the Cypress Point Club years ago, and those are native trees that could reproduce. And so, you know, we understand the limitations of native cypress. Also, I'd like to say that in terms of the site development, so when we originally had this designed, we had it pushed further towards the west. But when we talked to staff and we talked to the neighbors in the house next door, and I think staff was talking to coastal staff, they wanted us to pull it back as far as possible. And that's where the placement of the house was pulled back, because it pulled it off the bluff some. And it also helped because it tucked it in. That's a tall retaining wall up on the east side towards Highway 1. Caltrans loved the fact that we pulled it forward, because the further you push it west, the more you can see it. And so you saw our graphic showing there'd be just a teeny amount of roof showing, whereas all the rest of the houses down there you could easily see. So also I'd like to point out that the neighboring house is a Picasso house, which is more like a corporation than a neighbor. So I can't just go talk to them as a neighbor. I think there's 10 owners, there's attorneys, it's like a vacation rental kind of thing. So they're the ones that filed the report with their attorney. You know, I don't really think it's about the quality of the geological report we presented, because we went to the best. These people really, you know, they work with Caltrans down the coast. They really understand this coast. So I'm hoping, we started this in 2021, and We had a LUAC approval in 2022. LUAC didn't think it was too big for the site. Nobody showed up against it. I think it was unanimous. Then we had CEQA. We were invoiced for the CEQA from the county in 2023. So, and here we are, 2024, and all we have is a planning commission hearing. So we've been really working on this. We're conscious of the site. I did the other house on the point out further. I've done 10 houses that have micropiles on the coast. They're all successful, and and the other thing I would like to point out is this house is only 4,900 feet, which is consistent with the size of the houses in the neighborhood. It has an 800-foot garage, so essentially a large 2-car garage. And I think making it smaller wouldn't make any difference. It would only hurt us, and it wouldn't help it from Highway 1 views. It wouldn't help us from the coastal view. And all the other houses are so... Can you put the houses in the neighborhood back up? Because there's so much, they're at least as exposed as this, and many of them are more so. The Picasso house, which is right next door, is monstrous from the road down below. And so I just find that, the house is consistent with the neighborhood. I think staff's analysis was correct on that. You have the visual of the elevations. You had some photographs of the houses. So I think we've done a lot of work on this. I know you're just seeing it for the first time, but we've tried to understand everything from the geology to the setbacks to what Caltrans wants, what the fire department wants, what our clients want, and what the LUAC wanted. And is to have a unanimous LUAC approval in 2022 and work on it ever since. So the Picasso house is the house on the upper left-hand corner. You can see that's pretty imposing, really. And the smallest house is the one in the lower left-hand corner. That's on a very narrow site, and that too uses micropiles, and that is built within the coastal. They did get approval to build on that coastal bluff. It's all over 30% slope on that house. The one next to it has just been built recently. It's really visible from Highway 1. We don't have a problem with that. And then the one above it in the center, that's a big house. And one house that's not on here is one I did at the end of the point. It's on, it's at least 7,000 feet. So it's not like we're asking for, a house that isn't consistent with the neighborhood size and design quality. So I think that we're getting opposition from the corporation that owns the house next door.
Thank you. Are there any questions for the applicant? Thank you, Mr. Miller. We'll reserve time for anybody to respond to anything you may hear in the public hearing. However, right now, Ms. Cook is part of the applicant team, and she's already spoken, so I think we're going to leave that until unless we need to respond to something. We're coming up on lunch hour, and so it doesn't appear to me that, should we try to plunge ahead with this application and then break afterwards? Was that suit everybody? I'm getting nods all around from those in the room. And Mr. Work is non-committal. It appears that Mr. Work is indicating that would work for him. So that's what we'll try to do, is to press forward and see if we can get closure on this, and then break for lunch before the next item. If anybody here is waiting for that, it would come up after the lunch hour. All right. Back to where we were, which was, I'm going to ask anybody who is here to speak on this project from the public to do so. Come on down. Is there anybody? I don't see anyone here. I see some hands on Zoom. Madam Clerk, would like to start in on that, please?
Yes, a person with a number ending in 705.
Yes, if you'd like to state your name for the record, that would be great. You'll have 3.
Yes, I'm Lorna Moffett, and I called for the public comment on the Stevenson School issue. and they didn't recognize me, so I was not able to speak up then. But again, we're talking about trees, and they're cutting trees, thousands of trees here on this peninsula for different reasons. And the trees, one large tree consumes about a ton of carbon a year and puts out 260 pounds of oxygen a year. So we're losing tons of oxygen, tons of greenhouse gases are not being absorbed. And we're losing this very precious resource that is cleaning our air. And they have recently found that Alzheimer's and dementia is being caused by car pollutants. The magnetites in the car pollutants are causing this. And I urge you to start really saying you're going to have to build with environmental materials, and you're going to have to figure a way to incorporate trees into your building projects, because they are so precious to us right now. And they create rainfall, they create dampness, they keep fire away. And when we cut them down, we dry out our area, we heat it up, and it causes acidification of our bay. It is destructive to our own health. And we just treat trees like some cheap kind of commodity that we can throw away. And then we chip them. And so tons and tons of CO2 gases that would be absorbed by these trees are not being absorbed anymore. And then they chip them. That's tons and tons of greenhouse gases that are then being released from these trunks, as well as air pollutants that they've stored all these years. And you can't mitigate that. And the biologists that say it's not going to have any effect on the environment are lying, and we go along with it. And so we are killing ourselves for these building projects, and you are the people that really can prevent this. And I don't see you doing that. And so it's got to stop somewhere, because nature is going to cut us down, and it already is. And yet we continue the onslaught on the very things that could save us, which are the trees. And so many trees have been sacrificed for building purposes in Pebble Beach, and only you can stand in their way. So I hope that you find a way to say, and the strength for all of us, and for all the animals, and all the life in the ocean.
I'm going to have to ask you to sum up your overtime.
Thank you.
Thank you. And I'd also like for the record to say that there were no hands up during the public comment period that we are aware of. So there may have been a technical issue, but we certainly didn't overlook anyone on purpose. Madam Clerk, you want to move to the next speaker, please?
Yes, Matt?
Good afternoon, Chair Deal, members of the Planning Commission. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Thank you. My name is Matt Francois. I'm a land use attorney representing the property owners at 230 Highway 1. We submitted a comment letter in August on the MND raising concerns similar to those raised by the Coastal Commission staff on the project. And specifically, my client has significant concerns with the project's environmental impacts and conflicts with key Coastal Act policies pertaining to geological hazards and visual resources. As you heard from staff, the project proposes development within mere feet of a steep coastal bluff. It includes nearly 7,000 square feet of development on slopes over 30%. It involves removal of multiple protected Monterey cypress and pine trees and situates development within close proximity of known archaeological resources. Unfortunately, those concerns have not been addressed, as shown by the fact that no further changes were made to the project plans. We urge the Planning Commission to direct the applicant to relocate the project landward on top of the geologically feasible building envelope, and this can easily be accomplished by shifting the home eastward to occupy a space currently planned as a courtyard. It would also overlay the geologically feasible envelope in the pad that was constructed on the site in the 60s that complies with all setbacks and is not located on the 30% slopes. So doing so would minimize impacts to geological hazards and visual resources and avoid removal of protected trees. To summarize our comments on the MND fails to describe or analyze key project components, including necessary roadways, storm drain, and water treatment system improvements. There are also no details on the well access road improvements. And there's a fair argument that the project may result in significant environmental impacts such that an EIR should be prepared. In terms of aesthetics, the standard is not to look at the other homes in the area and see how the home compares to them. But the Carmel Area Land Use Plan very clearly says that new development has to be sited where existing vegetation or topography ensures that structures will not be visible. We've heard from the testimony today, and there's visual simulations in the MND and staff report, that the development will be visible from the Highway 1 overlook, especially given the removal of existing trees. Again, the home should be relocated and no trees should be removed. In terms of geological hazards, as your staff correctly pointed out, in general, development cannot be located on slopes exceeding 30%. We have a fair amount of development, including landscaping, on slopes exceeding 30%. The geotechnical reports prepared by the applicant's consultant do not comply with the county or industry standards, and that's why my clients retained Cornerstone Earth Group, a geotechnical consulting firm, to review the reports and prepare a peer review. And that was provided to the county on Monday afternoon. The Cornerstone report finds, 1, the presence of potential undisclosed landslides on the site, 2, the need for additional study to demonstrate that the proposed micropile foundation system is feasible, and 3, inconsistencies with respect to reliance on support from material above the projected bluff profile. At minimum, we urge the Commission to continue this matter and require the applicant's consultant to do further studies to substantiate the conclusions in their report. In closing, this is a dangerous and risk-prone development that's not being designed to reflect the highly constrained nature of the site. It's not located on the least environmentally sensitive portion of the lot as required.
You're going to need to sum up your overtime.
We urge the Planning Commission to direct the applicant to revise its plans to move the project landward to avoid all these impacts. I just finally want to comment on the changes to condition 28.
I'm sorry, you're over time, and we're going to have, to be fair to everyone, we're going to need you take that as written. Much appreciated. Madam Clerk, can we move to the next speaker, please?
Brian Rosen.
Hi, Brian Rosen here. I'm very concerned about you taking down the trees also, these old trees that have been around a long time that are often monarch butterflies and various birds nest in them, and they're not so easily replaced. It takes a long time for a little tree to become a big tree. And it's obviously on a very steep slope, so there's a lot of risk involved here. It would be nice, there really is too much development in that area. The applicant, I believe, mentioned there was one approved recently. When is this all going to end? That area, there should have been a building moratorium. When you're rich, you can do almost anything. 4,700 square feet, that's pretty big. But they have money, and they can do what they want. Probably. They could move somewhere else. They've got the money to do all of this, lawyers and so forth. But if you're poor, you really have a hard time. You know, recently the Board of Supervisors approved tearing down a house in Pebble Beach and putting on a whole new house. Incredibly environmentally destructive. They're mowing down our forests. They're clear cutting them. And I suggested to them that they recommend that they, for environmental reasons, at least try to encourage them to be more environmental and keep it and remodel it, to have much less of a carbon footprint. Now, here we have a new house being built, and it would be nice if all of you could please encourage them to do something more environmental with non-forest products, if it does get approved. There's many alternatives to trees. You know, I don't really like using trees for new houses. It's one thing to restore existing houses, but new houses, there's just too many trees. And given our population, we're turning all our forest into tree farms. So it has more of an impact. It has a huge impact building these big houses, a huge carbon footprint, a huge impact on forests. It's not just locally, but it's affecting really the whole world. And so it would be nice if you could just encourage that and vote no on this project. It's just not really going to be safe. They need to go back to the drawing board and come up with something hopefully more environmental. I hope you really encourage that, to do something with non-forest products that will really make a difference for ecology. And be careful of greenwashing, because there's a lot of that going on out there from these applicants with money, and wish they would just be more environmental in what they're doing. But you could all help really a lot in that respect, because you're kind of powerful people. Anyway, thank you for listening. I appreciate it. And I just wonder when development's going to stop in that area, because it needs to stop. Thank you very much.
And thank you for your comments. Madam Clerk?
Barry Butler.
Yes, hi. Good morning to the members of the Planning Commission. My name is Barry Butler. I'm a geotechnical engineer representing Cornerstone Earth Group. We were retained by Rutan and Tucker, who spoke earlier, land use attorneys, for the neighbor to the subject property. Our engineering geologist couldn't be here today because he's out of town. But I just wanted to say a few words to summarize our comments on the project. And I will try and tune them slightly based on the feedback given earlier by Rock Solid and Easton. And with regard to landsliding on the site, the geologic consultant had stated that they saw no evidence of pre-existing landslides on the site, i.e. scarps, large bowl-shaped swales, hummocky topography, etc. during our investigation. However, in our review, we identified 3 potential areas of concern for landsliding at the site, which are detailed in our peer review letter. In addition, the consultant shows a scarp on their geologic map, so there appears to be, I think, a slight disconnect with that statement from the report. The consultant states in their geologic report that the overall configuration of the bedrock bluff is controlled by a dominant joint set trending parallel to the cove, and retreat of the bluff typically results through wave action undercutting the bluff and intersecting a steeply dipping bluff parallel joint surface. In our opinion, the consultants should further describe the basis for that point, which is there's not a lot of discussion of how that was arrived at or how they derived the projection of the 100-year bluff line. In our opinion, they should have maybe more discussion and some background information on the geologically feasible building envelope, which at one point they said that the piles shouldn't rely on material above the projected bluff line, yet later development is allowed seaward of the envelope, based apparently on an earlier slope stability study. In our opinion, further analysis should be required to support the adequacy of development on the seaward side of the 100-year bluff development line. The primary mechanism for failure of the bluff, I think, is just one of the big constraints to this property, hasn't been adequately reviewed yet with suitable methods or data based on our geologic feedback.
I'm going to have to ask you to sum up, please.
Okay. With regard to the micropiles, I think since they're on the seaward side of the development line, we think that they should be designed for the granitic blocks that could potentially fail into the cove we think that additional exploration
Thank
and
you.
characterization.
We
characterization would
can't
be nice.
extend time to everyone, and so we want to be equal, but we appreciate your comments. All right, Madam Clerk, is there anyone else who has not spoken that I'm missing, and do we have any additional emails?
There is an email from Matt, but he was one of the guests that spoke, and there are no more hands on Zoom.
Is the email short? Like you could read it briefly?
I can read it.
Go for it.
We oppose the last-minute changes to Condition 28 to remove owner permission for the private sewer line. In multiple places, the MND says that owner permission will be required to connect to this line. MND page PP 990, the MND stated it would be imposed as a condition of approval on the project ID. The statement in the MND were based on conversations with CAWD staff. MND page 105. The condition should not be modified or removed without further conversation with CAWD staff.
Thank you. All right, that's the only other email, and we've completed all of the other public comment. All right, I'm going to invite the applicant back to respond to anything they may have heard briefly. If it's going to take a while, we're going to come back and do it after lunch. So what's your thought, Mr. Miller? Is this something you can do in short order, or is this going to need longer?
Can I have 5 minutes?
You can have 5 minutes.
Okay. So that's the corporation fighting us. There's 10 people that own that house. It's a Picasso house. So it's like a short-term rental. Everyone takes a little piece of it. So they don't really care about the geology. The attorney filed the last-minute geotechnical challenge or peer review because they want to push this into an EIR erroneously for no reason, because they want to have experts that disagree. That's all, the only reason they did that. Everything the attorney said was just spaghetti on the wall to make it difficult for us and easier for them to appeal it to the Board of Supervisors and eventually the Coastal Commission. Now, they'll lose through Coastal Commission. I've been through this before. They don't really have anything. It's a certified lot of record. It's a reasonable house to put on the site. It's only 5,600 feet or so. They're going to try to stop it, make it so painful for my client that he has to spend money for the next 2-3 years in an EIR, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. They want a focused EIR for the geology. Nothing will be different. 2 years later, we'll be building the house because we've already analyzed it. We understand the site. We have the best geologists available. And so this is all attorneys through a corporation beating up my client. And where were they when it was before LUAC? You know, this is the very last minute, and you can always tell because they filed that thing, the analysis from their geologist at the very last second. So I know it's happening, and it's really unfair. They're going to do everything they can to continue this thing. So I hope you can vote for this in a positive way. They're going to appeal it anyway to the supervisors, and it'll wind up going out to the Coastal Commission. And when you see the news on this 2 years from now, you're going to see it's exactly the same house that we presented because it's reasonable. My client should have some rights. It's a certified lot of record. They're just trying to make this commission so concerned that, oh, something could happen. They're going to appeal it anyway. So if you turn this down, then we're going to appeal it to the Board of Supervisors. And if they turn it down, we'll appeal it to the Coastal Commission. And if you approve it, they're going to appeal it to the Board of Supervisors. It's just so obvious what they're doing. So I hope you can approve this thing so at least we can go to the Board of Supervisors sooner than later, because that's what they're going to do. Anyway, that's my 2 bits, and thank you for listening to me.
Thank you, Mr. Miller. Appreciate it. I'm going to go ahead and close the public hearing. Commissioners, do you have things you'd like to discuss at this point? Commissioner Daniels?
I'll try to make it really brief, but it's stuff that came up in the public comment in some of the letters. In particular, I'm looking at the letter from the California Coastal Commission from 2022 from Braylen Amen. And one of the public commenters referenced something similar, and I'm wondering if we're interpreting the LUP policy on visual access accurately. It says that the applicant will plant trees to screen the residents in the staff report, and it's something that did catch my. When I was reading it, I was concerned that that's not actually what the LUP says. It's about existing topography. And then one of the commenters, I don't remember who, brought up the same thing. Is that your understanding of the policy, that the visual access must remain protected by existing topography, or are you under the impression that an applicant can produce topography that would screen a residence, or is there no difference?
Through the chair, I believe that there is a difference. I'm reviewing policy 2.2.3.3. It has several sentences. The first sentence of which is that it shall be sited within existing forested areas or existing topography to ensure that structures and roads will not be visible from major public viewpoints and viewing corridors. However, it does go on to say that new development in the areas of Carmel Highlands and the Carmel Meadows must be carefully sited and designed to minimize visibility. So how we interpret this policy is that the existing viewshed is important, and primarily you should try and avoid development in the viewshed, but then if you do site development in the viewshed, you should do it in a way that minimizes visibility in the highlands. The screening trees were something that were proposed by the applicants, so we did mention them, but our analysis is primarily based on the fact that where it's sited, it would be minimally visible.
Okay. A couple more things that came out of that Coastal Commission letter that were cited in the public comment. The conversation and the questions about the Carmel Area Wastewater District and the change to the condition language. The Coastal Commission talks about needing to approve an annexation of this site into the Carmel Area Wastewater District, but this is a letter from 2022. Did that annexation happen, or is it the county's belief that it's not necessary?
The annexation would be necessary. That annexation has already been processed and approved.
Okay. And so, someone's asking who we need owner approval, but wouldn't Carmel Area Wastewater District be the owner of a sewer line, or am I understanding this incorrectly?
So the owner approval is in regard to that shared lateral system.
Okay. Got it. So what did the Carmel Area Wastewater District say that is being amended? So you've got two ownerships. You've got the lateral that's owned by the neighbors that then connects to the Carmel Area Wastewater District. So maybe just walk me through what's being proposed in that condition to be changed and why it's necessary, or is it necessary?
Sorry, forgive me. I'm thinking of the best way to describe this whole situation. We do believe that a condition is necessary to ensure that there is sewer district approval. Where that came from is that this shared lateral concept was established when Capo built the neighboring residence to the south based on an agreement between several different property owners. And in their ministerial sewer construction permit process, COD indicated that they would require permission from the owners subject to that system. Why it's requesting to be modified is that it's subject to a private agreement that we don't know how it operates. So we would be interjecting into that private agreement between several property owners to require individual permission from every owner.
So it's the county suggesting that we change this condition to more accurately reflect what you're comfortable with.
I think how I would say it is that the applicant is concerned about that language because it would impose a burden on them to seek approval from every individual owner. What we're trying to address is just making sure that they get the approval through whatever appropriate process is established in their agreement, and then they get their sewer connection permit from the wastewater district.
Ms. Beretti, did you want to weigh in?
Yeah, no, I just wanted to sort of a little more directly say it's a complicated situation, and the original condition language was staff's attempt to try to understand and address it, but ultimately the language to go more directly to Carmel area wastewater, because they will be requiring some form of the elements that we had specifically called out. And so what we did is we just tried to really simplify it to remove the county out of that directly, ensure COD will have to do their responsible job in order to issue a sewer permit. And so once that sewer permit is issued, however it gets there, it's resolved, and then that permit is the evidence we need to know that they have service. So we tried to cut the confusion out, given what we were subsequently hearing and learning.
And I'm happy to not supersede that, and that makes perfect sense to me. This is the final question I have about the public comment. How do we respond to, or did we respond to the Coastal Commission's concerns about the inconsistency with development on 30% slope? They talk about how some parcels may be exempt as per the Carmel Highlands or the Carmel area land use plan, but in this case, they didn't think with the building layout the way it is that it was appropriate. And is that something that the county's been in touch with the Coastal Commission about or have any concerns about? Again, this is the 2022 letter.
Let me, if I may pull up the letter and get the context of the order of operations.
And maybe the geological report addresses it. I'm not sure. I just don't know how we got from this and have responded or not to this.
We didn't provide a written response directly. The responses are the changes that have been made to the project over time to try and resite it away from the bluff, and then also reduce the development square footage on slopes in excess of 30%. I did briefly talk with one of the coastal staff planners yesterday regarding the project. They weren't going to submit any additional comments at this time.
Okay, thank you so much.
Other comments, commissioners, actions, what do you want to do?
Through the chair, could I attempt to address some of the previous questions?
Sure, go for it.
So we did some quick math on the sizes of the properties and then what the floor area ratio would be between the different properties. Many of the properties are larger than the subject site. I believe 9 out of the 10 are. It's a smaller site. And then in comparing the floor area ratios of the different development, what's proposed is approximately 18%, and what is average in the neighborhood is 14%, and then what is average in the last 10 years or back to 2007 is 17%.
And that's of the entire site, whether or not the site is sloped over 30%? So that we don't know whether those parcels might have had additional flat ground or not? Probably that's not available right now anyway.
Through the chair, sorry. Were there any healthy trees on this site? Was one of my other questions.
I re-reviewed the arborist report. It says that they're fair to poor. So I don't know if they were any in good health, but I wouldn't say that they were all in poor health.
Okay, thank you.
Commissioner Shaw.
On that note, thank you. On that note, I was looking at the arborist report, and I'm noticing in the photographs of trees 50 and 54 that it stated he could not take pictures well because of limited access due to slope, and yet we have, I guess I'm to assume that he couldn't take a picture because of the slope, but he could access the tree to measure the diameter and inspect it thoroughly. I just wondered how that worked out and if we have any information about that.
Probably rappelling down the slope.
I don't have any specific information on that. I think what my judgment would say is that they were able to get out there and actually measure it, but they couldn't like safely step back to get the context and get a photo that actually showed the tree in the surrounding area. If I've been to the site a couple of times, it's extremely steep going down from the highway, and then also extremely steep on the bluff side.
Okay, I'm going to make a couple of comments here. Just at this point, I'm very familiar with this area. I want to start out by saying very familiar with this area over 4 generations. My family and I have long felt that there's been excessive development in this particular neck of the woods from our experience living in that area over time. I don't live there anymore. In particular, the shall we say, unique situation with approvable septic on those kind of slopes, while it's a vast improvement over what they used to do, which is just dump it out in the ocean, it still is not ideal or appropriate with respect to the safe retention of wastewater. But most of all, just in this particular case, I'd like to say that the places which were suitable for development in this neighborhood, or even marginally suitable for development in this neighborhood, have been developed, leaving this one, because this site is significantly constrained. And any argument in the staff report that suggests that a building of similar size to the neighbors is a reason for granting anything, I could not accept and would not be able to support. I don't believe that every lot is not appropriate for the same size building. And I think we have in other cases, and we continue to say that when you design to the constraints, you need to consider them to the best of your ability. In this case, we're asked for development of over 6,000 square feet on a slope over 30%. In most cases in the county of Monterey, that would be a non-starter. There appears to be a small cleared area from 60s on the site. It appears to me that there would be the possibility of a significantly smaller and more appropriate structure to develop on the site, so I don't think that this is the only development that it could occur. But for those and for the other reasons that have been similarly outlined, I'm just going to say right now I can't support this project, and without a significant redesign to significantly reduce it in size, I don't think it's appropriate, and I think I'm going to be hard to persuade that it is. And I'd just like to close by saying that I keep going back to the same quote, which is from Maya Angelou, and it says, "Do the best you can. When you know better, do better." The things that we did in the 60s, the things that we did over the past years when we weren't as conscious of the increasing climate crisis, when we didn't know as much as we know today, cannot all be solved by improved engineering, and nor should they be, and certainly not at the risk of neighborhoods and the neighbors nearby. So I think there are other alternatives for appropriate development of this site that would not include something of that size. And going forward, I find myself unable to support this project. But I'm not making a motion. I'm asking for making my comments as it is appropriate for me to do. Commissioners, others? Dead silence. Everybody's blood sugar is plummeted. I need a motion on the floor. It'd be appropriate for somebody to make one. Looking at council, we don't have findings for denial, so it would be an intent. Is that what we would need to do? Should we choose that alternative? Anybody? Anybody want to do something different? Go for it.
I was going to say that I will make a motion of intent to deny.
Very well. There's a motion on the floor by Commissioner Roberts. Is there a second?
A second.
Commissioner Shaw, was that you? Okay, so moved by Commissioner Roberts and Seconded by Commissioner Shaw that we adopt an intent to deny the project. Are there other reasons that we would like to include in such a direction to staff that we haven't talked about here in the hearing? Staff able to take from the discussion what it is we have said?
As staff understand them, the central issues are the scale of the development and development on slopes. Are we missing any components that are also reasons why you're moving to deny the project?
Commissioner Gomez, did you?
I just wanted to add also the nature of the variances being requested.
Yeah, the nature and scale. Commissioner Daniels wants to discuss the unusual septic and sewer proposal. Was there some talk about trees earlier, but I don't think that was determinate, and you didn't hear it. Anything else? We all understand the motion on the floor? Commissioner Work does not have his hand up before we do anything. All right, I'm going to go ahead and call for the vote. Madam Clerk?
Commissioner Shaw?
Yes.
Commissioner Work?
Yes.
Commissioner Daniels?
Yes.
Commissioner Gomez?
Yes.
Commissioner Roberts?
Yes.
Commissioner Deal?
Yes.
Motion passes with a 7-3 vote. With 3 absent, sorry.
7 ayes and 3 absent.
Yes, thank you.
Thank you. Thank you all very much. It's now 12:32, and if with everybody's consent, I'm going to go ahead and break for lunch until 1:30. Is that something we can do? All right.
Through the chair, I apologize. I know everybody's hungry. Was that continuance to a date certain after the motion of intent to deny?
No, we didn't continue it to a date certain. I think you'll bring it back when you get that written.
Okay. Thank you.
Bye. Okay, it appears that we have a quorum. It's 1:31 p.m. I'd like to go ahead and resume the meeting of the Monterey County Planning Commission for October the 30th, 2024. We're not in 19 anything. And ask the clerk to call the roll, please.
Commissioner Shaw?
Here.
Commissioner Work?
Here.
Commissioner Mendoza?
Here.
Commissioner Deal?
Here.
Commissioner Daniels?
Here.
Commissioner Gomez?
Here.
Commissioner Roberts? Commissioner Monsalve, Getzelman, and Gonzalez are not here today. Chair, you have a quorum.
Thank you. All right, we're ready to move forward to item number 4 on our agenda, I believe it is, and that would be PLN 210306, Carmel Self-Storage Incorporated, is that correct? We had an agenda correction. Self-storage investments. And I think Ms. Israel is going to lead us through this. When you are ready, please proceed.
Share my presentation using staff, right? A presentation, not the HDMI. Thank you. So yes, this is PLN 210306, Carmel Self-Storage as your regular going name on the staff report. And the name of the company is Carmel Self-Storage Investments, LLC. As you can see on this cover slide, this is the regional map with the project site called out from the environmental document for the project. You can see the project is in the Carmel Valley area and fronts Carmel Valley Road. Therefore, it is in the Carmel Valley Master Plan area. The property is located at the terminus of Center Street near the corner with Berwick Drive and is zoned heavy commercial with design, site plan, residential allocation zoning overlays. The project proposes construction of approximately 71,540 square foot, two-story self-storage facility with an office and bathroom totaling 5 buildings. There is removal of 1 protected oak tree, and they're adding an on-site wastewater treatment system, an associated drainage control, driveway, and fencing improvements. The project was referred to the Carmel Valley Land Use Advisory Committee in a duly noticed public hearing on May 1st, 2023. Members of the public attended and made comments. The LUAC voted to support the project in a unanimous vote, 5 yes, 0 no, 1 absent, with the following recommended changes. Plant oak trees on the south boundary of the property, adjust the design to be in keeping with rural character and retain the informal trail traversing the property. The applicant was present and agreed to consider the recommendations. Responsive updates were made to the buildings, as shown in a 3D rendering on this slide. Bolder exterior colors, including brick red, were softened to grays. The facade design was updated to include more rural character. And some of the heights of the rooftops were reduced on a couple of the buildings. Trees are indicated in the landscaping plan shown at the bottom of this slide. 3 native oak trees are proposed for planting on the north area of the property, mitigating potential adverse visual impact from Carmel Valley Road by design. The draft landscape plan was not updated in the resubmittal. However, resubmitted elevations do suggest trees added to the south boundary as the LUAC requested. As far as the social trail, the owner reviewed the potential and found that formalizing the trail would not be prudent given the steep slope and environmentally sensitive habitat at the south end of the property. In addition, staff notes that there is an existing pedestrian trail easement on the rear property line of an adjacent parcel, APN 16913102500, which is directly behind this parcel along the Carmel River. This is the proposed site plan. The project would include 5 self-storage buildings totaling 426 units. Building A, the leftmost shown on this slide, contains an office with a single restroom, and the visitor and staff parking are at the end closest to Center Street entrance. An on-site well was tested for capacity to serve the restroom, and Environmental Health Bureau, which I'll call EHB in this presentation, found that it can provide sufficient water for this purpose. By the way, A letter to the Planning Commission suggested that the well is serving more than this parcel. It is not. Staff confirmed with EHB. The only connection is to the proposed project restroom. There are fences along the project perimeter on 3 sides, while the building and the gate form the north side barrier toward Carmel Valley Road. These are photos of the site from Center Street at the entrance area looking west and from Carmel Valley Road looking south. Staff assessed the potential viewshed impact of the project and found that the narrow width of the lot at the roadside, combined with the normal traveling speed on Carmel Valley Road in this area, that's 30 feet approximately, being passed at approximately 50 miles an hour, would have minimal impacts to views. The gray painted metal and cement proposed colors and materials are also shown on this slide. And now we see an image from Google Earth, allowing you to see the development pattern and some of the materials of the neighborhood. Size, blocking, and colors and materials are in keeping with this part of the neighborhood's character. These are the elevations of Building A, with the west elevation as seen from Center Street. The structures include some transitions in massing, material finishes, roof shape, and fenestrations to add visual interest, and the extra oak trees added behind the building on the south elevation per LUAC recommendation. The height of this building at maximum is 26 feet 7 inches from average natural grade. The roof line behind the trees would be 21 feet 7 inches. These are the elevations for Building E with the, with the north elevation as seen from Carmel Valley Road. Again, the designer added transitions in material finishes and colors, roof shape and fenestrations to add visual interest. Landscaping and oak trees make the self-storage facility visually unobtrusive and as possible to the neighborhood. The height of this building is 28 feet 4 inches at maximum. The location is highly sensitive for archaeological resources, and Phase 1 and Phase 2 reports were prepared. Both were negative for resources. 2 tribal consultations were held with local tribal representatives. The Phase 2 report and consultations recommended on-site monitoring during ground disturbance by both a qualified archaeologist and a tribal cultural monitor. The project requires removal of 1 protected live oak tree. Currently, the draft landscaping plan shows 3 replacement oak trees, and more are anticipated in the final plan. Title 21 tree removal and replacement regulations are met by the project. Infrastructure for the proposed project was reviewed by Environmental Services, who found the design sufficient to properly contain most stormwater runoff and move it from the hardscape toward the public road. The stormwater would fill a detention basin at the north end of the property. Some rainfall would be allowed to percolate naturally into the undeveloped land on the south end of the property, shown on this slide as DMA 2, or Drainage Management Area 2. An on-site wastewater treatment system to serve the proposed bathroom would be located between buildings A and B. The existing water well is over 100 feet away, located at the southeast corner of Building C. And that Building C is where you see the big DMA 1. So down here in this little cutout, there's the well. The project complies with the applicable policies and regulations found in Carmel Valley Master Plan, or the CVMP, and Title 21 to allow development within 200 feet of the Carmel River floodplain. Construction of the first building near the southern boundary of this parcel, Building A, will be within 200 feet. Riparian habitat associated with Carmel Valley floodplain occupies a corner of the subject parcel, which is not proposed for development. This is identified in this slide as the gray area within the property line, which is emphasized with a thick black line. It also has a blue arrow toward it. Consistent with CVMP policy CV 3.8, there will be no removal of indigenous vegetation and no grading within the 100-year floodway. Conditions of approval 8 and 9 require best management practices, or BMPs, for drainage and erosion control to be established prior to construction permitting. Site plan review included the review of an existing utility easement and an access and parking easement on the subject lot. The subject property contains a 60-foot driveway and utility easement at the southwest corner of the parcel. In 2022, a parking and drive easement and maintenance agreement was executed and recorded between the owner of the subject parcel and the neighboring parcel, which has been aforementioned, APN 169131025, giving the owner of this subject property exclusive right to access and park vehicles on a certain portion of that 60-foot easement. That's what's showing on this slide. As a close-up of the site plan, this allows sufficient access for the owner of the neighboring parcel to drive into their parcel. It includes capacity for the minimum width required for construction of an access road. As proposed, the project does not conflict with the existing access easements serving the neighboring lot. Furthermore, the neighboring parcel is also where a proposed housing element opportunity site has been identified in the draft element cycle. The housing element is not an adopted planning document at this time, but the draft does delineate the area. Should the housing element be adopted and the opportunity site be developed, the provisions of this easement would not prohibit it. The utility easement extends on the lane of the driveway along the western property line. It's 20 feet wide, and the project as proposed does not conflict with utility company access. The county prepared an initial study to analyze the potential environmental impacts associated with the project. Potential impacts were identified for biological resources, cultural and tribal cultural resources. No protected amphibians, reptiles, or species of special concern were identified on the parcel during a biological survey. However, there is potential upland habitat for California red-legged frog and habitat available for western pond turtle. The potential biological impacts would be mitigated to less than significant level by mitigation measures Bio 1 through Bio 5. The previously discussed archaeological and tribal cultural monitoring would mitigate potential cultural and tribal cultural impacts to a less than significant level. 2 letters were received on the initial study. One from the applicant requested various clarifications and corrections to typos. The second letter was from Monterey Bay Air Resources District recommending fugitive dust controls as part of excavation and grading and other requirements that are actually standard, normally required as part of grading permit BMPs. Clarification that was added in the red line version of the initial study continued to be an area of contention with the applicant after the agenda was released. As a resolution, staff requests additional errata edits be added to the motion for this decision. The initial study recommended long-term protection and conservation of the riparian area in the southeast corner of the lot. The area is approximately 780 square feet. The initial study recommends that area plus a buffer, including the area and up to 100 feet, be set aside in Conservation Scenic Easement Deed, or a CSE deed. However, the area was intended to be approximately 0.2 acres to ensure long-term protection while allowing fire maintenance. The initial study redline edit is unclear, and it could be interpreted that the CSE area could be up to 0.4 acres. Staff recommends errata edit be made to redline in page 34, changing 0.4 to 0.2 acres. In this way, protection of the riparian habitat and a reasonable buffer, which would not trigger project redesign, are proposed. Similarly, staff discussed with the agent the wording of condition of approval number 24 in the actions required for resolution section, and staff agrees that an errata edit should be made to set the timing that the owner must submit evidence of cultural sensitivity trainings after the training is administered. Therefore, it would state 1 week after start of work rather than prior to issuance of permits. With these minor additional errata edits and the redline edits that are already in the redline version of the IS, Exhibit G, staff requests that be the one that county adopts. Staff received many comment letters from the public on this project prior to the hearing. So to better prepare the commission for decision, staff is available to address as many of the concerns as possible. These include the perception that additional storage facility in the neighborhood could make the neighborhood less safe, induce more noise, or significantly increase traffic in the neighborhood. Would you like me to speak to this now or wait for discussion? Chair.
I think it's important for you to cover what you know. So tell us what you want to say now, and we can ask for more if we need it.
Okay, thank you. As to safety, there will be a manager on site on most days. Office hours would be 9 to 5, at least during working days, Monday through Friday, and gate hours would be 7 to 8 p.m. for 7 days a week. The project would not result in a substantial permanent increase in ambient noise. The project does not include alarm systems in the units. Also, the operation would be required to comply with Monterey County Code Chapter 10, Section 1060.040, which limits loud and unreasonable sound during the hours of 9 p.m. to 7 a.m. And then as to traffic impacts were analyzed per the traffic study prepared for the project by Rick Engineering Company, July 25, 2022. There were 2 study intersections, one Carmel Valley Road at Doris Drive and the other Carmel Valley Road at Berwick Drive. They operate between levels A and C during peak hours with the proposed project, and there are no operational deficiencies that were identified. The report found no significant impacts to traffic or transportation, and the slight increase in traffic to be mitigated through payment of county's standard traffic fees. A few members of the public expressed a concern for big trucks meandering through the neighborhood. It is possible that this could occasionally happen. But most drivers are now equipped with guiding directions to their destinations, and so traffic would enter in the commercial area and remain in the commercial area of the neighborhood. Before the originally set zoning administrative hearing, staff met with several members of the public who live in the neighborhood and asked to discuss their concerns. They were concerned with the quality of the nearby Berwick Manor subdivision's residential experience. One gentleman who I didn't think could attend this hearing, but I see in the audience, stated that Mid-Valley would feel like Marina, not Carmel Valley, and his private views would be negatively impacted. Many residents have stated in written comments that the proposed development is large and unattractive to them. Issues raised about viewshed are responded to in the staff's presentation. So objective standards are met. The Planning Commission has the discretion to decide whether a project meets the spirit of the CVMP. So the recent letter from Carmel Valley Association caused staff to additionally assess whether the project should conform with policy CV 3.14, which states wherever possible, a network of shortcut trails and bike paths should interconnect neighborhoods, developments, and roads. It goes on to say that those paths should be closed to motor vehicles and that with the intent to facilitate movement within the valley without the use of automobiles. So as discussed in the context of the LUAC slide, the owner found it impossible to include a formal trail in the project because of the steep slope and ESHA behind the project. And also there is an existing public trail easement on the neighboring parcel that can be utilized. Although in conversation with this owner, he's allowed that he's not going to put up a fence that would block a social trail, and it would be used at your own risk, and that's his own purview. And I think he will be presenting that in a moment. 2 letters of support were received, one from Lombardo and Associates, which walked through the conformance of the project with CVMP and other general plan policies. And there was another general letter of support from the owners of the neighboring parcel, APN 169131025, with whom the subject property owner has the access and parking easement agreement, and where a proposed housing element opportunity site has been identified in the draft element update. So that, in brief, is staff's response to approximately 15 letters of concern. And there were 2 positive letters that staff has no comment on. Therefore, staff are recommending that the Planning Commission adopt a red line version of the mitigated negative declaration, approve a combined development permit consisting of the use permit and design approval for self-storage facility, use permit for removal of use permit for development within 200 feet of the Carmel River floodplain, and the project's also including the removal of 1 oak tree. Staff also recommends that with the expressed edits, that to condition 24, that the Planning Commission adopt the condition compliance and mitigation monitoring and reporting plan. This concludes staff's presentation. Staff is available for any questions.
Thank you. Just to be sure, we're all looking at the correct, you referred to the red line version. Just want to make sure we have the right document here. That was, which one are you saying is that one?
Exhibit G is the red line, and staff has a couple of minor edits that were verbally expressed, and I could also bring up onto the screen that were added to that in discussion since the agenda packet was released.
In summary, you're talking about Exhibit G as amended in this hearing.
Yes.
Okay.
Thank you.
All right. Are there any technical questions for staff? Commissioner Shaw, was that you? Yes. She does have her hand up.
Sorry, thank you. I was curious, sorry, I just put gum in my mouth. I was curious what was presented that LUAC voted on. If the plans that we have are what they saw, like what is the difference between what they voted on and what we're seeing, if there is a difference?
Sure, through the chair. They were the same basic structures, 5 large buildings, same entrance, same parking, same landscaping. The buildings were a little bit taller. They were up to 29 feet in height at that time, and they lacked the barn-esque fenestrations that were added in response to the LUAC's recommendation to make it more of rural character. Colors were brick red and some grays and black.
Through the chair, this, right? Is this the changed version that I'm looking at, or this is what they saw? Sorry, but when you said brick red, I was like, wait a second, this looks like brick red.
Through the chair, yes. They did not update the 3D renderings of the project for colors until well after that plan set was designed. It was a very recent resubmittal to show the colors that they'd settled on.
And through the chair, just to further clarify, and also the height. So there's like a 3-foot height difference in what the 3D renderings that we're seeing.
Correct. It is currently staked and flagged at the correct height.
Through the chair, do you have any pictures of the staking and flagging? Because that was another question I had that I was looking for. Well, I guess there's a little bit of that in this picture. I wondered if you had any more available.
Through the chair, sorry, I don't have new pictures of the staking and flagging.
Anything else, Commissioner?
That's it for now. Thank you.
Okay. Commissioner Daniels?
Thank you. Would you be able to show me, maybe from, is there any way to see where this other trail is that is on the neighboring property? And does it provide the exact same access from the bridge off of Robinson Canyon Road all the way to the supermarket, shopping center?
It's going to take a moment, please. Alex, would you allow Anna Kenga to share screen for everyone to see? She's got the parcel map.
Through the chair. So on this parcel map, parcel A-1, that's the subject property. Parcel A-2 is the neighboring property, and there is a 15-foot riding and hiking trail easement along this edge of the property near the Carmel River. And then I can show our GIS that has an aerial image. So the trail would be located roughly around this area.
See, I see that trail. I'm just curious, it's the footpath you can see very clearly that people use to avoid being on Carmel Valley Road, you go from Robinson Canyon Road straight to Center Street, if I see it correctly, right? So how is this other trail an alternative?
Through the chair, I would say that it is not an alternative route. Rather, it is an existing trail in proximity to the informal trail that's being used.
So what was the point of including it? I'm trying to understand. It was a response to the public comment.
Yes, through the chair. It was a response to the public comment because the expression of that policy is to have a network of trails available, and it's to say that there are trail easements within a parcel away that are already established that could be added into that potential trail network.
Okay. I just want to this isn't even something I'd thought of in reading this before today, but when you think about the Carmel Valley Master Plan policy, I think the idea is that you can get places in Carmel Valley either by horseback or by foot, right? So hiking along Carmel River is a more recreational endeavor unless there is a way to connect to the supermarket or the shopping center, et cetera. So I just don't know how valuable that including that is. Excuse me. And then with that last map that you had up, is there a way to just show visually where the housing element parcel, I think it was 56, is in relation to this, because we heard a lot about it as well?
Ms. Israel is bringing it up.
No problem. Thank you.
Alex, please share my presentation via HDMI. Thank you. So we're now looking at the GIS layer from county, and the subject parcel that we're discussing for this project is on this lot.
Mm-hmm.
And the lot that is considered for this opportunity site is on the lot directly behind that I've just highlighted.
The river crosses the housing element lot?
If I may, through the chair, it does, but in the housing element, we made it clear that the rezone that would support it is limited to the developable corner, not the entire parcel, and all assumptions were based on that.
And just a quick follow-up, and this parcel was not included for what reason? As part of the opportunity analysis?
It is included, and that's why we spoke to, while it's not a formal adopted policy, this site is included as a proposed opportunity site. So that was why we wanted to discuss it and make sure that we were also considering not just potential for a single family resident develop on this, but with access, but also should it become a formal opportunity site, the potential to actually develop as well.
Thank you.
And through the chair, while the image is up, can you just show us the access, because there were so many public comments about it? Where is the easement in this image to get to the site?
The access is off the corner here from Center Street. It's a 60-foot wide access easement that turns. It's basically this corner.
Thank you.
Parcel map. It's shown here on this parcel map for when the subject parcel was formed. It's right here.
Just out of curiosity, through the chair, one last question then. Can you show me on that photograph where I know that the buildings go in lines, the proposed buildings, and so you've got the easement. Is there a building that is there lot coverage to the right on my screen? I'm thinking again about the trail. So is there a way to have the trail, or is there actually a building that is next to that easement?
It is on the PowerPoint, but I can stay on the HDMI.
Well, you can go to the PowerPoint. That's fine.
No, it's fine.
I'm just trying to understand the concerns and issue.
I think C10, sheet C10 through the chair is the best way to look at this. So we'll just find that sheet. Well, here we can stop here.
Okay. Oh, I was looking at it backwards. Okay, got it.
So through the chair, Center Street terminus becomes the driveway for both this project as well as the access easement for drive for the parcel to the south. Within the access easement, the subject project's parking is right within that 60-foot area, but they have a signed agreement that allows that to be access and parking within the easement for the subject project, for the subject parcel.
An agreement with the neighboring landowner?
Yes, through the chair.
Okay, thank you.
Commissioner Shaw?
Thank you. I don't know if you can answer this, or maybe it's a question for the applicant. Why is the access point on Center Street and not on Carmel Valley Road?
There's a major policy in the Carmel Valley Master Plan that prohibits any new access directly onto Carmel Valley Road.
Personally speaking, that's a congested area already. I think that might have gone into the decision as well. Are there technical questions? I do have a couple, and one of them is easy. Can you go back to the site plan and just show me the location? I assume it's the existing well.
Alex, would you share through HDMI? You can now see the existing well just at the lower corner of Building C.
The lower corner of Building C. Okay, so it's there. Did that serve in a single-family dwelling in the past, or what's the genesis of that? Do you know? Was this parcel ever developed with a single-family residence on it? Must have been the other one. All right.
Not to my knowledge. There's a single-family dwelling developed on the parcel immediately to the south.
Must be what I'm thinking of.
And
all right.
it used to be one lot with 2 APNs. Now it's 2 lots.
Okay. Just need to catch up with current history. You know, it's complicated. Sometimes history can only confuse you. All right, so I'm going to weigh into my confusion over the terminology used with respect to the Carmel River floodplain. In various portions of this document, I'm used to seeing the 500-year floodplain, the 100-year floodplain marked out. The floodway fringe is a different thing in many cases, and the Carmel River itself is a different thing yet. So can you just, looking at the language that we provide in, say, just take finding 3, and explain to me the difference between saying the floodplain, the floodway fringe, the river, and the distances thereof, because it seems to me that throughout this document, I guess I just got lost trying to figure out what the issues were. If you have an exhibit that shows the mapped Carmel River 500-year, 100-year floodplain to the latest datum, and you know they change it all the time, I would really appreciate having that map up while you talk about this, because I'm be good with pictures.
Okay, through the, Alex, would you please share through HDMI? So we are now looking at county GIS data for the flood. So this is the flood zone. And as you can see, there's just a tiny corner of the subject lot that was identified to be within that floodway.
Is this the 100-year flood
100-year flood. This is the 100-year floodway, yeah.
No.
100-year floodplain.
Floodplain. Because they're all technically different. I mean, and you can't use these terms interchangeably. So this is the 100-year floodplain. The 500-year floodplain presumably is somewhat greater, but maybe not in this area because of the relief. Is that true? And I believe the regulations talk about development in the floodplain. Is that correct? Am I losing my mind here? It could be.
There's also some section about the development in the floodplain fringe. So there's a lot of different terms within the same section of Title 21.
Right, but they mean different things. And so that's what I'm trying to get to. So you have sections in your staff report that refer to being 200 feet from the river. You have other sections that say 200 feet from the floodway fringe. And you have different terminology, and I just would prefer to see those mapped out so I know what we're talking about. It appears to me that what we're saying is we don't have any construction proposed within the 100-year floodplain, which would be the plain language of what I'm hearing. But I'm not sure, because there were also some measurement discussions used from the policy that said 200 feet from the floodplain and 200 feet from the river. So bottom line, what we're saying is this is a 100-year floodplain. Nobody wants to build a building in the floodplain. Is that what I'm getting?
Correct, but there's also the requirement for a use permit for development within 200 feet of the Carmel River top of bank, and that top of bank is identified within this parcel. So although the shape of this...
So can you show me map, if you got a map of that setback?
Yes, that would be Quinn through the presentation, please. Thank you. So this is what was provided as part of the plan set, identifying the 200-foot from Carmel River top of bank.
Okay,
so it does extend farther in than the flood zone, which is what is identified in gray. So I do understand the confusion, and I'm sorry for the multiple ways of interpreting the same distance.
Well, what I'm getting to is that having a little bit of experience trying to develop in the Carmel River floodplain myself, two things have happened frequently, which is that a given survey was rejected based on use of the wrong datum point because the datum had been changed since that survey had been submitted. So when we talk about each of these and the distance and mapping that they are, it becomes really important to make sure we're not going to get caught up in one of those kinds of things. And those mostly get involved with the Water Management District. But it's just, the language is so precisely important. I don't know that it's consistent through here, and I certainly had a hard time following, is what I would say. But the bottom line is the bottom line. And we are talking about the 200 feet from the bank on this yellow line. And again, we're not proposing any building within that either, correct?
The last corner of the construction area for the construction of this building is within that 200-foot area. That is why we are requesting a use permit for it.
But the use permit is for the project, so yeah. All right, helpful, thank you. I just got totally confused in that discussion, but maybe it was just too late at night. Back to the trail. Can we go back to the wonderful, one of the pictures that shows the trail that lets people go from Robinson Canyon Road to the grocery store? Any of them? You had several different, preferably an aerial, like from GIS, that would be helpful.
Alex, would you please share through HDMI now? Thank you. So here's aerial image of the subject parcel, and you can see some walking happening from the terminus of...
Can you back out so that we can see all the way to Robinson Canyon Road? Okay, because I want to just point out here that the other existing development adjacent to the proposed project does allow the continued use of that trail, it appears to me. Is that your observation as well?
It is.
So the trail, you believe the trail to be currently in use as we saw in the public comment?
And in the process of application submittal reviews, planning staff did discuss this trail and the potential to require it as a permanent easement with our engineering staff. And engineering staff said that they would not support a trail that dumps out onto a road that does not have any pedestrian facility on it, that would be unsafe and the county wouldn't support it. They are also here on Zoom to discuss that perspective.
I don't recall in the adjacent storage facility proposal, I think Mr. Lombardo might, I remember some discussion of the trail, but I don't recall how it came out. It seems to me that it did come up because some of these same issues were raised in that, which would have been, I'm terrible at dates, but it was in the 2000s. Did you all review that project and look at and see if there was any mention of the trail in its project conditions?
I did look at the project overall. I don't recall that I looked specifically at the trail, but I could take a look.
Yeah, I don't have it handy, and my memory is hazy on that point. Anyway, so I just wanted to, again, look at the existing storage facility that is adjacent to the proposed facility, as well as pointing out that there's a smaller storage facility currently located in the old movie theater within the shopping center. So we have some sense of the neighborhood density of storage facilities, I guess. I don't know if there's a professional term for that. But just so we have a sense of that. And again, trying to be fair in our consideration. If there were some mention of that trail in the previous project, I'd like to know how that went. Thank you. Commissioner Shaw?
Thank you. I have a question about, I guess, what staff, and was it engineering, I forget who it was, who said that they would not support a trail coming to a place where there were no pedestrian facilities. And I'm wondering what they're referencing. Are they talking about Center Street? Where are they talking about this trail potentially entering? Because on Center Street, when I looked at it, there's a sidewalk there. It's not on both sides, but there's a sidewalk there.
Through the chair, that was for Robinson Canyon Road.
Oh, okay, thank you.
We did inspect the area where there's a little bit of a sidewalk closest to the bridge, but the area that's near where this trail comes out just goes straight out onto a roadway.
Okay, thank you. I'm still confused though. So that trail, there's an easement there behind the current storage facility, and that's going to always be there.
We're not sure.
We're figuring
That's what I'm
out.
asking. I don't recall.
Thank you.
Commissioner Daniels?
Yes. While this map is up, I have one question about storage in the area, and I'm hoping you could sort of point out on this map, or even pull out a little bit more the concentration of storage facilities in this one location. But then I just also wanted to add that there are trails that lead to county roads all over Monterey County, and many, many county roads, perhaps most, don't have sidewalks. And they're used in particular in Carmel Valley by pedestrians and horseback riders and many other folks, just as a comment. But if you could just pull out a little bit and just give folks who might not be as familiar with this Mid-Valley Shopping Center, where there are currently storage facilities in this shopping center.
Okay, through the chair, all of the buildings here on the next parcel are for storage. There's also a smaller facility that's indoors. I believe it's this building.
The theater, so it'd go up, I think it would be
In
up
this
there.
one.
Right?
The other one as well.
Yeah.
The building that you're talking about was also a storage facility.
And then there's another one down here.
Okay. And I guess back to the Public Works comment, we can talk with them as well, but the trail also serves the farm center and the people who park across Robinson Canyon as they want to go and get their sandwich. So saying we wouldn't support it because we're worried about liability just means we're not going to service it so that people are not going to get services. So I'm a little concerned about that policy statement as well as the personally. It's just a personal thing. Anybody else have a technical question they want cleared up? Commissioner Roberts?
The only question I had was if there is a limit on the site coverage and what the site coverage for this proposal is.
The site coverage for heavy commercial is 50%. And this project.
Did you say 50%, 50%?
The site coverage for this project is 42.7% for the lot. So it's close to the peak.
To follow up on that, does that include the hardscaping for driveways and stuff, or is that just the building?
Building coverage through the chair.
Building coverage. Thank you.
Thank you. All right. Any, Commissioner Gomez?
Can you again talk about the height compared to the rest of the buildings nearby, and more specifically the other storage facility next door?
Okay, through the chair, I don't have the exact measurements of the facility next door, but at the site visit, I noticed that many of the rooftops were going up to second story, and some of them were lower. So it seemed comparable. And then definitely the Mid-Valley Center has some large two-story buildings that are right on the other side of Berwick Drive.
Right. Anything else? All right, let's invite the applicant or the applicant's representative to come forward and say what you have to say. Welcome, young man. A newcomer to the scene here. Would you like to introduce yourself?
Thank you, young lady. Anthony Lombardo on behalf of the applicant. This is somewhat Groundhog Day-ish for me because I hate to tell you, Commissioner, it was about 20 years ago when I appeared on behalf of the owner of the adjacent self-storage. The same arguments against the project were advanced, for that project were advanced, and if we could switch to the overhead. This isn't from 20 years ago, this is from 2 weeks ago or less. So I received a text from a resident of the neighborhood saying that everyone's doors had this document hung on them anonymously opposing the project. So frankly, I'm surprised that your chambers aren't filled with people today because of the allegations that are made in there, which are patently incorrect. But before I get into that, let me try and answer some of the commissioner's questions. First, let's start with the trail. There is a trail plan line, as Commissioner Daniels pointed out, along Carmel River, which is effectively, as you correctly identified, more of a recreational trail. There has been an informal, if you want to use that term, trail created by people walking from Robinson Canyon Road behind the self-storage, through this lot to the street and then to the shopping center. So it's not quite accurate to say we haven't agreed to that because we changed the design of the building to move it up away from that existing trail. It's not, or path, whatever you want to call it. There's no deeded trail, and I don't believe there was on the other one either. But don't take that as gospel, but I don't recall that we had to dedicate a trail through the back of the Storage Pro project. But we have accommodated the informal pathway. None of the fencing or gates or anything will close that off. And there is more than sufficient room for people to continue to walk through the back of Storage Pro, through the back of this project to get to Berwick and to the shopping center. So we've accommodated it informally into the design. I didn't notice a condition, but I certainly would not object to one that says you won't gate it off, fence it off, block it off, no planting poison oak bushes on the middle of it or anything like that to discourage its use. The one legal issue, of course, is when the county accepts a trail, you're accepting the liability and the maintenance of it and things. So we felt that keeping it like it was a better alternative because you've heard Public Works comments or whatever they call themselves now, that they don't prefer to see that become a county trail because of liability issues. So we've accommodated it in the revised design. We accommodated a pathway that pedestrians will be able to continue to use to go between Robinson Canyon and the shopping center, and we're not doing anything to interfere, to either encourage or interfere with its use. As to the floodplain question, Commissioner Deal is correct. You have a floodway, which is where the velocities are high and you can't build anything. You have a floodplain, which is where you can build anything as long as it's more than 1 foot above the flood elevation. That's that little corner where we're not building anything. And then the Carmel Valley Master Plan requires, and I think there might be some confusion from the staff's explanation, in Carmel Valley, you're allowed to build within 200 feet of the Carmel River. You just have to include that as an additional use permit item. So in this case, the small corner of one building is within 200 feet outside of the floodplain, outside of the floodway, and so that's included as in the use permit to build that little corner within 200 feet of the river. Site coverage limits are 50%. We're at 42, which is roughly 15-ish% less than what's allowed. The height limit is also 35 feet, and we're at between 26 and 28. In answer to Commissioner Gomez's question, the property is surrounded by 2-story commercial buildings, with the exception of one vacant commercial lot. And Mr. Tucker is with me today. We'll have an excellent PowerPoint presentation that I hope will go a long way towards answering your questions. In closing, I'd just like to go back to this. Same situation we had with the prior one. Big trucks and U-Hauls racing through the neighborhood. Clearly there's direct access from Carmel Valley Road to this site that doesn't even go through any residential property. So I don't know why they would drive through the residential neighborhood. There are no bright lights, no alarms, and we've set back out away 200 feet from the Carmel River, so I don't know where lack of concern for the environment or wildlife comes from. The next one was a very hotly debated topic last time with the Storage Pro. We don't want, you heard someone make, apparently one of the comment letters was, this will be like Marina if you approve this here. I'm not sure what exactly that means. But the last time the argument was you don't need self-storage, we don't want self-storage. Mr. Tucker has some very interesting statistics that show that apparently people do need and want it in Carmel Valley because they're all basically full now. And in addition, not only are they full, but the rates they are charging people in Carmel Valley are between 2 and 3 times more than self-storage facilities charge in Monterey or in Marina. So it appears that there's way more demand than there is supply. So it is something that is needed. And the design was completely reworked, as you'll see in Mr. Tucker's presentation, with 3 different color schemes that whatever the commission's pleasure is, they're more than happy to use. Next one is that we're going to destroy the property values in Carmel Valley. Again, that was an argument we heard 20 years ago. I don't think that as a result of the Storage Pro project, anybody's property values have gone down in Carmel Valley in the last 20 years. And of course, this property is not zoned residential or open space or farmland. It's zoned heavy commercial. It is the most intense commercial designation we have in Monterey County. So there's a lot more intense commercial uses that somebody could put on this that I think would have a lot, pardon me, greater impact than this one, especially as you'll see in the renderings. It's, for all intents and purposes, going to be minimally to completely invisible from the residential area. And then the final comment about Mid-Valley being a rural atmosphere, that is in fact not consistent with the designation of this area in the Carmel Valley Master Plan. It's designated for heavy commercial uses, service centers, and in fact, as staff and the commission discussed, it is designated as an opportunity site for high-density residential development behind this site in the future at a density of 30 units per acre. So, and the area is already, as you probably saw in my letter and the map that was attached, it's surrounded by commercial uses and high density or higher density residential uses like apartments. And if the housing element is adopted, it's going to get even higher density. And I suspect all those people in that high density will probably need self-storage in addition. So with that, I'd like to turn it over to Mr. Tucker. We're here to answer any questions you have. All of the conditions of approval are acceptable. And as I said, I might suggest one that you would add that would say no blocking the path, just even though it's not in our plan, that would ensure it never happens. Thank you.
Hello, my name is Will Tucker. I'm the applicant and managing member of the property. We had a PowerPoint put together for today. If you could please pull that up.
Alex, please share presentation.
Some of this is already repetitive of what Mary Angela has gone over, but we have 2.08 acres in a triangular lot, and we have it zoned HCDS RAZ designation. The property is surrounded by development on all sides, including Storage Pro, Chase Bank, and some office buildings. Those office buildings that go along Berwick are all 2 stories that are there. Now, there's one vacant lot, and we are in line with the height of those buildings when you look across what we're doing next door. The Chase Bank in front is more of an octagon building. It's not quite as high as the other 3, but we are at the same height or lower than the 3 there. And if you go over to Storage Pro, there is a center building there that is 2-story, and then they have their gable pits that we are the same height or lower than as well. And just in this next slide here, I can what you have here next to Storage Pro, you've got the trail that you can see down there. When I had the LUAC meeting on May 1st of 2023, several of the concerns were, the people that spoke to me were stopping them from being able to walk through there. They were concerned about the red of the color of the building that I had on there. They were concerned about safety because it would put more traffic through there because they have pets and elderly and things like that. So we took a lot of that into consideration. And in the time frame since then, the adjustments we have made, and one of the things that they had during the LUAC meeting is everybody was under the impression that we were over 30 feet in our buildings, that we were pushing the 35 feet. And we were never really over, I think, 31 or 32 feet at the time. So I lowered everything, with the exception of one gable point on building E, which is about 28.7 feet tall, 28 feet 7 inches tall. Everything else is 26.5 feet tall. So we lowered it even further, even though we were already well below the 35 feet. We got rid of the red, and we changed it to some more colors that were more earth tones, matches some of the colors that are there in the neighborhood. And then we changed up the front to give it the more barn look that people wanted to, dress it down a little bit so it wasn't standing out so much, and changed some of the colors to soften it up. I also talked to a couple different neighbors on the site about their concerns that they had, and I talked to several over the phone. I allowed them to send my personal phone number and email out to anybody could call me and contact me. One of the things with one of my neighbors right there next to the property that we met on the property was they did not like the noise of the alarms, which actually went off while we were there talking. These buildings that I'll be building will not have any alarms in them. I want to keep it quiet, so there's no alarms going off. They're just basically like a car alarm nowadays. Nobody really pays attention to them. They're just kind of an annoyance. So those won't be in there. All the lighting will be facing downward, and they'll be at the first level looking down. So I won't have the lighting on the second story shooting down. It's just enough for people to see the traffic as they're getting through. And the other big question was, it seemed to be the biggest concern of people in the neighborhood is I would be blocking the trail going through. And so talking to several of them on the phone about that, I told them when we designed the project, if we could, I'll come to you here for a second. I'm not going to block the trail going through because where the building ends on building A and where our property line is, we'll have some shrubbery and some landscaping. There's not going to be a fence there to block it, to go through there. Now, we personally don't want to have a formal trail that we put in there for a couple of reasons, not just liability, but as we go through these slides, I can show you that on that bottom corner that we're talking about, if this project was approved during construction, we would have to have the fence that off. We can't touch it. We can't disturb it in any way. It's not just a floodplain. It's riparian habitat. Mm-hmm. And so if you were to expand that riparian habitat out to my neighboring properties, it goes to where the trail already goes right now. And if you look at the site that we have here at the bottom of Storage Pro, you can see the trail going into where it hits the trees there and kind of hits Storage Pro. And in the other photo that if we can pull up a little later that shows where it goes behind Storage Pro, there's actually a green fence that touches the Storage Pro building because it is built right to the point of that 200-foot setback, as is our building. We're not any closer than Storage Pro is. The green fence pushes the trail further down into the creek. So when you see on that one photo that we had up there of an expansion of the neighborhood, the trail drastically changes and goes towards the creek. And it's in the riparian habitat area. So in having some conversations with the county, not just on liability, is if I put a formal trail in there, I would be pushing the trail into riparian habitat. And that was not something the county wanted to do or take care of it anywhere beyond that point. So those are some of the reasoning behind it. As of 2 weeks ago when I went to go look at it, you can't really walk all the way through it right now because there is some work going on the bridge, and it's blocked right now with the construction in there. And we can see as we go through there later on. As you can see, the buildings around us, there is the one vacant lot, and the three buildings are all two-story. And then you can see the octagon for the bank, and then Storage Pro. That big centerpiece you see there is a two-story, and we're not higher than any one of those. If we could have the next page, please. So there's approximately 55,000 square feet of storage. If you count the hallways, the elevators, and the spaces in between, it comes out to about 71,000 square feet. It's 5 separate buildings, a small office, which is about 200 square feet. There's no manager's quarters on there. Nowadays, and then we have a bathroom with 1 toilet and 1 sink in it. The thing is about nowadays, we do things a little differently than we did 20 years ago or so in the storage business. You don't come in and look at the unit, sign a piece of paper, and then go get your stuff. Everything's online. We're paperless. People don't have to come in except when they're going to pick stuff up or drop it off. So you can go on your phone, and over your phone, you can sign up, fill out your contract, and do everything you need to do, and then come in. So that cuts down on traffic as well. Like I said, there's no living spaces. None of the units will have electrical outlets in them or any kind of lighting in them. We don't want people to come there and do woodworking or whatever else. They come there, they drop stuff off, they pick it up. Sometimes people go through their stuff and they may take some time to go through that. But we're not setting this up for any kind of a warehouse where people can come and work and do anything. There's no power, there's no light for them to do that. We'll have about 2 or 3 employees there, depending on how things go. Sometimes it might go up to 4, we're not sure. The impact of the neighboring property having the storage units, we're having all the doors facing inward, so they're not facing out towards. So if anybody's in there looking at stuff, you're not going to be able to see that from the streets. We'll have the fencing that goes around the property. They'll have the privacy slats in it. And per the neighbor's request, as I said earlier, we're not going to have any of the alarms. That was a big issue when I talked to people on the phone and talked to people in person after the LUAC hearing, is we don't want to hear those alarms. So we will not have those alarms. And again, the lighting is downward facing, and it's not that's on top of the second story, it's in the center of the buildings, so the light doesn't, we do a save the night sky kind of thing. Next one, please. So you can kind of see right here the area that's going to be landscaped. But if you go to the very front where we're on, where it says landscape and it comes to a narrow point, that is Carmel Valley Road. There's about 39.5 feet of frontage there that you're going to see going through there. So as you're driving by 50 miles an hour or so, you don't get a big look at it. It's fairly small. That's going to be landscaped right into there. And in the front there, we're going to do trees to replace the one tree that we're cutting down. The one tree that we would like to remove, with your permission, is about 3 or 4 feet away from the current Storage Pro building. Over the years before we took ownership of it, the tree is basically half a tree because it's been growing into their building. And it's probably about 15 to 18 feet tall, that tree is right now. And we're going to replace that tree with at least 3 trees that come in 60-inch boxes. So it'll be fairly large oak trees when they come back in. And we're planning on putting it on the front there. If they would like some more along the back, we can do that. We just kind of have to be careful of not going in that riparian area. You can see on the bottom corner there, the Native Habitat Preserve, there's a little area that they've marked off. If you continue those lines, they go into the neighbors. Those lines eventually will cut into where the trail currently goes now. So outside of just a official trail, being a little bit worried with the liability for it, I can't really send people into a natural native habitat. Even the county was talking about that. That's not something they want, or they want to continue it on that side as well. So we're not going to put a fence at the top of the building where you see all the parking spaces, and it goes to green of the building. We're not going to put a fence there, and we're not going to put a fence in the back where it goes from the natural habitat to our building. It'll just be a small fence between us and Storage Pro so they can't sneak between the buildings. So somebody, if they wanted to, can still continue to make that walk back there. Once you leave our property and go into that tree line that's there, it drops off fairly steep, and it moves toward the creek, and it gets back into the sensitive habitat area. Next slide, please. You can kind of see an overhead view of the property with most of those buildings are flat with a slight surface, slight raise to maybe 2 or 3% raise to them. All of these things are plumb for solar someday if we wanted to, because there's a shopping center next by and the use of power that could come over time. When I build these buildings, and every time I build them in storage, I always have this steel engineered to where you could have solar on top. There's plumb that you can tie into the system should that ever come available someday. The power that we do use here will be offset by solar that we put on top of the roof. And we have our own well that handles the toilet, sink, and then we have about 20% or so of landscaping area that is native landscape habitat, which is drought tolerant. So we won't be using a bunch of water either. Next slide, please. So this question here came up when we had the neighbor that was on the list for the affordable housing down the street from us. So we had to make sure that the turn can happen. So we took into consideration that when this was built and we set building A back, so our neighbor could make the turn into their property if they take the houses they have there now or any future development that they want to do if you do have the affordable housing element going in there. So there's plenty of space for that. We have our parking spaces that meet requirements, our ADA, and you can see where the ADA parking is. There's a little space there with the lines going to the side where if anybody's coming out of a vehicle, that's the area they can offload for ADA. Next to that, you can kind of see that little curved area that's going to have a little sidewalk there. If somebody wanted to, they could come across the street like they do now, hit that sidewalk and go down the side and still keep going down that trail. It's a little moved to the south, but they can make that pass. I won't be putting a fence up there, and there won't be any landscaping that really blocks it. But we would prefer not to make it a formal trail because of that. Next slide, please. So a couple of things that we wanted to take into consideration with the LUAC, preserving the space to connect the path, which we've talked about. We lowered the height of the buildings several feet from what they were at the LUAC meeting. And even at the LUAC meeting, we were still well under the 35. So we're at 29.6 on building A at one spot, but everywhere else is 26.5 or lower. See, further reducing the overall height of the project, and we pushed back the second story of the buildings. Instead of having them one over the other on the front, the west-facing sides, the sides that you would see coming in off of Berwick and Center Street, We pushed that back, so there's a step, kind of gives a little more space back there. We moved back several feet on those. We softened the colors by taking away the red, and as we go through here, I'll show you the difference between what they saw as LUAC and what we're proposing now, because the red just wasn't something people liked at all. So we made the more colors to match what the other buildings around the area were like. And as far as oak tree and shrubbery, I'll show you as we go through the landscaping plan what we're going to do in the front, and we can add a few more trees if folks want that to offset the one oak tree. The exterior building accommodation materials are all textured block and metals that will have a barn batten board look to them. And next slide, please. So here's where we go back to the top one on the left side with the red. That's what people saw at LUAC. They did not like the red. It did not go over very well. And then you can kind of see the gables on the ends of that building were much taller. So we brought it down 3 feet. We changed the colors to be more of a, we have the gray there, or we also have the green teal there that matches in there so that it softened it up a little bit. It didn't stand out like the red did as much, and you can kind of see that with the landscaping in it as well. So that's what one of the problems was the red did not go over well. So we changed it to the colors that you see now, the gray and then the teal green. We can go back and forth between either one of those. And after we had the LUAC meeting, I needed to get the new colors and elevations into my planner before they could start the CEQA report, because they want to have that all in there. So once that was done, I returned that into my planner, and that was put forth, those two colors, the colors you see there, for the CEQA report to make sure that it matched. And then that's the difference of what we kind of did on the facades with what people saw at LUAC. Next one, please. So this is here if I'm standing on Center Street, I'm standing on Berwick, looking down Center Street. And you can kind of see as you come down Center Street, there is a 2-story building right there on the side with a pitched roof on top, and we are no higher than that building is as well there. And our colors kind of blend in a little bit more than with the red that stood out like it was before. And you can kind of see that building there, the highest height of the office that you see going there is 26 feet 7 inches as well. Next one, please. Please. So if you go down, so this is a little bit further down Berwick, looking down across our lot. This red building you see there with rectangular windows is next to the 2-story you saw. It's also, and then there's the vacant lot and then another 2-story building there as well. So we had everything put in with the size on elevation here. So our buildings, again, are in the same rhythm as the other 3 buildings that you see there going down Berwick, with the exception of the one that doesn't have the building on it right now. So we wanted to make sure that our heights blended in with the buildings around us, and even Storage Pro behind us is the same height in their center building as we are. Next one, please. We kind of put a ghost building on here, so someday if somebody ever developed that, if they put another 2-story building on there, it would pretty much take away the view of what we're building as well. Someday if somebody ever decides to develop on that lot, and they went 2-story like you see on the other buildings around it. And next one, please. So this is what you would see from Carmel Valley Road if you're driving down. On the one-hand side, you can see a little bit of the bank that's there. This, what we did is we put the building in, but we took out the trees we're going to put in, and we took out the landscaping, because in the front of the building there's going to be a little basin to catch the water during any kind of heavy storms like that. And it'll be a small berm of about 2 feet with a small little fence around it. I think it's 4 feet tall, it has to be. And then we're going to put a lot of our landscaping around there. So the thing about, if you go to the next slide, please, you can see what it looks like with the landscaping in there. Now those trees and the shrubbery, the 60-inch boxes, they don't come out that size. A 60-inch box, you're probably going to end up with a tree that's probably 8 feet tall, 7 feet tall when you first put it back in. And then when the shrubbery and everything grows in, you're really not going to be able to see the building, because our property line on the curb is 39.5 feet. So you really don't see much of the building as you're driving by, and it kind of blends in like you see next door with the bank there as well. And those trees will cover through that as well. It kind of blends in and kind of disappears. And nowadays with iPhones, everybody Googles us, gets our address, and that's how they get to us. 20 years ago, we would have wanted signs right there and all that. Nowadays, it's okay to kind of be covered in there like that, because people just GPS their way to you. Next slide, please. So again, here, this shows the landscaping in the front here. There's going to be the trees, the oak trees you see along the top there, the pond area, that's all landscaped, and the grasses and the shrubbery all around there. We're doing shrubbery around the front of the building there, and you can kind of see there'll be a small tree that we put over there by the parking lot. And then down on the property line, there's another oak tree. We're leaving that one alone. We're not interfering with its drip line or anything like that as well. And you can see as you go down further into our landscaped area, we're not allowed to touch the white corner down there because that is a riparian habitat that we can't even landscape. It has to be completely left free. And you can see that where our building ends there, where the green is, that touches right to where Storage Pro's building is. And then their fence comes along about 10 feet, gets kind of close to the riparian, and that's why that trail turns so rapidly and goes down there. So if somebody wanted to, they could walk through there on that side, and that would give them the space to walk through. It is a kind of an up and down path as you go through there, but it's their choice if they wanted to. And then again, all drought tolerant irrigation. We have very little water use that we're going to be using on this site. The well test that we have done more than cover for what we're asking to do on the site. Next one, please. And so this here talks about our drainage. We have really good percolation tests that came through, so we're going to be able to handle all on-site drainage. You can see where everything runs to the front of the property, where the drainage pond is in front of building E in the front there, collects there, and if there's an emergency overflows, it comes out down behind building A and then drains down into the river area there. And it would be treated by the time it comes through because it would perk and then come through. So that kind of takes care of our drainage. We cover everything that we have in there. On the west side of the property, it's kind of hard to see where you see the lines of the lots in front of us. There's about a 5-foot piece that comes down there that takes all of the water that filters it through there as it brings it down into the creek. So we filter the water there again too. So by the time it makes its way through the system and goes over there behind building A, it will have percolated through several areas to make sure that it's clean. Next slide, please. So this here is kind of a rough green drawing of a trail that somebody could use to go through there. If they wanted to, they can come right up there off of Center Street, right next to the ADA parking spot. There's that little concrete area I was talking about. They can pick that up and walk along the building there. As I said, I'm not going to run a fence from the end of that corner into the property line down there or in the back, from the back of the building down to where the riparian habitat is. It will just be between our two buildings so nobody can kind of go into that 3-foot space back there. It keeps people from loitering down there. So we wouldn't necessarily, if people from the neighborhood were going to walk through it, we're not going to come out there and police them. Now, again, if somebody went down there and opened up a 6-pack and started drinking, we would ask them to leave, but we're not going to stop people from walking through it.
I hate to interrupt, but can you give me any idea how much longer you intend to present? We're almost at an hour now.
Okay. I think there's one more slide. So this kind of goes back into the pricing here that we have off of mini storages in the area. We have through spare foot, the average price what is in California of $112. And then we come down into here, next door, it's over $300 for a 10 by 10. And so you kind of see the cost of the area. It's very expensive there in the Carmel Valley area. Bringing more storage in there would help with the pricing. You really have to go into Monterey or Sand City to really find available storage units. Everybody in the area is usually really over 90% or above. So that kind of covers most of it. We're good? Question?
Very well, thank you very much. I think we're going to take a short break now because all of us had lunch and we'll be back in about 10 minutes. Thank you. string things out here, but if we can all get back going, I mean, perhaps we will now be able to be as attentive as this project deserves. And I'm sorry if I hurried you through your presentation. It was a fine presentation. It was just going on for a long time. We are now at the point in the program where I'm going to reconvene. I believe we have everyone we had before. I'm looking to see if Commissioner Work has returned. I don't see him right here, but we still have a quorum. And this is a time that we set aside for the public to comment on this project. Is there anybody here who would like to come forward and say something about this? Please come forward to the microphone, and you will have 3 minutes. And if you care to state your name, that would be great. Once we've spoken to the people in the room or heard from the people in the room, we will go to Zoom. So if you're waiting online, it might be a good time to put your hand up.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon. Welcome.
Michael Haggerty. I live in Berwick Manor. A little bit of history first, for those who are not familiar. Berwick Manor was built in 1960. The purpose of it was to provide a template for how Carmel Valley could be developed, with more or less self-contained areas with housing and the services that support them. And so if I could use this. This is Berwick Manor. And if I hold it up, maybe you can see it there, or turn it like that. And you can see where the X is. That's the property that they're to develop. Now, Carmel Valley Road came on out as single lane each way. At Mid-Valley, right there are 2 lanes each way on Carmel Valley Road. They were to be the end of the 2-lane extension of Carmel Valley Road from the mouth of the valley. And by ending, it meant that 1 lane would veer off to Robinson Canyon, and the other lane would go underneath and then join. So this was the development that was to be the end of the big developments. Could you bring up the map of Berwick Manor?
Alex, please share the HTML.
Okay, that's Berwick Manor. Now, there's Carmel Valley Road on the top. This whole pie-shaped thing down there, that's Berwick Manor. In the center section is the shopping center that provides all the services for them. On the 2 sides, on the sides away from the shopping center, on Doris on the left, Berwick on the right, you have essentially office buildings, professionals. Veterinarian, doctor, dentist, all of those in those. In the center there, you had a movie theater, a laundry, you had, of course, the Safeway, restaurants, and a couple of other, as well as a service station. So that was to provide the services for single-family houses around the bottom and up the side, up Doris. And in the center were built condominiums that was going to provide more housing. But this was the map of what was to be, the template of what was to be Carmel Valley. Unfortunately, there was a lot of furor about this, as you can imagine, and a lot of people were opposed to it. But nonetheless, this is the way it was proposed to be built. I live in the second house down from Center Street on Berwick. I have a commanding view from my second story on this particular property that they're talking about that won't be visible from any place else. Now,
I'm going to give you 30 seconds for technology.
30 seconds to say that the gentleman before had said that they have access to Carmel Valley Road. They are not using that. That is to be only to look at. They're planning on going down Center Street into this, which means they're going to be coming down into the center of Berwick Manor, and then driving into their property. Now, the next person who's going to speak, she is on the corner. They will be driving right in front of her house.
Okay, thank you.
You can stop share.
Maybe that this person wishes it as well. Welcome.
Hi, my name is Tracy Kaufman, and I didn't know you had this fancy thing, so I made this stupid map, but I live right here, and they want to have all the traffic come in and out of here. And I heard them talk a lot about what it looks like from Carmel Valley Road, but they didn't talk about what anyone in our community thinks. And the whole property of our community, nobody wants this, but the traffic is going to come in and out directly in front of my house, and you can't tell me, I live there. I see the poles, they're giant and huge, and I get a lot of conflicting information because he said that he was going to keep the trail, but he's not. And then I saw it was open from 7 a.m. to 10 p.m. at night. I don't want to have cars racing around. And do you know how many times people go to Doris instead of Berwick, and they're mistaken, and they go around the neighborhood? We have elderly, we have our dogs, we have children. The people that have a storage unit there don't live there, they don't care. I can tell you that because back here behind this gate, the other storage unit, is garbage and bottles and litter. So people are throwing stuff over the thing there. This is a 400-unit storage facility right here. I don't see the need for more storage, and there's 2 in here. Why do we need more storage in this place? Oh my God, I'm trying to get through it all. There's so many. Safety, yeah, safety. And you can't tell me that our property values are not going to go down. The house down below that has been for sale for 3 years on the market is not being sold. And I have to imagine it's because they say, hey, they're going to build a storage unit and you're going to have, right in your driveway. Yeah, there's no sidewalk on our side of the street. I mean, U-Hauls and trucks are going to be coming right here in front of the house. I don't know. We walk out and we'll get hit by a truck.
If we could be quiet in the audience, it messes up
That's my
the audio.
mom, sorry. She's just... But that's, I think, all...
We can give her her own time.
And the Carmel Valley Master Plan says, developed areas, all sites meet the following criteria: low visibility, safe and unobstructed access away from pedestrian traffic areas, low noise impact on surrounding uses, conform to all other plan requirements. Developed road cuts, structures should be located in a manner that minimizes disruption of views from existing homes, completely takes our views away, and if you know better, do better. I got that quote from you today. Oh, and I'm the villain that made those. I didn't mean to make them anonymously. I'm the villain that made those flyers that sent to everyone. So I'm not anonymous about it. I made it. So thank you.
Thank you for your comments. Anyone else wish to speak in the chambers? If you want to speak, you have to come to the microphone. We'll give you time to get there, but we have to record it and share it with the people on Zoom. You'll have 3 minutes.
Thank you. My concern, and it does scare me, is the safety. I walk down my pathway, walk into the street, so there's no sidewalk, where there's traffic flowing in and out. And we're subject to walking on the same street as the cars. So we are subject to whatever. We have to jump out of the way if we have to. We have kids on bikes. The school bus stops at the corner. And it's not a safe situation. It's a very dangerous situation, and that's what I'm very concerned about.
And
Thank
everyone
you.
has GPS, but they still always...
I think you would need to let the speaker speak, and if she would care to give her name for the record, that would be great.
I'm Patricia Kaufman in that very first house that you saw. Yeah, thank you.
You have the rest of your 3 minutes if you want it. You can say whatever you want, but you don't have to.
Well, I would, if anything, we should probably have sidewalks put in for anybody all around the block, because everybody has to walk on that street, so we are sharing with all the heavy-duty traffic. We have no option. If a car comes along and hits us, there you go. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments. Is there anybody else in the chambers who would like to speak? Seeing no one, I'm going to go to the people online. Madam Clerk.
Charlie, I'm going to ask you to unmute. It looks like you're unmuted.
Okay, great. Thanks. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, board, for hearing our thoughts. My name is Charles Wally. I'm a member of the Carmel Valley Board, an organization that was founded over 70 years ago in the pursuit of preserving the rural character of Carmel Valley and its natural and cultural heritage. My comments today are primarily just to summarize those that we have already submitted, and I'll be followed by several of our board directors who will address more specific questions. I'm going to talk briefly about two categories of concerns. One is the impacts of this project on the surrounding area, and the second one is its compliance with the Carmel Valley Master Plan. So the first is, these are all, of course, things that have come up in the past and have been addressed in some ways today. The first is that the southernmost component of the project, Building A, has the clear potential to block public access by road to the marina site number 56 by way of Center Street. And we've heard that there will be a 60-foot wide road going through. I think it is clear to me, at least, that it would be useful to have a little more realistic and higher resolution information about how that's going to work for that issue to be assessed. At the moment, it seems like we're potentially undermining the validity of that marina site and the overall process without a clear explanation of how it will be preserved. The second issue is that the project doesn't adequately address flooding risks on Center Street, or if it does, it's not clear how it does, and particularly under various climate change scenarios. Commissioner Deal was right that the terminology related to flooding and floodplains is pretty complex and highly variable, and the underlying processes that cause it are changing wildly. So I think we would benefit from a clearer explanation of how that project is going to cope with floods that we know are coming. So the second category is compliance with the Carmel Valley Master Plan, and both the specific details and the overall cumulative impact of this project are in some ways seemingly inconsistent with the master plan. First, the project creates multiple large, high visibility buildings that, when looking at the broader area, seem out of character with the nature of the development. Clearly, they are consistent with a similar storage shed right next door, but not with the overall plan.
I'm going to have to ask you to sum
More
up.
importantly, Building A, am I out of time?
You are out of time.
Okay, so one last point. This issue with Building A blocking public access to the trail is clearly important and needs to be
You're
resolved.
really out of
Thank you.
time. Thank you. Madam Clerk?
Vince, I'm going to ask you to unmute. Oops.
All right, can you hear me?
Yes, thank you.
Excellent. Good afternoon, honorable members of the Monterey County Planning Commission. My name is Vince Moita, and I'm land use counsel for the adjacent property owner, Storage Pro Self Storage. We support applicant's project, but we want an even playing field. We'd like to reference our September 3rd comment letter on the project and address the findings and additional comments presented. Applicant's attorney claims that based on their site and the Storage Pro site are located in two different zoning districts. And I quote in their letter, "The development standards for the applicant's project are different than the Storage Pro project," end quote. The applicant's attorney is correct that the two sites are in different zoning districts. The applicant site is zoned heavy commercial, and the Storage Pro site is zoned light commercial. However, the contention is incorrect that the development standards are different for the two sites. Besides conforming changes to the section references, the development standards for heavy and light commercial are wholly the same, with no stated FAR limit to either. In fact, the change in land use zoning for the HC to LC done by this county on August 25th, 2004 was for the sole purpose of limiting HC exclusive uses that are, quote, not locally serving uses, for example, manufacturing and research and development uses. Here, the applicant's proposed use is not exclusive to HC zoning, so the relevancy of the LC versus HC is moot. Applicant's attorney also cites that the proximity of the Carmel Valley Road and the repairing corridor to my client's property is a greater constraints. However, neither of these red herrings impact the FAR, and we fundamentally disagree that the two sites in relation to these issues differ at all. It is inconsistent to hold adjacent properties with substantively identical development standards to the alternative FAR standards. Storage Pro's project was limited to 53% FAR ratio, whereas the current project is at 80%. The Storage Pro site was limited to a single story on its perimeter buildings, whereas project applicant is entirely two-story. To do so could constitute unlawful spot zoning and would violate the uniformity requirement embodied by California Government Code Section 65852 that states all such zoning regulations shall be uniform for each class or kind of building or use of land throughout each zone. Here, since there is no meaningful difference in the development standards between light commercial and heavy commercial, the applicant and the Storage Pro site should be afforded the same rights and benefits under the general plan and the Carmel Valley Master Plan. As staff found, and I quote from the report, the project is consistent with the 2010 general plan and the CVMP policies. Staff should also find that 80% FAR consistent with the design standards as applied to our client site, which is for an identical use and situated in the neighboring site. The only remedy that we see fit is to, one, deny the project and restrict it to a 53% FAR, or two, if the county decides to confirm the project as proposed, is to later grant our client the ability to match the FAR ratio of 80% for an expansion so as to not violate the uniformity requirement imposed under California Government Section Code 65852. With that, we thank you for your time, and we look forward to seeing you soon for the hopeful expansion of our project, depending on how you rule in today's decision. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments. Madam Clerk, I don't see any more hands up. Am I missing anything? And do we have any emails?
It does look like Mary Ann just raised her hand.
Okay, let's go.
Yep, and I believe I'm unmuted.
You are.
As president of the Carmel Valley Association, I'd like to associate myself with the comments we made earlier in our letter and also by Dr. Wally today. But today I'm excited to speak from personal experience about the meaning that this path has for residents of Mid-Valley. Mid-Valley is a wonderful community, but it's not as walkable as one might hope. This trail represents a valuable and scarce resource for us. This well-worn footpath connects the Holt Track, Carmel Valley Ranch, Lower Robinson Canyon area with the Doris Berwick Shopping Center area. Let me explain what this means in terms of our quality of life. Although my family and I are longtime property owners and residents of Eddy Road, also in Mid-Valley, when I was a kid, we lived for several years on Doris Drive. More than 50 years ago, this very path enabled me to walk or ride my little pony Star to visit my friends and classmates who lived on Robinson Canyon or Holt Roads. Today, in this age of too many screens and too much social media, there's a lot of discussion about how important it is for preteens and young teens to have some freedom for unsupervised exploration, the way we had as children. But understandably, parents do not want their children walking along Carmel Valley Road. That's one reason why such an off-road connection between neighborhoods is so very important. Many decades later, this same path continues to give me and other Mid-Valley residents this opportunity to walk our dogs or just check out the river from Robinson Canyon Bridge. Carmel Valleyites feel deeply connected to the Carmel River. We wait for the first rains and see whether the river is rising. We check the river after big storms and see how the steelhead or fry are doing in the dry months. Unfortunately, river access that was available in my youth at the end of Doris Drive has been gated off by the Begonia iron removal plant. So being able to stroll over to the bridge from the shopping center is a wonderful, simple pleasure, just the sort of experience that makes Valley life special. I have every confidence that the applicants and their architects and landscape designers can modify this project so they can fulfill their dream of adding a third storage facility to this area without depriving local residents of river access and of our only safe neighborhood connectivity for foot traffic. And if I still have some seconds left, I'd like to respond to points today. The alternate path that was put before us is no alternative at all. It runs behind the houses. I wouldn't know how to get to it, and it does not connect these neighborhoods. There is a pedestrian sidewalk on the bridge, which suggests to me that it's appropriate for pedestrians to go onto that bridge. And just because there's not a sidewalk now on Robinson Canyon Road doesn't mean that we should preclude walkability in the neighborhood in the future. For example, maybe the ranch or St. Dunstan's will increase walking connections. And my big concern is that the path is currently on land proposed for the very large building A. And when I look at this map, I see a slope. I believe those are topographical lines that suggest there's a severe slope next to building A. And so I don't think that this would be retaining a walkable, horse rideable path at all. And in fact, somewhere in, maybe it was in one of the letters, it was stated, I think, by the applicant that a path wasn't possible because of the steep terrain. So I thank you very much for your consideration, especially of the importance of this pathway.
Thank you for your comments. Madam Clerk, are there any more?
I do not see any more hands raised on Zoom, and there are no new emails.
Very, very well.
I'm just kidding. Somebody just raised their hand and now put it down again. Larry, if you would like to speak, I can unmute you. I'm not sure if he means to or not.
Yes, I do mean to speak. Thank you for finding me. On the trail is where I want to go. Initially, it seemed to have been overlooked by the applicant. But as you've seen from the overhead visuals of the parcel, it is very evident, very traveled. As I look at the site plan showing the buildings on this parcel, it appears to me that the existing trail runs right through the middle of building A. And that building A is perched right at the top of what is a very steep slope down to the adjacent parcel to the south. And the steepness of that slope, if you look at those drawings, you can see by the closeness of the contour lines. It is so steep, I don't believe you could walk up or down it easily. I'm not clear where the applicant proposes to allow an alternate trail, but if it's right on the edge of that steep section, it's dangerous. There should be an ample pathway to allow people or bike riders to be able to go through there. The other aspect is CBA, of which I'm a member, made a comment about a historic trail. It has been an historic trail. It hasn't been deeded in an easement, but it has been used, as Marianne provided us, for decades by the community and could easily be documented. And in fact, I am not an attorney, but I have worked on other trails, and the subject of a prescriptive easement here seems to fit the situation very nicely. Decades used by the public, adverse use against the wishes of the owner, and a demonstrated history. So I would hope that we can make some adjustments to allow this important corridor between the bridge and the Mid-Valley Shopping Center to be readily open to those who would like to continue to travel along this path. Those are my comments. Thank you very much.
Thank you. And if you would care to state your name for the record, we'd appreciate it.
It's Larry Bacon, Mid-Valley Carmel resident. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Bacon. All right. Madam Clerk, how about now?
All right, there are no hands on Zoom and no new emails.
Great. Thank you. I'm glad we had a chance to fit everyone in. I'm going to go ahead and invite the applicant back to respond to anything you may have heard in public comment briefly. Welcome.
Well, we do have a little more information than we did earlier. Mary was able to find that there was a discussion about an offer to dedicate at the Planning Commission on Storage Pro, but I don't believe it ever made it through to a condition of approval ultimately it was the Board of Supervisors that had that. But if the county feels that's appropriate here, in addition to the fact we won't block the trail, we're happy to provide an offer to dedicate, which will require the county to be responsible for it. And, the path will, as it does behind Storage Pro, meander in and out of that riparian habitat and provide access to the street. And if the county wishes to accept that through an offer to dedicate. It didn't require that apparently of Storage Pro based on what Mary found, but whatever you feel is appropriate. You know, we're not trying to block the path or prevent people from doing that. As to red herrings, the lawyer representing Storage Pro definitely caught the Jonah and the whale of all red herrings. He said he wanted to impose a floor area ratio requirement on this project. To be clear, there is no floor area ratio requirement on heavy commercial development. As I said, that property is physically different than this property. It's far more visible from Carmel Valley Road. It's a different location in relation to the river and the street. So, as different floodplain elevations. So it's because one property has one amount of development doesn't mean another one is appropriate or should have less. As you just looked at that property in Carmel Highlands, obviously it had some severe constraints that would prevent it from having a 10,000 square foot house on it. You know, similar, every property is you know, based on its physical configuration and the facts related to that. But floor area ratio has no application whatsoever in this zoning district. The storm drainage is state law. It's not a matter of guessing or speculating. There's a factor you use pursuant to the requirements of the State Water Resource Control Board for storm drain retention and detention, and that's what we're doing here. The 20-foot easement, as you saw from our PowerPoint presentation, highlighted in yellow, provides the access to the housing opportunity site. That's on a private easement. Clearly, if that happens, it's going to be a lot more people and development there. What was approved in 1960, of course, was prior to all of the Carmel Valley master plans, prior to housing elements, and really isn't relevant to your decision today. And I think I've tried to address the other comments about trails. I don't know if you have any other questions about it, but we're not blocking off the pathway. We're not doing anything to interfere with the ability to get there. And if the commission feels appropriate to require an offer to dedicate, in addition to don't fence off the access from the street to Robinson, my client's willing to accept that as well. And other than that, if you have any questions, we're here to answer them, and we accept the other conditions as they were proposed. Thank you.
And thank you, Mr. Lombardo. And will that include the staff's errata as proposed today at the hearing?
Yes.
Thank you. All right, with that, I'm going to close the public hearing, bring it back to staff. Would you like to respond to anything we've heard in public hearing at this time?
Yes, just to clarify the availability of the trail, if we could share HDMI, Alex. So the question did come up whether the trail that is currently the social trail would be going through one of these buildings. And I can do a flash overlay here from Center Street. The current trail, social trail, aligns through there. And yes, it would have to be rerouted down through this easement area and across what might be an access road, and as currently designed would be on slope. And one of the conditions that has changed since the Mirabito development next door was considered and the offer to dedicate a trail was put forth at the Planning Commission level, is that this habitat area that is indicated in the corner here and also extends onto the next parcel, it's habitat for western pond turtle, which was not protected at the time that that project was reviewed, and now it is. And I just wanted to share, here's the Planning Commission resolution that was, this was appealed. And originally it did say public trail area dedication. When it went to the board, that was removed. And then the staff report, that was the cover report for it, had a statement that said they discussed with Park District potential to dedicate some park, and instead there was an offer to dedicate a strip. But when it got to whether or not it would be included in the condition compliance mitigation monitoring and reporting plan. I did not read this entire thing in a sitting while there was a presentation by the applicant, but I did do several word searches and I didn't find anything in here about a trail. So it wasn't upheld. Thank you. I can also answer questions
If I
about the
could just follow up
flooding.
very briefly on that. So you're suggesting that any reroute that informal trail would have to take if this project were to be approved would be on adjacent property? Is that what I'm seeing?
The image that I pulled up was from the site plan, and it's to show that it would be cutting very close to the edge of this property line. It could be within this property, but it would be crossing the that access easement.
Can you pull that back up again just for a second?
HDMI, please share.
Thank you.
Thank you. So, sorry if I was unclear, but I was talking about this access easement that has been a focus of ours. So this turning area right here that would potentially serve the neighboring project for whatever project is on that site.
Right. So then it's
would be crossed by this trail, and
yeah. Okay.
and then as proposed, it would have to loop pretty far down into some sloped areas within this parcel.
And there is no area that is not sloped in that area, in that section. Yeah, gotcha.
The area that's not sloped is taken up by a building.
Gotcha. All right. Thank you. That was very helpful. Now, I didn't mean to interrupt. Please feel free to proceed.
Well, I did want to also, but it seems like trails is the hot topic, so we can stay on trails if you wish. But if you wish, I
Commissioner
could
Shaw has a
share
question
some
about
facts
the
about
trails.
flooding.
Thank you. Not so much a question, but I went ahead and I looked in Google Earth and I did the 3D viewing. And I feel like we're kind of going down, this is like a dead end road with this trail. That is very steep. That's a big drop off. There's no way anyone's going to be walking down that hillside. That's impassable. So the trail is, if building A is there, there is no going around it unless someone's going to like edge along the fence, which is very not safe. If anyone has Google Earth on their phone, I highly recommend going on there and pulling up the 3D viewer, and you can, I did not grasp how steep that drop off is. So I feel like we're just going down this path when it's just not going to happen. This path is not going to happen if that building's there.
Okay, Commissioner Roberts?
In addition to the path that we're talking about right now, did I understand that there's also a path running the length of the property towards Robertson Canyon Road over to the shopping or in front of the other storage area? Or I thought that there was the lower one and then they were leaving the side open along. Did I misunderstand that?
Through the chair, are you speaking of the access and utility easements?
No, basically access for anybody who wanted to use it as an informal trail. And
Was it visible on the last exhibit that staff showed?
One of actually the applicant may have shown it. It was an image and it had greenway, like a strip of greenway along the development. And I thought that was the area that was also available for.
Alex, will you share the presentation, please? Through the chair, this is a slide from the applicant's presentation that he shared in terms of the biological report recommending protections of this Western Pond turtle habitat area. And that's the slide in which she drew on a potential pathway that could be taken as a casual access path. We are speaking about the same path.
I was actually thinking of it as something separate, though. So basically, if that's the right angle there, opposite that, whatever that road is behind the commercial property, it seemed as though there was a line of access there.
Through the chair, yes. There's even on his slides, there's a slide in here. There you go. the entrance to the project, this is a close-up that they produced in response to staff's questioning of the appropriate access for the neighboring parcel, still being protected after this proposed project is constructed. There was some concern with staff during a review of the staff report that maybe this piece of hardscape and some of this parking might block the access to the neighboring parcel. This close-up shows that it does not, because there's still what would it be the equivalent of road access, an access road, sorry, which is 2 10-foot wide lanes. And it shows here is 20 foot for the turn. And there's also an agreement that's already been signed in 2022 between this landholder and the landholder of the property behind that says that they can have their parking within this easement area.
Is that what you were looking for,
No,
Commissioner?
I'm actually still confused. What I thought I saw, if you forward through this, because I think I saw it, was parallel to Berwick Drive, essentially the backside. Yeah, that green strip, a very narrow green strip that's parallel to.
Thank you. This green strip is actually a swale for their on-site stormwater control.
So it's not going to be.
It's not a trail. No, it's going to be about 5 feet wide, and it's going to be part of the swale that heads down to that drainage basin to contain all the stormwater on-site.
Okay, Commissioner Daniels?
Yes, through the chair, can you go back to that last slide? Yes, but it's not showing on our computers. There it is. Okay. So if I'm trying to understand this correctly, and especially in light of what Commissioner Shaw brought up, the current trail in the pictures that you showed seems to go straight into Center Street. It heads right to Center. So if you're looking just even at this map, I mean, it's significantly into where Building A is. And so, and I actually have some other questions about Building A in general that if this is the appropriate time, I'll ask, but, or we can.
I think staff has some additional material, and then we'll come back to that.
Okay, so.
We're on trails right now.
Could you help me understand where the current, and maybe the next slide is a better visual as well, the current trail configuration is on top of what we're looking at in terms of the proposal?
Try to do it with their slides, just so we don't have to.
Totally, makes perfect sense. Maybe even the one with the green drawing line on it.
This one?
That one's fine too. So in the one that had the drawing, yes, there. So it looks to me that the original trail somehow did what you're saying. It seemed to end in the middle of Center Street.
Mm-hmm.
So it sort of maybe cuts at an angle across. Okay. And then according to Commissioner Shaw, and you can see it on this drawing, there is a slope there that is where this trail is actually being proposed. Okay. The rest of my questions are about the buildings.
Okay. Commissioner Shaw?
Through the chair, I can actually just put my phone on that thing if you wanted to see what I'm seeing. So I'm going to go down there and put it on that projector, if you don't mind. Is that okay?
Can staff do that?
Is staff able to pull up a map, the app, and get Street View or the 3D?
Alex, thank you.
You have to be on the microphone, Commissioner. Nope, the other one.
So it has a green light on it.
Will it? Oh, yeah.
Hello? Yeah, there we go. Okay, so look, there's the Center Street. You can see the path. You can see it running back here. And when I go to 3D, which is, not the best, you can really see how steep that is. I don't know if you can, oops. Hold on, sorry.
Seasick here.
Go back to that. Apologies. So then I go to here.
Possible for everybody.
And we'll go to 2D. Get rid of that. Trying to come up so you can really see that. Do you see that slope?
So through the chair, if that's the original the original, you can see the actual trail, so it's to the left of that is the recommended new trail.
There you go. I don't know if that clarifies anything for anyone.
Okay.
Through the chair, staff is not recommending a trail.
Okay, thank you.
All right, staff, do you want to proceed on the non-trail discussion?
Sure. Alex, would you mind sharing through HDMI? Thank you. This is just to show I didn't have Google Earth up because as a planner, I do depend on these topo lines. So they are very closely clustered together on the site, and it is very steep at the back of the lot. So just to the parcel to the south of this, as we discussed, there's some flood plain, and there's some, there is, some potential for flooding. It is was analyzed in the preparation of the project, and a draft stormwater control plan is in place. But there's also many conditions of approval that were put on by our environmental services, such as the stormwater control plan and report, construction general permit with a SWIP, post-constructional stormwater control measures, maintenance and agreement and a maintenance plan. Also wanted to point to potential impacts for any inundation that could happen from the driveway that would make anything worse on Center Street and Berwick Drive, which has been an area of concern for the two neighbors that we heard from today. And there is frontage improvements included here as required by Public Works. Oh dear, did I just lose my, just lost all of the text by making it larger. Very sorry. It'll have to stay small. Frontage improvements include curb, gutter, and potentially some additional sidewalk and pave out that would potentially require a little bit of improvement to street drainage facilities. The as far as flooding, two neighbors in August 2024 expressed to staff that there was a drainage issue in the street of Berwick Drive at the intersection with Center Street. And they are, some of them are present. Their concern with the proposed project was that it could intensify that problem. Planning staff conferred with Public Works staff who checked the site in September 2024. And at the time, they didn't see any standing water, but they did opine that the issue could be caused by debris gathered in the concrete cross gutter of Berwick Drive. And there's also a property there off of Center Street on Berwick Drive with substantial hedge that encroaches into the concrete gutter pan and apparently could block the gravity flow of the stormwater toward Doris and Berwick Drive. So it's released, all of that surface flow that's within those streets is released into a catch basin that connects to a pipe that takes the stormwater to the Carmel River all the way down Berwick Drive at the end. So if there's any little problem with that, Public Works is on it and they will work on it. So that is how we're addressing potential flooding and storm water issues having to do with this project. And then there was a question about...
Can we follow up on that for a second?
Yes, please.
Thank you. In finding 3 evidence F, we discussed what you said about the applicant being aware of the potential of damage from flooding. Is any of that damage something that needs to be pointed out to any potential clients? I mean, is this a kind of flooding that might affect the contents of any of the uses that are proposed? Because I see us protecting ourselves as in terms of ourselves being, in this case, the county. I'm just wondering if it is just not something that's going to go towards one of the buildings or what? I'm sorry, I guess I'm easily confused.
Well, is someone from engineering, I'm from environmental services here, would like to speak to that? Yeah, there was no notification to FEMA required for this project, and all of the project buildings are up on the top plateau of this property. They're up off of that steep slope, and I think the likelihood of flood inundation from the river is very low. But a 500-year flood might affect it, and
Well, here's the thing. If we feel the need to indemnify the county, seems to me we want to be very clear that we have the public equally protected, is what I got from that. The other thing I get from this is that in some other areas of the Carmel River basin, the Carmel River has cut back the banks considerably. It's down cut in some areas as much as 30 feet, and it's cut out to a great extent in some of these more recent floods as well. So given that we know floods are becoming more common in these days, was there any, I understand we're relying on that slope and the location of where the river is now to determine the flooding issues as best we can, and that FEMA's in charge of that. But in terms of the potential analysis based on any kind of climate change considerations, is that already included in the FEMA analysis, do you know? Because that basin, the size and configuration of that bank in this area, I'm not immediately familiar with, but in others, I've seen it change quite a lot, and quite a lot recently.
I'm checking to see if anyone with environmental services can speak to that. I don't see them in this meeting, but we'll follow up.
Perhaps they can come back in a bit. All right? Are there anybody else? Commissioner Mendoza.
Yeah, I do have a question. If you go back to the parking, the proposed parking for the facility, I know there was that easement for that potential development that might go, through that property per se. And it kind of looks like the ADA compliant parking space, when they back out of that to leave per se, it goes right into it. I don't think we have adequate space for that. And thinking about the future, how is that going to be resolved? And one other question. When this lot was created as a heavy commercial lot, was Center Street the only entrance to it, or was it Carmel Valley?
Okay, through the chair, the parking and drive easement agreement that was signed between the two lot holders really only was set up in respect to a single-family dwelling and accessory uses on the other lot. It was not geared toward a potential opportunity site and future development in some future planning phase of the housing element. So for that purpose, it's effective for there to be 5 parking spots and people to be able to go in and out, access that, and also for the approximate 10 trips that would be going into the other parcel. The second question through the chair had to do with anticipated access from Center Street. Yes, I believe it was already there in the parcel map as it was illustrated when we showed the trail alignment. I'm sorry, we showed the utility easements. It was anticipated that entry into the site was always going to be only from Center Street.
Thank you. Commissioner, is that it? Yeah. Commissioner Daniels.
Yes, thank you. Is there a difference between this?
Is your microphone on?
Yes, I was looking the wrong direction. Okay. Is there a difference between this, accessing this storage facility versus accessing the other 3? Because this seems like this is the only one that comes in through a neighborhood versus I think the big Storage Pro one maybe is at the farm center is where the access is, or off of that part of Carmel Valley Road that it just seems like it's a shopping center. The other 2 are in the shopping center. So is this the only one that's coming in through a neighborhood street?
Through the chair.
To access the building, I mean, not just to get to it.
Through the chair, yes. The next door project is accessed through a turnoff from Carmel Valley Road that kind of bends toward Robinson Canyon Road. and the other ones are inside the shopping center. But as staff pointed out in the presentation some hours ago, this is accessed off of Berwick Drive, the immediate turn into Center Street. The only structures that you pass on that route are commercial and commercially zoned. Were someone to accidentally miss the turn and keep driving, they would be in a residential area. But if they follow that turn, they haven't, I mean, except for passing the one house that is on the last, yes, her house that's on that last little piece of Center Street. The rest of it is commercial.
So you're on Berwick, and when you make you're heading from Carmel Valley Road on Berwick, you make a left-hand turn into Center, and you pass office buildings. Is that what you're saying? Okay.
I think there's one mixed use with residents on that street as well, but a lot of it is commercial zoning.
Okay. And then the other question I have, just because I need to understand better what was said to us, the FAR question versus the site coverage question. We were told earlier that the site coverage was 42%, and then we had a public commenter talk about this being 80% FAR, but we don't, as the applicant said, analyze FAR for this project. I had to refresh my memory what the difference between site coverage and FAR is, but now I'm clear. So are you at all concerned about what you heard, or is it clear to you? Because there seemed to be an implied threat there that this person would now be coming back for their 2-story application. And I have to be very clear, I'm done with storage. Like this, I'd love a condition after this that there's no more storage in Mid-Valley. So I mean, was that at all concerning to you, or has the question been answered that these are light commercial versus heavy commercial, and they got what they were able to do, and this is separate?
Might I ask if council would care to address that? I know there were some citations in there.
That would be great.
Any chance you have some insights for us today?
I think I need to review the zoning, so I would rely on Ms. Israel's knowledge and expertise on that. The statute cited, I did look at it. It's pretty general, so it would require a pretty close analysis of the facts. I don't know the difference off the top of my head between light and heavy commercial, so that makes it a little tricky.
Thank you. Ms. Israel, you want to weigh in?
Certainly. Yes, staff took this letter quite seriously in the preparation of the staff report, and looked at any implications in the previous resolution for their entitlement that talked about limiting to FAR. There's no mention of that. However, going back into history, that project, when reviewed by the Planning Commission, was including some development on the Kaminsky lot, which this is. So it had been anticipated for a much larger area. After their appeal and they came back, they reduced their project, dropped the Kaminsky parcel, and came back with a much smaller area project. Mm-hmm. They're only held to lot coverage in the inland area. We don't measure FAR in the Carmel Valley Master Plan area. So I understand that this representative is concerned that they were told they had to limit down, and they did limit down through that through the hearing process. But it would be apples and oranges for this, because this is one lot with a much smaller area. It is zoned heavy commercial, and as far as appropriate uses for it, since we have heard from EHB that there's a well on site that can basically only serve a couple of fixtures, the question is what other development of the type of heavy commercial or light commercial would really fit into this spot. Of course, I'm not trying to be pre-decisional. You guys make the decision, but there's plenty of other Carmel Valley Master Plan policies that would be under consideration for this lot.
And then I'll just add, though, that, I mean, I can't make a decision based on what water may or may not be available in the future, because we hear lots of people say there will be plenty of water in the future. So I did want to just say that, you know, we've been going for a really long time, and there are some really good questions that have been asked. The ADA question that was just asked, this access question to and from the property below, and whether or not that's enough space. I'm wondering if a lot of these questions could be asked by revisiting Building A, and I don't know if that's something that the applicant is interested in, but Building A seems to be the real problem. The trail also that folks really want to continue to see, and this being the Carmel Valley Master Plan with provisions and policies about maintaining this type of access. I think if there is any sort of appetite to go and revisit Building A and come back with something revised to address, I think, every question that's been asked today, even about flooding, I would certainly be open to that, since Building A is also the one that goes into the potential flood areas, et cetera. So, or it's at least adjacent to. So I'm just going to throw that out there as one of the potential ways we could move forward.
Let the applicants think about that for a minute if they'd like, and they can let us know what they would like to add. Mr. Lombardo, any thoughts?
I think I'd like to look at Building A some more.
Right, thank you.
So I don't know what continuance, right, I guess, too.
Probably. Great. I think
that's acceptable. We'll take that suggestion to heart and see what we can do.
Super. Ms. Israel, were you finished with your comments? Because I think we should go ahead and continue the discussion of questions and comments prior to a continuance so that we don't nickel and dime this.
We do have Luis Rodriguez he's our hydrologist lead for environmental services, who can answer your question about how FEMA considers climate change in their modeling.
I guess I'm more interested in this particular site-specific consideration, but Mr. Rodriguez,
You could also answer that too. Thank you.
Come forward.
Yeah, I just jumped in, so I'm trying to get my bearings straight. But yeah, go ahead. What questions did you have?
My concern that I expressed was about the change in the shape of the riverbed in the Carmel River over the past recent period related to the greater and more frequent flooding. We are so reliant on the positioning of the drop-off there on flood risks for this particular project. My question had to do with how do we analyze the potential that cross-section might change due to the more frequent and extreme flooding, and that's a climate change question, and I wondered if that was already considered in all of the FEMA risk analysis or not, and that's when they called you. We had some kind of audio slip over here. I don't know what that was. Mr. Rodriguez, I don't know if you're unmuted. Okay.
What about here? Is that working?
Yes. Thank you.
Oh, excellent. Unfortunately, any new data that was captured with the recent floods, we have not got our hands on. So what we're left with is what we currently have within the County of Monterey partial report web app, or the County of Monterey GIS data inventory, which is basically FEMA's most updated special flood hazard areas. Now, specifically for like site-specific projects, what usually happens is if we feel there's going to be upstream or downstream effects, what we require is for a hydrologic and hydraulic analysis be done. And what that basically is an engineer getting FEMA's models, which FEMA used to create their flood insurance rate maps. And they're running those models so they can get the exact same numbers as FEMA did for that area of the river they're studying. And then they run another model, and the other model they run will have any development that they're proposing. And then given that, they try and see if there's any change within what FEMA's model shows and what their model shows. And if there are changes, they would need to change their development in order to design it where there is not going to be any change within FEMA's special flood hazard area. And that's usually typically what's done.
Okay, thank you. I don't think that really gets to what I'm after, but what I'm after seems to be hard for me to express, so I can't expect you to answer it. I'm talking about what the river looks like when you observe it as a non-technical person and you watch those banks retreat, or the river cut down in the extreme situations we've had over the past 20 years. Really don't, since we're depending on the bank to tell us where the river is, that drop-off is really the line. If that drop-off changes, as it has in other places, it seems to me important to note. But if we're going back to the analysis.
That would be like, that would be historical. You can use some 3D modeling, and most rivers like to run in a sinusoidal shape, like a snake-like shape, where they have some cutbacks and point bars, maybe some oxbows. So looking at historical 3D modeling of rivers, you can see where these areas that used to be flooded are. But yeah, I mean, I guess you would need to do, just for FEMA's base flood elevation, which they don't want changing by any development, those are usually a hydrologic model that's done.
Yeah, thank you, understood.
Yeah.
This is kind of not exactly where I was going, but it's all good information, and I appreciate it. Ms. Israel, did you have anything else you wanted to say? Okay, I want to go to my most significant concern with this project. And it's a little odd because I was very much involved in the development of the 2010 general plan. And I know Ms. Beretti recently found it. Perhaps she can tell you where to go. I'd like to show you what the current affordable housing overlay outline for Mid-Valley is. Because we determined for the 2010 general plan, the areas where we felt there was the most, again, like the opportunity areas in the proposed housing element, but this is what's there now, where we had the best chance of providing affordable housing in Carmel Valley, close to services, in an area that had the best potential for being supported by things like, in this case, sewer, because we felt there was unused sewer capacity, local public services, public transportation, and all that sort of thing. So just want everybody to understand, this is the current line of where in 2010 we thought the best opportunities for affordable housing development in this clustered area of Mid-Valley were. And I want you to take a look at where this lot is. It was, and we know that what we've had in this last round is that most property owners don't wish to take advantage of this. They wish to do something else. But my biggest concern is there's not many opportunities. And every time we go in a different direction, there are fewer opportunities. And in this case, having been through the previous storage facility development, because that was also a place where we had thought might be appropriate, and now to this one, it seems like we're leaving ourselves almost no places where those kinds of things could be developed. And for me, I guess overall my sense is that as storage facility proposals go, this one seems like a very well thought out one. I believe that all the technical issues are technical issues that could be resolved. I don't think that we have unsolvable neighborhood issues really. I think that we could probably work those out. But this loss of opportunity issue, I don't see how to work that one out. And so that's the one that's really causing me trouble. And I don't know how to express it as a project-specific concern, but in terms of the way I'm processing it, it is the most important thing on my mind right now, because I think for all of us, housing is just so hard to find any place where you could physically do this. And of course, Commissioner Daniels points out that the absence of current available water can't be relied upon. We've got to assume that somehow or other, if we're going to address housing, we're going to be able to come up with a plan for that. So it's, I mean, I understand the property owner wants to do something with the property. I do. And I'm just really worried about further restricting our housing choices every time we turn around at the same time as saying housing is our priority. So I'm expressing that now because I don't want it to come up as a surprise to anybody. It's not a concern that's going to go away. But this purple line shows what we did. This is what we said before. And so the proposed housing opportunity sites are, in fact, somewhat less in effect than this is in terms of stating our intent. Anyway, I'll leave it at that. I think everybody knows what I mean. At least I hope so. What I've heard just recently from Commissioner Daniels, and again echoed by Mr. Lombardo, are that with a continuance, hopefully a brief continuance, we would have the opportunity for the applicant to review issues related to Building A and come back with some revisions. Does staff feel that that's a doable thing? I mean, do they think that that's a review that we could do based on the information that you have before you?
Certainly.
If we were to vote to continue this, do you have any sense of when you might be prepared to bring it back?
Staff's looking right now at the next handful of agendas.
Appreciate that.
While that's happening, may I ask a question?
While that's happening, Commissioner Daniels would like to ask a question, not to distract them from their calendars.
No, it just in case it's not in the next remaining 2 meetings of this year, and I'm not here. Honestly, I really am serious about this concern of a proliferation of storage facilities. I can't quite put my finger on it. They must be really lucrative or a good way to manage open space when you have it like the ones that are formerly were shops, formerly were a movie theater, and now is a storage facility. So I really would, in the future, like for this project to be an opportunity for county staff to think about like how many storage facilities is too much, and maybe that this would be a cap on storage facilities if there's some way to do that. And if that were the case and that were to happen, I think that that should also include that if a storage facility were one day to return to a movie theater, which would be awesome, that doesn't mean there's new areas opening up for storage facilities at Mid-Valley. Just a thought. I mean, this is a very small area, and this is a whole lot of storage.
Thank you.
We had a planner in that chair who is now.
I think she's conferring with the applicant about,
Thank you.
about
Okay.
the timing.
Yeah, and just Ms. Israel, while you're doing that, so we have 2 meetings left. The December 11th meeting is very full right now, so I would be very reluctant to put anything there. The closer meeting in November, unfortunately, we're already well past the deadlines for that, so I don't think it would give sufficient time. So I believe we would be looking at one of the dates after the first of the year. The first Planning Commission meeting looks to be January 8th and appears to be wide open at present. And the next one would be January 29th, which has only a couple of items so far. And that said, we also need to take into consideration our planner's schedule, who does have a very large requisite annual report that comes due in January. So if that would not work for our planner, then we do have dates in February. There's February 12th, February 26th, whose due dates are corresponding.
Mr. Lombardo, I'm going to open the public hearing again just for you.
Thank you so much. January 8th is available, is that what you said?
That is the first planning commission, and it is open if that would work also for planning staff, which I will defer to staff on that.
That means our esteemed commissioner from Carmel Valley will no longer be here. So we'll have to proceed without her input. But
She'll be around.
I'd rather do it in December if we could, but it shouldn't take us very long to make the revisions to the building. I mean, in terms of certainly long before December. And I don't know how much more beating to death of this subject we need. So I assume it could be a relatively, short item to see what we've done and deal with the trails. So I'd much rather not lose Commissioner Daniels if we can help it, since she's been through all of this with us. Is that the 18th, the December meeting?
There's only one meeting in December.
Yeah, that's what I know. Which
The December meeting is December 11th, and it's incredibly full. We do have and I see that Ms. Israel also has a substantial item going on that day. So again, for December would be a one I would be highly reluctant to continue this to, though I do respect and understand, and should the commission wish us to move some things around to accommodate that, that would be a different story. But try to respect other dates that have been tentatively committed to other applicants.
So, Chair, staff is leaning toward the advice to the applicant to return to the LUAC for a review of the trails, since a lot of the expression about trail interest came from there, but I'm also seeking your guidance. If we were to take it to the LUAC, there's a LUAC on the 6th.
I'm going to just jump in there and say that I think that's an endless loop. I know that the LUAC members follow this hearing, and I would welcome their comments, both verbally or written or however they want to participate. And I suspect that the applicant would be willing to talk with them if they even were to reach out. So I would argue against us sending it back to the LUAC. Let me look at my associates here, see if anybody has. Nobody seems to be disagreeing with that. So let's not worry about that in our schedule.
If we promise not to let Mr. Tucker speak, would it be possible to get on? Sorry, Will.
I like this presentation.
We're going to have one drawing to show you, or one the revised building and a trail. Actually, we'll work on preparing an actual trail alignment that shows in cross section and everything. So I would really, since we've been 2 years on this up to here, if we could please fit it in the December agenda. It's not going to be a very long public hearing. Either we'll have done it or we won't have done it, I think, at that time. And we'll get the drawing to everybody as fast as we can, long before that meeting. So if we could please do it in December, that would be very much appreciated.
Mm-hmm. Let us have a couple seconds to talk that over. We'll be right back. Yeah, staff's taking a look at that right now. We understand the concern. Commissioner Shaw is trying to wave her hand at me, and I wasn't paying attention.
So for what it's worth, I know that there's this hope that if it went to December, that it would be a short meeting. And I'm hemming and hawing on how do I bring up the concerns that I still have with turning a small street, and I know it's only one residence, but that matters to me, turning that into a driveway in front of their house. I'm still concerned with the bulk of the buildings, and I know that everything is 2 stories around there. The other storage facility is mostly 1 story. And so having 2 stories completely out to the edges, it really is very bulky. So I still have concerns that, likely I will want to bring up again. They're not,
Commissioner, do you have any concerns that you haven't mentioned yet? Because I think as we look towards a continuance, the most appropriate thing to do is to get out as much as we can so that that discussion can be complete.
Those would be my two concerns. If I had to add a third, it would be that I guess it was I'm not sure who went out to look about the flooding issue on Berwick Drive. And they went out in September, which is basically summer, and they said, oh, we didn't see any standing water. And I'm like, well, maybe go out in February or March, and it might be a different story if September's not going to have anything. So that's another concern.
Commissioner Gomez, did you have something to say, or are you just leaning forward because you're tired? He's got to go get his kids. I gotcha. All right, staff, have we got any further clarity on timing?
I think as we review from staff's perspective, as we review what is on the December meeting, and there's nothing that staff is comfortable suggesting won't go and wouldn't, and we wouldn't like to ensure has the opportunity to go. And so, again, should the commission wish to direct otherwise, we do respect the reasoning for trying to get there, but we just aren't seeing it and trying to respect a very full calendar. That is how end of year calendars typically are. So again, we would be looking at January, February, and I would defer to Ms. Israel in capacity for those dates, which accommodates best.
Thank you. Speaking of dates, I think the January one is better than February. As the condition of approval program supervisor, January is a very busy month for me, and I don't think I could be working on other staff reports during that time. I also just wanted to get real clear direction from the Planning Commission on what changes you want to see with Building A, because I heard trail, but I also heard Commissioner Mendoza speak about the access and the parking being a potential conflict, and maybe that area needs to be enlarged too. So
I would, given the lateness of the hour, what I would say is review the tape, listen to all the things that people had to say, address as many of the issues as can be addressed, particularly by looking specifically at Building A, because I don't think we're going to get a good list of them, and we wouldn't want to leave anything out accidentally. So I didn't understand. Are you saying that the first meeting in January would not be possible for you, or that it would be possible for you?
First meeting in January is more possible because most of the work toward that is in December.
That date is January 8th.
January 8th. January 8th, amenable, given that we can't do anything sooner. Is the applicant going to reluctantly say yes, or are they going to have to go into February? Open the public hearing again.
For the wonderful choice. Well, Commissioner, it's been nice knowing you. We'll see you in January.
Very well.
I don't think you're getting away from me either.
Like I said, she'll still be around. All right, so I'm taking that as a recommendation by staff that we continue this item to January the 8th, to a date certain for the applicant and the planner to confer for potential changes to address concerns raised in this hearing. Is there any further discussion? Hearing none, let's go ahead and take a vote on that. Or do we need a motion? We didn't get a motion. Would anybody willing to move? Commissioner Mendoza nodded his head, so he's going to make that motion. Commissioner Roberts is seconding that motion. All right, now you can.
Commissioner Shaw?
Yes.
Commissioner Work?
Yes.
Mendoza? Commissioner Daniels? Commissioner Gomez?
Yes.
Commissioner Roberts?
Yes.
Commissioner Deal?
Yes.
And 3 absent, so motion passes with 7-3 and 3 absent.
Thank you. So I think we're losing time at this point unless you have something very quick to say to the assembled multitudes, Madam Secretary.
No, I don't think there's any critical departmental updates. Thank you.
Thank you very much. That being the case, I'm going to adjourn due to lack of a quorum at 4:16. Is that correct? Thank you, everybody.